the morning 50th, where courage remains. With lust and gleaming hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal. For Mordian's honor, for Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tsar's fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all. The Morning 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke, they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley, they hold the line. Their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and Satan, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chance. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shone, their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The night
Infantry, sir.
shines
Good for you.
brighter
Mobile
than
infantry
the
made
sun.
me the man I am today.
For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry. They raise the Tsar's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
So let their story be told through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have won.
This is a weapon of terror. It's made to intimidate the enemy.
Hello again and welcome to the Mordian Glory live stream. No, it's not a Stargate live stream. It's a Mordian Glory live stream. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It's time for just chatting some bollocks, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, let's go. So, I've been having some thoughts. I know. I've been thinking thoughts my whole life, and look where that's got me. But I'm having some thoughts and some thunks. And not only is tonight going to be a good old-fashioned chatting bollocks stream, but I actually have a couple of interesting topics that I want to discuss with my dear viewers tonight. I don't mean to alarm you. But one of them is Warhammer 40k related. And not only that, it's specific to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's True Finest. It's never been done. Yes, some of you may have forgotten we are a 40k channel. But occasionally, we have to remember to talk about 40k and the Guard. So there we go. So today is a Just Chatting Bollocks stream. We're talking about a little bit of everything and anything. We're going to be talking about hobbying. We're going to be talking about gameplay, competitive and casual. We're going to be talking about narrative. We're going to be talking about 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Konflikt 47, many other games actually, and it's gonna be a good one. Like I said, I've got some topics in the back of my mind, and I'm excited to see what you guys have been up to as well. So that's it. That's the briefing. It's a classic. It's been you know what? It's been a long time since we had a Just Chatting Bollocks stream, because there's been so much to talk about with various things that GW has been doing, that today was the first day in what feels like 2 or 3 months when I didn't have any more Games Workshop fuck-ups to talk about. Guys, I think I've covered it all. Maybe. I have got. I think we're getting to I think we're scraping the bottom of the barrel on GW fuck-ups. I think they've been on a never-ending, like, L streak. They've just been catching L's ever since Horus Heresy went sideways. And they've just not stopped basically standing on the proverbial rakes and blasting themselves in the face for like 3 or 4 months. But maybe they finally fucking figured it out. Maybe they're like, hey, if we, it's almost like Games Workshop. If you don't do anything, it's better than when you're doing something. But we'll see. So, doesn't GW just run on L's? Well, apparently, I don't know if they do, but my content has been for the last 2 months. Fuck's sake. We've converted over to an L-based economy here at the Mordian Glory channel. And we're gonna have to learn how to run off W's again. We've been running off a beef-based economy. That's what it is. Yeah. It's a beef-based economy, but I think it's finally time to get. Oh, actually, I've just remembered one other thing. I might want to react. I've got a video I've just remembered I might want to react to. Well, 1 minute. I know. Highbrow content at the MG channel. This is a maybe, though. Talk amongst yourselves. Alright. I want to do this. Professional stream at work. I was clearly prepared. There we go. I was clearly prepared before the stream, right? There you are. So that's it. That's the intro. The intro is we're talking about everything and anything. I've got a few bits to talk about, but other than that, it's all gravy, baby. It's all gravy. I'm ready to rock and cock. So without further ado, let's fucking go. And let us start off, of course, with our traditions. Traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Oh, there we go. There we go. Who is in the stream tonight? Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got Foam Noodles, Leonard Hunt, Jenny Bratz, Trench Rat, Saban Wilson, Welky Shitpost, Aquarius Great, Grimdor Future, Zalo, Orc Squigs Oh My, Ugg 88, The Lower Decks, Airborne, Irish Relief, Damn Legion, Celerath, Daniel Simpson, Odin, oh shit, 1 minute, where are we up to? Jow Watt, Marcus the Guy Counter, Scout Sergeant Zaku, Mal the Knife, Gaza Gitz, Ozroth, Rev, Swampy Turtle, Sonsu, Gaza05, Robot CU, Damn Legion, Trench Rat, Baron Kaza, Leggett Chansey, Cosmic Drew, Cool Guy, Marcelo, we have got Entropic Tyranny, we've got Lee Wiles, W, Demon Face, we have got Metal Doom, That Rat Bastard, Lemon King 1980, Christian Glover, and Bad Rabbit, baby! Say my name, brother. And we've got the Warforge, and we've got Jack Burton! Yeah! There we go. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you crazy, beautiful bastards. Thank you for joining tonight's stream. Thank you for being here. And can I also say a huge thank you to not only everybody who's joined, but also everyone who's gone ahead and smashed that like button and subscribed. If you haven't done those things, then you guys know the drill. Smash that like button like it is your stepsister trapped in a washing machine. And subscribe if you don't want me to lick your toes. There we go. I'm bringing it back. It's not been degenerate enough around here recently. It's been far too normal around here. We need to get we need to get the fucking degens going again. There we are. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping off, baby. Coming in with the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all that good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and profusely wank off those people that have already gone above and beyond the call of duty. Starting off with uno momento, por favor. Starting off with Russell W. Russell W. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for your support. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new conscripts. Thank you for doing your part. Speaking of gifted memberships, we've also got Meryl the Knife, our #1 Ursus Shock Infantry Commander, coming in with another one of his perfectly loyal bear troopers who never eat their comrades. Thank you for the gifted membership, sir. As always, Mal, thank you for doing your part. And I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar. Thank you, man. I also want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the gifted membership. Dude, you always start off every stream off right with the gifted membership, mate. I really appreciate it. Thank you for your support, man. Thank you for doing your part. Sa! There we are. We've also got Welky Shitpost. Welky Shitpost, thank you very much for the super chat. My man, thank you for... It's the Big Ten. It's the Big Ten. Thank you, bro. Good afternoon, Mordy. 07. Would you change anything about the Rogal Dawn tank? Yes. I would change... I would change, at the very least, one specific thing, but maybe several things about it. But one specific thing that I would change about it is I would give it the ability to take plasma cannon sponsons. I think that the heavy bolter sponsons and multi-belt sponsons are too extreme, and we need an option in between. We need those those plasma cannon sponsons. And I mean, if that's the one, if I could make one change, that would be it. If I could make multiple changes, not only would I have it with plasma cannon sponsons, but I'd also allow it to take nipple plasma as well. And rather than nipple stubber and nipple melter, I'd have nipple plasma as well. And that would probably be... I'm totally happy with its main cannon. The main cannons. I think, maybe... What I would do is I'd give it granular points costs. And so then I would have it so that the main cannon, the twin battle cannon, was cheaper than the oppressor cannon. And that way it actually becomes a choice. But other than that, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the Rogal Dawn. I think it's an absolutely fine tank. I mean, fine as in like it is a great vehicle. I think the Rogal Dawn's a great vehicle. It definitely beat my expectations. I've definitely changed my opinion on it since it first emerged onto our tabletops. I even like the name now, but I just think that it needs the accoutrement, and it needs some granular points around it, and that's how I would do it. Yeah. All right. Konflikt, your solution to everything is granular points cost. That is because, let me put the chat on here. That is because granular points costs are really do solve a lot of problems in 40k. A lot of problems. The issue of flavor, the issue of the puzzle being too easy to solve, the issue of every game and every army feeling the same. All of this basically leads back to one root cause, which is granular points costs. If you have granular points costs, then the problem, then flavor is eminent, because people, the more flavorful yet less good options can be cheaper. So therefore, people who want flavor in their games can absolutely engage with that, which is fantastic. And then you've got the fact that so you get flavor from it. You also get the puzzle of which we've talked about this a lot. Puzzle solving is a big part of tabletop wargaming, and having choices to make not only gives you a choice. Having choices to make not only gives you the pleasure of making those choices and working out which choices are good and which choices are bad, but also allows you to solve puzzles in different ways. Sometimes having an infantry squad with nothing on it is absolutely the right option, but that's not a choice right now. And And lastly, having granular points really means that every time you encounter an army, you don't encounter the same thing every time, because there's not one obviously good choice every single time. So people, you get variety in what you face, as well as you get not only variety in what you choose to bring, but you get variety in what you choose to face as well. So granular points solve many, many, many things. And if I was to point to one thing that has caused the biggest issues with 40k 10th edition in terms of flavor, it has been moving away from granular points. So yeah. Demon Face Shade, granular points costs can make what seem like a simple infantry squad become many different things. Spend more points for elite troops, spend less for conscripts. Flavor, exactly. It all comes back to granular points costs. I said this over 2 years ago when 10th edition came out, and I will say it again now. It all comes back to granular points cost. That was the biggest mistake. That was the biggest mistake that 10th edition made. Because the moment that every codex... Look at the drop-off 40k has had. Let's explore this for a little bit. But we're not getting salty about it. We're actually sort of analysing shit here. Look at the drop-off 40k has had. In the last month or so, it's dropped off a cliff. And look, it's not a BMW stream. When I'm talking drop-off, guys, I am looking around at some dedicated 40k content creators, and they are struggling. And they're not necessarily struggling anything like that. They're going to go under or anything like that. But there's definitely they're struggling for views, and they're struggling with things to talk about. They're struggling with topics. I mean, if I could point to two well-known examples here, and I want to make something absolutely clear, and I cannot stress this enough: we are not throwing any shade around in any way, shape, or form. We are using these as examples, but we're not using these to shit on anybody. And you guys know I like these content creators, and hopefully they know I'm not taking shots at them right now. But let's have a look. Here I've got two YouTube channels that I've been keeping an eye on about this whole thing, and it has been absolutely mind-blowing to me seeing some of the stuff that's been going on. So if we have a look here, we've got let's look at Auspex Tactics, right? So you guys know I like Auspex. You know that me and him are we're pretty good mates IRL. But it's kind of obvious that Mr. Auspex, he's having to work. He's having to come up with things to talk about. Every little crumb of... now, what I will say is Auspex isn't struggling for views. Auspex, I think, is doing fine on his views. I mean, there's the occasional one that's not doing as well. But I think Auspex would absolutely... I think we'd have a good laugh about this, and he wouldn't take any shade from this or any issues from this. But you can kind of tell, Mr. Auspex he's picking up any crumb of news he can get, and he's trying to he produces a lot of content, and he's trying to be able to keep up that volume of content. And it's hard, man. It's really hard because in the last since the last Codex came out. It's been like, since the last Codex came out, everyone's interest in 40k has just kind of just dropped off a fucking cliff. And I mean, he's obviously doing everything he can to keep interest up, keep the content churning. He's doing exactly what he should be doing. But we're getting videos like Start Harlequins. I mean, great video, love it. But it's not like it's in line with a lot of the other. It's not in line with a lot of the other content that he's done in the past, talking about like balance patches and all this kind of stuff and all the drama, all the news that's been happening. But instead, there's a few filler episodes creeping in. Do you know what I mean? There's a few filler episodes, and I love filler. I watch most of what Auspex puts out. I love his content. But there's a few filler episodes coming out, and that makes sense because we're at the end of the edition. It's the end of edition drought. And interest in 40k has fallen off. And also, the reason I think interest in 40k is falling off is very simple, because the game is solved. The game is completed. It's that simple. The game is completed. There's not that much mystery to it. The problem is very easy to solve. Anytime an update comes out, there's obviously better choices than others. It's that simple. It's that simple. No Name, Fulgrim was released. No one cared. Yeah, the Fulgrim was released, and, it was just, yeah, sure, whatever. That was it, And, obviously we're getting some, big stuff coming in here. But interest in 40k right now is weirdly, is quite interest in the day-to-day. This is a better way of putting it. Interest in the day-to-day of 40k is very low, because the vast majority of people that are still playing it already know what the fucking answers are. Yeah. The answer. We already know what the answers are, and there's very few new people coming into 40k right now. And those that are coming in are probably finding it a bit overwhelming, because unless you've been keeping up with all the changes that have happened since day one, and you buy a fucking Space Marine Codex, you're not going to have a fucking clue that half of the things in there are out of date now. Do you know what I mean? But another example I want to look at here is Tabletop Tactics. And you guys know Tabletop Tactics is one of my favorite battle report channels. I watch a lot of what they do. But, you can see it in the numbers on their battle reports. And by the way, I've been watching their battle reports. It's interesting. I've actually been going back to, I went through a period of not watching any battle reports, and I've actually gone back to watching quite a few now. But, you can see the interest in their videos has definitely has gone down a little bit. Hopefully they get a few more views. But, them releasing a battle report and getting 50k views is low. It's fucking low, frankly, and I'm sure they're aware of this, and I'm sure they're not appreciating in any way, shape, or form me talking about this, and I can't stress this enough. I'm not shitting on them. I want them to get more views. I want them to do well. I love Tabletop Tactics. But, 50k, that's, in the last month, basically. And if you look at these battle reports they're doing, these are the day-to-day ones, right? So the day-to-day battle reports, there's nothing this is not a new codex, this is not a new codex, this is not a new codex, this is not a new codex. These are just day-to-day bat reps. This is just day-to-day bat reps, and the viewer count in them is just significantly lower. But the last battle report they did, which had a new codex, got 76,000 views. That was the Dark Elder one, and that's decent. Don't get me wrong, that's decent, but it's not. And then you've got the Imperial Knight one that got 70,000 views. But it's interesting. You can see they had day-to-day ones that were getting 80k views, absolutely smashing it. And then that last Dark Elder Codex just came out, and then it just off a cliff, just off a fucking cliff. Basically just dropping an average of 20 to 30,000 views per battle report the moment that the last codex came out. And that's just that and I will say something right now. I have never seen a drop off like this. It's crazy. I've been doing this full time for over 3 years now. I have nearly 3.5 years. And I've been doing this part-time for over a decade now, and I have never seen an edition drop off like this. I haven't. I've never seen an edition drop off like this. And my explanation for it is real simple. It's not that 40k it's bad. It's not that these channels don't put out good content. They put out phenomenal content. I cannot recommend them enough. To this day. If someone asks me where's a good place to find 40k battle reports, I will always tell them Tabletop Tactics first. Always. They're people. I think the vibe they have there is great. I think the people they have running there are lovely. Always recommend them first. But I think that it's not a case of these guys making bad content. They're not making bad content. They're making great content. What it is, very simple, is that 40k, the codex came out, and then everyone went, "Oh, is that everything?" Off. Yeah. That's it. It's just been a huge drop off. And this is why when 11th edition was like announced, well, not announced, when 11th edition was rumored to just be more of the same 10.5 edition, I was like, that's not good. That's not good at all. Which is very funny because everyone says they don't like the rate of change, and they don't like the they don't like how things are constantly in flux with 40k, and they want longer edition cycles. And it's funny what people say and what people actually want. And to be fair, there is an element of both being true. People want the game to be more stable, but they want the game, they want the game to be more stable. So that's not constant updates, but they want the game to be more interesting. And so there's actually two things running side by side here. It's not hypocrites. Two things are being said which sound like they're the opposite, but actually they go hand in hand. And I think the problem with 40k is that it's too solvable. Yeah, it's that simple. It's just too solvable. And that's why this is, in my opinion, the biggest drop-off in interest in 40k I have seen in 10 years. It's that simple. It's that simple. It's the biggest. But I think that 11th edition will pick interest up. I think it's only natural to assume 11th edition will pick up. The big question with 11th edition is going to be how they approach the codexes and how they approach new units. Now, that's where I think 11th edition could fly. If they are able to release new, interesting codexes with a huge glut of new models, then 10.5 as the addition, as the core rules, will be totally okay. Because they'll be totally okay. The core rules for 10th edition are actually fine. They're actually fine. But what they need is, I think, to bring back deeper codexes. Much deeper codexes. Right now, things are... there's no deep water in this game. Yeah. There's no deep water in this game. So it'll be interesting to see what they do. If 11th edition comes out with a lot of interest, and 11th edition comes out with a lot of depth, or begins adding depth back in, I think that it will be absolutely fine. I think not only will it be fine, I think it could be an amazing addition. Absolutely amazing addition. Super hype, super peak, all that kind of stuff. The problem with 11th edition is going to be if it is just 10.5 edition and then the codexes come out and they're not inspiring. They're not deep. That is going to be that's going to be something. That's going to be something. That's going to be something. Because I think a lot of people, and this is the last point I want to make on this though, and then I want to get back to some super chats. I don't think people really appreciate how much of a wait and see mentality the 40k community has right now when it comes to the new edition. A lot of people are basically just keeping an eye on 40k, biding their time, treading water, waiting for 11th edition to come around, and they are pinning a lot of hopes on that edition reinvigorating stuff. And if 11th edition comes around and it's uninspiring, well, that's going to be an interesting day. An interesting day for sure. But what the game really needs is depth. Because the reason the game needs depth is because do you guys notice how like we've had these constant balance changes for like 3 months, every 3 months, if not sooner, for like two and a half years now, and yet the game still feels stale. That's because when the change comes out, it's too easy to dissect it. That's the problem with depth. You're splashing a lot on the surface of the water, but it's just like a shallow puddle. And so it just, your water ripples out, but then it goes calm very quickly again. And so when you splash the top of it, right? And so what we need is for the game to get more depth to it again, so that it doesn't take 40k players 24 to 48 hours to learn all the new changes. It needs to be like, okay, we've made this key critical change. What is the cascade effect from this? What is the cascade effect from this? And we need change. We need some bold changes. Like, hey, commissars can do orders now. Commissars do one order, and they can do it to any regiment unit, but and they basically become like the regiment agnostic roving officer. Like, hey, that's a big change. That's a big change, and that is it only looks like a small change, but the effect that would have on guard armies would be huge. Do you take a commissar? Do you take a Castellan? Do you take Creed? Do you take Lord Sol Leontus? Like, that's a small change. It has nothing to do with points, but the ripple effect that can have, and the debate that can create, and the problem that can create for people to try and solve is really large. And that's an example of how a tiny change in the right place can make a really, really big difference. But at the moment, the game is just generally too shallow, and the changes that get made are basically just little splashes on the surface. And so what we need from 11th edition, what we need to get over this drought, what we need to fucking reinvigorate people around this game of Warhammer 40k is we need depth, we need depth, we need crunch, we need flavor. That's what we need. The core rules are good, but the cores are good, but the codexes are just too damn shallow. The choices are too damn easy. We need to bring back crunch. It's that simple. It's that simple. We need to bring back crunch. There you go. It's all just everything. There's no mass. We need some crunch. Yeah. There you go. But of course, that's like my opinion, man. But all of this leads back to granular points. All of this leads back to granular points, because that is the first step on the road to fixing everything. No doubt about it. It is the first step on the road to fixing everything. Yeah. There you go. There you are. All right. Let's have a look. We've got some more super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Updated MG theme. Nothing too fancy this time. No, I guess we played mostly as a request or background. So focus more on the song this time than images. Cosmic, let me catch one of a few super chats, mate, and then I'll play that song. I ended up going quite deep on one of your just things in regular chat, but I don't want to fall too far behind the super chat. So I've got it loaded up. You can see it here, mate. I've got it loaded into the pipe 5x5. I'm ready to fucking play it. But let me catch my super chats and then get to it. Don't worry, mate. All right. Savaloy, thank you for the gifted membership, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Hey, good old Savaloy, smashing it. Russell W, thank you very much for the super chat. My man, Banzai. Some hobby that got done today in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Let's have a look. Ooh, what the fuck is this? Some Oathmark light infantry built today? Dude, I've never seen these guys. Are they like dwarves? They look like dwarves. They've got beards. It's either dwarves or gnomes or halflings. Probably halflings. Like, find the halflings! Find the halflings! Dude, cool. What's W? Are these for Old World or are they for Oathmark? Either way, cool as fuck, mate. Nice. We've got Thara Bastard! Thara Bastard, thank you for the super chat, my man! Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support. Thank you for all of your ratty goodness. Rat, bell, rat. That Bastard, thank you so much for the incredible support, man. Thank you for being an absolute Giga Chad. Thank you for doing your part, mate. Awesome. Awesome. Good to have you. Good to have you in the stream, man. Big shout out to Jawat. Thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for continuing to do your part, mate. We've also got Karl. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Whole goddamn squad. Hold the line. Hold the line. Oh, there we go. There we are. Karl, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you, mate, for the extra squad. There we are. That rat bastard, the Great Horned Rat NHS is nourishing and reinvigorating me. Send pity. Thanks for all the content to keep me sane, stuck in critical care. Yeah, big shout out to that rat bastard, man. So those of you, so actually this is important. And he's already mentioned this on stream, so don't worry, he's okay with me talking about this. For those of you that watch the old world battle reports on this channel, and you know of, Father Gregory, and you know of like the sort of narrative games that sort of natural narrative that that I built up around that character, playing against Sam and his Skaven. So Skaven Sam. Well, that is that rat bastard, and unfortunately, he has fallen quite unwell in quite a serious way. So you guys know that you guys know him. He's part of this community. He's one of us. He's one of our brothers. So can we get a big 07 down in the chat, and can we spam some emojis, and can we show some love towards him, because I think he's not having a good time right now, and we need to make sure that it's just important that we show some support. Do you know what I mean? It's just important. There we go. So that rat bastard, I hope things are slowly but surely getting better. Hope every day, even if it's just a small step, things are going in the right direction. And mate, keep slowly on the mend. Good. Just take each day as it comes, man. And take each day as it comes, man. There we go. All right. Thank you for your support, bro. And thank you for your support, bro. And we'll keep checking in. All right, keep checking in. There we are. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Trench Rat. Just all the rats in here today. Trench Rat, thank you for the super chat, man. This is your fault in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Yes, you did this to me. On the plus side, I learned that glow paint works. Had a great time with these. Yes, holy shit, man. Holy dog shit. Now that's a fucking linebacker right there. Woo! Okie croaky. Wow. Double linebacker. We got little Sally. Oh, I have no regrets getting you into K47. The fucking pin-up art, man. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. So cool. So unfathomably cool, man. Oh, wow. The Tesla glow. The Rift glow. Oh, my God. That's so sick, man. Stuart's looking good as well, man. Nice. Look at that cheeky little Tesla Stuart in the back. Holy moly, man. You've been busy. Oh, Lord, he been busy. Oh, Lord, he been busy. Wowzers, trousers. That's cool as fuck, mate. The shark tooth and the pin-up art is so cool, man. God damn it. I need to fucking finish painting the things I'm working on so I can get on more linebackers and more Vogel spinners and all that shit, man. Oh, my days. Oh, my God. All right, let's have a look here. Holy shit, man. Dude, you've done a great job there. Seriously, done a very, very, very impressive. Welcome to the revolution, brother. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Cool Guy. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Welcome to his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. I also want to say a big thank you to FPS Liverpool. FPS Liverpool, thank you so much for the Giga Chad. Won my first bot action game last night. pictures of both the board and the new painted models in stream discussion. Yeah, dude. Right, this is another example, man. This is an example. I love this. Right. So, some of you will know FPS Liverpool from my after action report at Just Play. He is the tank guy, the Imperial Guard tank guy at Just Play, and we always seem to get paired into each other. And recently, he's been playing some bolt action, and I have to say, mate, I did not expect you to go quite so fucking hard into bolt action, but he's taken to it like a fish takes to water, and it's been awesome, man. Yeah, holy shit, man, look at that. That's wild, man. Dude, we need a game, bro. We need to get a game in. We need to get a game in for sure, man. For sure. I think it's we need to try and convince Just Play to run like a bolt action event or something. Yeah, they don't run any at the moment, and we need to try and get them to do some bolt action and Konflikt 47 events, I think. Yeah. Oh, by the way, did you know that you can fit a lascannon turret from a Baneblade on a bolt action Matilda? It looks cool. I did not know that, but that is great. That's a great way of doing a like maybe K47 conversion or something. You know? Yeah. Mate, great to see you loving the bolt action, man. You're a man after my own heart. You know, loving that Matilda, loving those Matildas, loving those infantries. Absolutely amazing, man. And seriously, very, very, very big well done to you for your first bolt action victory. You've been putting the hours in. You've been putting the effort in. So you do deserve a good victory. Yeah. Nice. Dude, I like it. I really like it, man. You know what's... I kind of regret not painting my Brits as green Brits. I've got all these different. I've got like all these extreme temperature fucking armies. I've got all my Soviets and Germans in the snow. I've got all my Brits in the fucking desert. I don't have anyone just in a normal fucking green environment, which is kind of funny. But yeah, there we go. I suppose my Americans are a little bit normal. Yeah. But. Dude, loving the double Matilda. Matildas are cool as fuck, man. Matildas are the best tank. Just because they are. Yeah, just because they look good. Yeah. Nice. Is that the 25-pounder? It almost looks like it's a different artillery piece, but I think it's a 25-pounder. But yeah, it's looking good, mate. And then you've got, oh yes, got some good Tommy infantry. Excellent. I think these might be the War Games Atlantic ones, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, man. They look good. Yeah. Nice. Dude, excellent work, man. Seriously. And really cool to see you get into bolt action. Fully encourage it. Yeah. Fully encourage it. Fully love it. Amazing. And Tropictivity, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Thank you for the support, mate. Freshly painted armored core in stream discussion. Keep the GW Salt going. I'm still upset from having my Stormcast and Underworld collections deleted recently. I mean, this is kind of the crazy thing, man. Let me just bring this up first. By the way, these guys look absolutely amazing. Got a new lightbox. Taking the picture. What do you think? Yeah, I'd like to know what lightbox you're using because I'll probably get it for myself. With these done, 8 more tanks until the K47 project starts. Can't wait. Holy shit, man. Let me bring this up first. I'll tell you what. Let me bring this up. Let me bring the picture up and let me just talk for a moment. I think so often I focus on Warhammer 40k and the issues in that game, but the reality of the situation is that there's so many more casualties that are basically like underreported in like other game systems. Like, Games Workshop just deleted it's deleted what was like 50 Stormcast data sheets, and it barely even, people sort of forgot about that. And then they've basically abandoned games like Warcry, abandoning games like abandoning or fucking with the games like Underworlds. And when you actually think about it, some of these niche games are actually taking some serious batterings, actually more so than Warhammer 40k. And I think what's important to note is that in Warhammer 40k, you know, at least there's ways of being able to like adapt to it. Whether you decide to start 3D printing stuff, or you can buy things secondhand. But the problem with a lot of these more niche games is that the 3D printing market and the secondhand market are way less developed for it. And so often a lot of people find themselves in the unenviable situation of if they need to adapt their list, if they need to buy new stuff, there's only one place they can get that from, and that's from GW. Their local store may not stock Underworlds. Their local, the online stores may have it, but it's on like back order, so it'll take like 2, 3, 4 weeks for them to get it. The only place they can really get it from is GW themselves, and obviously, as we know, that is an expensive situation to find oneself in. So, I think the casualties that Warhammer 40k has suffered are extensive, but I think some of these other games are genuinely going to die out because they don't have that. They don't have the roots aren't dug down deep enough into the community. Yeah. They're taking heavy corpo fire. Yeah. It's pretty wild. Stratus, it's cynical. They obsoleted the most popular army in AOS, a relatively new system with what, in my mind, was still a new army. It's like replacing Primaris, which they would never. Yeah, well, they are going to replace Primaris, for sure. But we're not trying to go too deep. But John McTierney, he did say he wanted to keep the GW Salt going, and I mean, I've said it all before, and I really don't want to just become like a broken record, repeating myself every stream. But there's I don't bring it up now. My policy, with this whole thing is, when the community brings it up, I'll talk about it. But I feel like, because that's important. Because then we're addressing, something that the community wants to talk about. But it's one of those where it's like, it's almost like, I don't know. It's kind of wild that we've got so used to Games Workshop's behavior. And I wonder, it's kind of wild. I just don't like. Here's the thing. It's not even salt, it's just reality. I think there's an element of that. But here is the thing, right? Talking about it will not make a difference. Not entirely true. Spreading awareness of it will help. But often when, and I know this, often when I go off on one, I'm probably turning a lot of people away. For every person that I'm making aware, I'm another person that's like, fuck's sake, shut the fuck up, I don't care. And I get that. But the number one thing that any of us can do, which is so much more effective than bitching, moaning, and whining. And that's why I'm trying not to be salty, and I'm just trying to be like super objective about it. The number one thing that you can do if you are pissed off at Games Workshop is to not support them. It's that thing. They will ignore all of the negative press. They will ignore all of the negative videos. They will ignore every single thing from communications, emails. They'll ignore all of it. What they won't ignore is the bottom line. It's that simple. It is that simple. If Games Workshop has done something that you do not like, and it is to the point where it is to the point where you're really, really pissed off about it, then you need to vote with your wallet. And voting with your wallet is very important. Voting with your wallet means that you don't buy things that you don't think are good for the hobby, are good for the community. And it means you do buy things which you do think are good for the community, good for the hobby. A great example of this is, you don't buy the Imperial Guard Combat Patrol. It's bad, and Games Workshop needs to know they need to replace that. And the only way they will know they need to replace that is if they're looking at the old Combat Patrol numbers, and that one sold like hotcakes, and they look at the new Combat Patrol numbers, and that one doesn't sell a fucking pip. Yeah, it's that simple. And then what happens is the Creed Combat Patrol comes out, and you should buy that one. Because the Creed Combat Patrol is an improvement. So you're like, look, Games Workshop, this is a step in the right direction. We like this product, so we're going to buy this one. We don't like that product, so we're not going to buy that one. Voting with your wallet, it has to be discerning. But the other thing is, that's if you still want to engage with Games Workshop. The other thing, is very simple, which is you do not buy anything. The other thing, which is a step further, I should say, this is not simple, actually. This is the opposite of simple. This is a serious decision, and one that gets thrown around all the time, but actually is one that shouldn't be taken lightly, which is you decide to stop buying Games Workshop stuff. And that could be very difficult. I'm someone who has made that decision. And I very, very, very rarely buy anything from Games Workshop for Warhammer 40k anymore. I just don't. I think since the beginning of 10th edition, the only box I bought was the Krieg launch box, and even then, technically. I won't say anything, actually. I don't want to get anyone in trouble. But yeah, that was if I'll just, I'll just say it. I didn't buy it. I didn't buy that one. It was sent to me. Not by Games Workshop, just for anyone's like, he got sent early by GW. It was sent to me not by someone in Games Workshop, but by a how to put this? A man on the inside. We often talk about the GW spy, but what if that's not in this channel? What if they're a double agent? Games Workshop starts conducting an internal inquiry. So, but no, I got it sent by someone who was a supporter of the channel, shall we say. And yeah, so I actually didn't buy that. So I actually didn't even buy the New Guard Codex or the I didn't buy the New Guard Codex. I didn't I haven't bought anything for my guard in well over a year, probably 2 years. Yeah. But do you know what do you know where I do spend money? I spend it with Old World. Bought loads of stuff new for Old World because I'm like, Games Workshop, this game is good. You should make more games like this. That's called voting with your wallet. But do you know where I've spent real money? Fuck me. Do you know where I'm saying, like, I think we've passed the 4-digit mark. I would not be surprised if we've passed the 4-digit mark. K47. Oh, baby. I've been spending on K47. Fucking hell. Yeah, I bought the Riftbuster Mega Bundle And put it this way, I bought the Riftbuster Mega Bundle, and I haven't even got to it yet. And you guys have seen how much K47 I have. Oh, man. Yeah, I've been spending. I fucking love K47, man. But that's it. I vote with my wallet. And the final aspect of voting with your wallet is not only do you stop buying Games Workshop stuff, but you start supporting their potential competition. That's how you do it. Yeah. Anyway, Android Tony, shall we look at your armored core here? Panzer IV, baby! I'm a big fan of the Panzer IV. Panzer IV is a solid workhorse tank. You cannot go wrong with taking one of those. I do love me Panzer III. Don't get me wrong. I do love me Panzer III. But I have a great respect for the Panzer IV. And I've never regretted bringing a Panzer IV. Yeah. Dude, speed of the Puma. I love the flamethrower Hanomag, the Puma. The Lux! Yes, the Panzer II Lux. Nice. Is it a oh, shit. It's a tiger! It's a goddamn tiger! There you go. Dude, amazing, man. Amazing. Yeah. Atropic Tyranny. You are doing absolutely the right thing, mate. Games Workshop fucked you. And you have gone, okay, GW, that's the game you are going to play. That's absolutely fine. I am going to go and buy another game now. And that's how you this is the thing. Actually, I know I'm running a little bit behind the super chats now, but I do want to mention this quickly. This is my new attitude towards Games Workshop. Because I've kind of got all the salt out of the system. I really feel like I've scraped the bottom of the salt mine now, and I've not only have I purged it, but I've gone through all the stages of grief. I've broken up with GW in some ways. Do you know what I mean? This is my new relationship with Games Workshop, which is just I've gone past getting angry at them. I've gone past. The last 2 or 3 months, I've been intensely angry with them. And I know exactly what caused it. I was really fucking looking forward to Horus Heresy. You guys know how much I was like, yes! Everyone's saying it's going to, because I played like 2 games of Heresy 2.0. And I was like, fucking yes. Guys, I am not going to lie to you. I'm going to be absolutely honest with you right now. There was a real chance that this channel was going to become Imperialis Militia Glory. A real chance. I was like, this feels so like the Guard. This feels like I've traveled back in time to the glory days. To the glory days. Ah. And then 3.0 came out. And it really upset me. It really, really upset me. And so that's the exact moment when because you know what? I was very, very disappointed. And that was the exact moment when I've been basically triggered for 3 months. Because the problem is, once that happened, it started making me look around and seeing everything else. Because up until that point, I was just sort of like looking down. And then I looked up and started looking around. And I was like, what the fuck? Kind of thing. And so now we've gone through all that. Don't worry, Cosmic. Don't worry. I'm not getting salty. I'm not getting salty. I'm not getting salty. And I've gone, over the last 3 months, I've basically purged my being of all salt. I have transcended the salt. I've transcended it. I am no longer salty. It's true. I frankly don't care about Games Workshop. That's it. I don't care. I look over and I see them do something fucking stupid like they just did this week, which we'll get to at some point. Like they just basically gutted Blood Bowl, and I'm like, oh, they've done it again. Oh well. For and I see all the Blood Bowl people like, wait, they've done what to our fucking game? Like, they've just gutted Blood Bowl with the new season, and I'm just like, I'm just looking over all the Blood Bowl players, and I'm just like, first time. That's what it is. That's what it is. I'm like, first time, because they thought they were safe. The Blood Bowl players thought they were safe, and now the Eye of Sauron has turned upon them, and they realize they're not safe. And it's so fucking stupid. It's so, I say funny. Funny's not the right word. It's tragic. It's kind of sad funny. When you look over at some of the comments on like these Blood Bowl videos where people are like, yeah, are looking over at some of these Blood Bowl videos, and the comments on them are like, Games Workshop, there's it's like community. There's missing models in the boxes for the there's missing models for the teams in the boxes for Blood Bowl. Games Workshop, can you fix that? And Games Workshop goes, can do. Those positions no longer exist anymore. And the Blood Bowl group's like, no, wait, GW, we didn't mean it like that. And it's just like, it's like, yeah, they're going they're going through it for the first time. And now, where before I would have been, before I would have been outraged, where only a week ago I would have been outraged, I would have been on the battlements with them. Now I'm just like, welcome to the club. Take a ticket. Yeah, you take a ticket. You're after the Lord of the Rings people. Yeah. Yeah. There you are. So that's it. And look, we're gonna come back to that in a moment, but we've got some super chats too. So yeah, at this point, I'm like, you know what? This is my new attitude. This is my new attitude. I don't really care what Games Workshop does anymore. When they do something good, I'm gonna be like, that's good. Well done. And all I'm gonna do is focus on the positive. And you know what makes me positive? Old World. Do you know what makes me positive? Konflikt 47. Do you know what makes me positive? The prospect that 11th edition might not be shit. But no, that's it. That's it. It's just like, GW, if you do good, if you do good things, I'll talk about it. But I'm focusing on, I'm not going to waste any more energy. I'm not going to waste any more energy on what makes me angry. On what makes me angry, on what makes me upset, on what vexes me. Because I've been terribly vexed. And I'm now going to focus my energy on what makes me happy. I am going to be doing a cosmic and sticking banana suppositories up my bum. There you go. There you go. There you are. All right, where are we up to? Cosmic, my boy! Thank you for the super chat, man. Death Court of Krieg Engineer should have carcass shot. 1 shot AP 2 damage 2. Yeah. Dude, that'd be so cool. Yeah. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Just, yeah. Just, that'd be so cool if the engineers, they had like 2 firing modes. Yeah. 2 firing modes of just being like, they can fire 2 shots at low strength or 1 shot. Cosmic, you know where you're getting this from, don't you? Cosmic. You know where you're getting this from. Konflikt 47. Because your Fireflies have got 2 firing modes. They've got normal firing mode and they've got the E-Slug. So what you're basically telling me, Cosmic, is you want the E-Slug, but in for the engineers. And I'm with you, Cosmic. I'm with you. I'm with you. Yeah, Cosmic's like the subconscious is like working overtime right now. Cosmic. Yeah, yeah. Lower Decks, thank you for the super chat, man. A brief respite in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Sir, it's been some time. Every time the Xenos attacks slacken, I think we are past the worst of it. And every time they resume, the last reports from the Death Watch was that they were attacking the rear of the wave, but we have not heard from them since. Bodies are now choking each point of access to the bazaar. We have looted every crate for anything resembling a weapon or ammunition. I think the pace of attacks has slowed as the Xenos have to clear the way to attack us again. In the last break, the total of combat was clear to see on the faces of our troops. It was all some could do to take a drink from low canteens. Katerina and Persephone shared an embrace. Sister Ramona gave me a kiss on the cheek for luck, she said. It was my left butt cheek, and the distraction of it allowed her to grope me thoroughly. I'll file a complaint when we get back. Wanting the D-gens back, Mordian? No! Why do you try and get me banned? Don't come back here again with your bullshit. Fuck's sake. I played 1 second of it and I've probably already been cancelled. Fuck's sake, man. Oh my fucking god. 9999999. There you go. I will not play it. Gott in Himmel. There you are. Cosmo Dream, before you say anything about the K-47, Death Grenadiers used to have carcass shot. Oh no, I know. But I was just saying it's funny how it's come to you again. I was just teasing you, Cosmic. That was it. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. Good afternoon, sir. I've been building an extra big board, 7 foot by 5 foot. It's going to look good for the bolt action career models I'm painting next. Bro, this looks fucking sick, man. Look at this thing, boys. Look at this thing. That's cool, man. That's very, very cool. It looks very modular, which is great because then you can mix things up. Nice. That's a big board. It's a big old board. Nice. Work in progress. I mean, of course, mate, of course. But it's still, honestly, man, it looks good right now. But I understand that you're going to, I understand you probably want to do a bit more. But I would play on it right now. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Holy shit, man. Fantastic. Fantastic, Anthony Williams. I look forward to seeing it when it's fully done, but it looks great already. James Paints Plastic. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. For the 90-month Bumperflex X-Force, baby! Entire squadron of Lehman Russes in stream discussion for inspection. Can you, Mordian, approve the colour scheme, please? Great streams, mate. Top work. I mean, you don't need me to approve this colour scheme, man. It's obviously 1,000 times better than anything I could fucking paint. You're coming to me! I mean, I know I am a 3-time award-winning painter. I know. 3 times. A 3-time award-winning painter. But to me, it looks great. And they've all got Vanquisher cannons, and that makes my dick hard. Mate, it looks awesome, man. Love that. Love the command tank with the red turret. That's badass. 10 out of 10. Easy 10 out of 10. Easy 10 out of 10, mate. Fantastic. For what little it's worth. Mordian approved. There you are. I want to say a big thank you next to Welky Shitpost. Thank you so much for super chat, man. Maybe people want something well made and thought out. This could be the dumbed down answer for what most people been explaining. Dude, I think you're absolutely right. I think we I think Games Workshop saying they're making the game more and more simplified is an excuse for them to put less and less effort in. Truth be told. When you think about it, I actually had this conversation with Simon the other day. I had this conversation with Simon earlier today. It's going to feature an Assault Cast this weekend. But
It's a weapon of terror. It's made to
people,
intimidate the enemy.
Games Workshop, and their ball washers. And by the way, this is a new thing. I've not thought of this before.
Your enemy.
So for all of you like Mordian, you're just going to be saying the same points again. No. I actually have new content. It's never been done. I have new content. I have uncovered the great myth, the great lie, the great lie. Okay, all right. And this is it. The great lie of Games Workshop and of their ball washers is that they make the kit, they make it so you can only build what comes in the kits because they think that makes the game more accessible. And they think that makes it easier for players to get to grips with the game. But that is a lie. Lies. Deceptions. Every day, more lies. You see, I see a lot of new people come into this hobby. Anyone who's watched any of my streams will be able to tell you one of the more common things that happens is someone comes into these streams and says, "Hey Mordian, I've just decided to get into the guard. Do you have any advice? Hey Mordian, I've just built my first guard models. What do you think?" Very common. Even in this 40k drought that we are experiencing, still we see that happening. So I see a lot of new people come into this hobby. And do you know what, in my experience, one of the most common things that new players do when they get their hands on the models? They kit bash them. Think about it this way: when you were getting into 40k for the first time, no matter when this was, and you wanted a squad leader for one of your units, what was one of the first things that you did to come up with a cool custom squad leader? You gave him 2 pistols. We've all seen the classic double bolt pistol tactical marine at some point in our lives. Maybe it's a little bit different now, but you know there'll be a better example for that. But the first thing that new players do is they build the models and they start trying to kit bash them. They start trying to build them in it with different and cool, funky things, funky designs. That is, you know, that's what a lot of people do, and it's actually kind of heartbreaking. The number one thing that not the number one thing, one of the conversations that I have had to have more times than I like, as someone who sees a lot of new people coming into this hobby, is I have to tell people that they built their models wrong. And it's awful and it's awkward and I hate it. But I remember really distinctly, we had this guy come in. It was this young gentleman came into the stream, and he said, "Hey Mordian, I've built some guard models. I've come up with a really cool like squad for my for a really cool squad." And he had built a Cadian squad, and the Cadian squad had it was something silly like 7 flamethrowers in it. Now this is an extreme example, but he was like, "Oh yeah, I built like all these flamers because flamers are really cool." And you know, he had built many different options and stuff. And he was like, "Oh, I want to be able to run like Flamer Squad. No, there was 4 Flamers. That was it. I want to run Flamer Squad. And, you know, it's going to be really cool to run this in game. And so this guy had obviously, the first thing he had done is like kit bash different kits together because he wanted a squad that had 4 Flamers in it. And I had to basically tell this guy, yeah, you can't do that. Do you know how much of an asshole that makes me look? It's not my fucking fault, but I have to gently tell this guy, like, yeah, well, you can't take 4 special weapons in a squad, unfortunately. And I can't, and the thing is, in the past, there was like options where I could be like, you know, you could run these as like a platoon command squad and they can take 4 of the same special weapon. And you know, that would and then that would have got him like really excited. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, an officer leading 4 flamers, that's cool. Or I could be like, hey, you can take special weapon squads, they can take like 3 flamers in each. But I had to basically be like, yeah, the only real option you've got is if you want to run them as Catachans. And he went, but I don't play Catachans, I play Cadians. I really like the Cadian Bloodbucks. And I went, oh, sorry, man. Like, I had to go through the whole like, well, you could use them as like counts as, and you could say they're like Cadian assault teams, and he was, you know, but it's not good for new players, because what ends up actually happening is new players come into the game. They don't realize how strict the rules are around what you can take in units. They figure they'll just build what they want and they'll figure it out in the end. And then what actually happens is they end up building a bunch of stuff and they end up with a bunch of models they can't use. And then they have to face it, which is very disappointing, because people start telling them, that's wrong. You can't do that. That's wrong. And so that's very discouraging for a new player. And also, they then have to make a difficult decision of, okay, well, I've made a mistake. Do I like spend the money to correct the mistake, or do I just basically give up at this point? Yeah. And you know, I think for a lot of them, they do end up spending the money, but now they're not spending money on stuff because they want to buy that shit. They're spending money on stuff because they feel the obligation to correct their mistake, which is sad. So that's one thing. So that's the first missile to bust that myth. Which is, you know, we've made it so it's easier for new players. The reality situation is that sounds really logical in a board. We've talked about this before. Something can sound logical in a meeting, but it doesn't actually make sense when you get into real life. Now, let's make something clear here. There were always some issues with new players building models which technically had incorrect loadouts, right? Of course there was. But 40k has become so much more prescribed, you know, so much this takes this takes this. You've got almost no choices. This is just what it gets. That it's actually more of a problem because you've got less ways of pivoting, less ways of improvising, adapting, overcoming. You know, Guard is one of the examples where you probably can do it a little bit easier. Like I said, you could take those guys as Catachans, for example. But there's a lot of factions where you just can't. You just can't. Like if you build it wrong, it's just a wasted model, and you've got to start snapping it apart or trying to buy more models to correct the mistake. So when you had units which were a single datasheet with loads of options, then what you layered onto it is how you brought the flavor. That had made for much more flexibility. Now, yes, it's very predetermined. It's very, very predetermined now. Now, I've got another great myth. Not another great myth, another way of busting this myth. Busting. I'm busting rifts. We make it so it's easier for players to get acquainted with the game. Here's the thing. Wargaming, even though it is much more mainstream now than it ever has been, it's still fundamentally a really niche hobby. Whilst I would say that the IP of Warhammer 40k has gone mainstream, but the game of Warhammer 40k is still really niche. The game of 40k and wargaming in general is going to appeal to a very specific kind of person. Autists. Sorry, the joke was too easy to make. But on a serious note, it's going to appeal to a specific kind of person. And that person is going to be someone who, when they get excited about something, is going to hyper focus on it and is going to fucking no-life it. This is why 10th edition was everyone no-lifed it, no-lifed it, no-lifed it, no-lifed it, no-lifed it, and drop off. Because people, the mindset of the wargamer is that, we absolutely know life because we're trying to figure out all the different options. We're deep diving things. We're working out all the different things, all the different loadouts. Look at the attitude of this community at the beginning of 10th edition, and myself included. We were like, okay, let's try all infantry. Let's try all tanks. Let's try all mechanized. Let's try 3 death strikes. Let's try like triple super heavy. Let's try all auto cannons. We basically try, apart from Age of Defense Line spam and all cavalry, we've basically tried everything, right? And then the moment that there were no more options, it was like, oh yeah, I'm bored now. So the thing is, by making the game more shallow, by making the game simplified, by making the game, easier for people to pick up and learn. I mean, making a game easy to access is great. That's really, really good. But making that because you've just made it really shallow, not because you've actually made it a good game. I mean, Old World and especially Bolt Action and K-47 are examples of masters of game design because you can pick them up in one game. But then you can spend forever deep diving different combos and trying different things out. But the point is that all you're doing by making the game really shallow is making it less appealing to the kind of people that your product is aimed at. It's that simple. Like, this is why Warhammer 40k has, over the years, gone from being the only game that people play and everything else outside the GW bubble basically starved for oxygen to now Warhammer 40k, for a lot of people, is one game amongst many. And even those people who still main 40k are ever increasingly looking to other game systems, because these people want when they what do you mean, you people? These people, when they solve something, they move on to the next thing to hyper focus on. And then when they've done that, then that's it. We like to. I've said this again and again and again. Wargamers have no issue spending money. Look at Games Workshop; they make a lot of money off it. Wargamers have no issue spending money. Wargamers have no issue no-lifing things. Wargamers have no issue making the wargame of their choice their entire personality. They have no issue with that whatsoever. And so all you're doing by making the game more accessible, making the game shallower, it's actually in the long run making it the product that people don't want to buy. Which sounds crazy. But this is my personal experience, and I could be very wrong. This is my opinion, and I could be very wrong. But my personal perspective is, in previous editions gone by, I didn't give any other games a look in. Not one, not any. I didn't give any of the games a look in. And now, because I don't get everything that I want from 40k, because 40k is too easy for me to figure out, always take Melting and Plasma Gun, Now I go and find new puzzles. And 40k used to be an infinite puzzle. And now... Yeah, now it's... Yeah. Very easy to figure out. Yeah. So there you go. That's my great myth busting. I'm busting myths. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think that's... That was something new. That was something new. I gave you something. I gave you new shit, boys. I gave you new shit. There you are. I told you it was new. Anyway, I'm falling behind on my super chats again. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for super chat, man. This was super fascinating and hilarious. Flying Necron Circus, Guard Leaf Blower. Watch a bit. Do you have any fun stories from back in the day? Anthony Williams, what do you mean, man? Oh, here. Yeah. Okay.
In 2009.
I see. Yeah. So video and stream discussion. Yeah. Okay. Let's have a look. So this is Olden Demon. I thought I was subscribed. Yeah. Olden Demon. And this is how every edition of Warhammer 40k broke. Look at that. 300,000 views. Smashing it, mate. Good effort.
Two gentlemen played what may forever stand as the greatest game of Warhammer 40,000 ever. Only a single...
Can I just say, this triggers me unbelievably that he's taken the old models and put the new logo over it.
Game of Warhammer 40,000.
Yeah.
Only a single photograph endures to bear
so good.
This historic moment. Although it is blurry, you can still make out one player crouching next to an spaced line of 26 Kroot warriors.
Yeah.
His opponent and a judge search in vain for a ruling that deep down everyone knows isn't going to save them. At the risk of sounding like the old man from Pixar's Up, wargamers today don't know how good they have.
Yeah, true.
With balanced data slates delivering core rules.
True, so true.
Every single unit in the game every
And he turns up a little bit.
Multiple sites keeping track of tens of thousands of games played. Warhammer 40,000 is now as balanced as it ever has been.
Yeah.
And considering what we're dealing with here, as balanced as it's ever likely to get.
Yeah.
Long-term players of this game have seen some terrifying sights on their gaming tables. From leaf blower armies built to remove all of the opponent's models in a couple of turns.
So Guard Leaf Blower would not be a problem today. The reason Guard Leaf Blower was a problem back in the day was because of terrain. Because basically everyone played on you've seen old world boards. That's what people played on for 40k.
Through to self-propagating virus weaponry, wiping out whole armies in a single attack. To demonic gifts that allowed players to just move their opponent's models around the board. And now all of these boogeymen are
Lash Whip Demon Princes were so OP, man.
Terrifying trip down memory lane. Let's talk about everything that broke 40k since its very beginning.
Yeah.
The first edition of Warhammer 40,000 was known as Rogue Trader, and it's actually going to be the hardest on this list to talk about because it's both really easy to break and really hard. This is because the rules were incredibly
Rick
woolly
Priestley,
and
there we
vague,
go.
but solved that issue by encouraging players to use a third-party games master to smooth out any issues during play.
Fuck's sake.
Also, army lists were semi-random, and sometimes you just wouldn't have certain units available to you. However, it's hard not to read the rules for following fire
terrible.
and pack your army full of weapons.
That's actually
with that ability
terrible.
to guarantee a win. Following Fire is a special ability that represented weapons that got multiple shots, like, for example, a Heavy Bolter. But rather than stating that a Heavy Bolter had 3 shots a turn, if your weapon had Following Fire, you continued to roll to hit and wound until you failed to roll to wound. So weapons like heavy plasma guns could use Following Fire on low power to keep rolling strength 7 hits against models within 4 inches of the face. And if all that failed, you could simply rely on some off-table vortex.
Just infinite shots.
Ultimately, during this time, it was a pre-internet era. There were few, if any, tournaments, and no one wrote any of this down. But this would all change in 1993 because out came Second edition.
Fuck me. Look at that. It's a beaut. It is a beaut. And if No, they're not golden age rules, Warpforged. That no. Not everything in the past is good. Okay, Warhammer 40k. You can write good rules which are powerful and balanced. Look at Konflikt 47. Now, this box is amazing. I had this box as a kid. I had the Orcs and the Gretchen. My brother had the Blood Angels. This is where it all started for us. If rumors are to be believed, Games Workshop is going to be making 11th edition inspired by this. On the one hand, that's really fucking cool. On the other hand, is there nothing they won't fucking raise from the dead? They won't necromorph. They're gonna necromorph 2nd edition. But overall, I think it's a positive thing. I'm only teasing.
Games started to get more formalized.
It's nothing
with
sacred.
creation standardized,
Hey, if they bring back the fucking paper terrain, then it'll be all right, man.
and no need for a third party to act as an umpire mid-game. A player wishing to abuse the rules had a banquet of options in just the cast alone. Why not obliterate your opponent's entire army with a virus grenade that just kept spreading endlessly as it killed
Let's
models?
read this. 1 minute.
Individual virus grenade.
The virus grenade contains a lethal genetically tailored virus determine where the grenade hits as normal and place a 2-inch blast marker. Everything on the blast marker is killed on a D6 roll of 3 or more unless protected by sealed armor, Space Marines, Aspect Warriors, and closed vehicles. Protected troops survive automatically. Do not remove models killed straight away. Instead, lie the model down and test to see if the mutating virus spreads to nearby troops. Roll a D6 to establish the contact range in inches for the virus. Any normally vulnerable model within contact range of the victim is killed on a roll of 4, 5, or 6. Every time a model is killed, roll for the contact range for that model and work out if the models within this range are killed. Once there are no more victims in the contact range, the virus is mutated into a safe form and there is no further effect. So yeah, if you have everyone bunched up, they'll die. But if you spread out a little bit, you should be okay. Yeah.
It just kept spreading
Should be alright.
endlessly as it killed models. Individual characters could be pumped to the gills with combat drugs, and if you didn't want to face them, just use
Yeah, they
Hood of
never bring-
Darkness to turn your leader.
They never bring
invisible.
combat drugs
Assassins
back
could
now.
Replace opponents' models with polymorphine and then jump out to deliver the killing blow in combat, or with the famous instant death vortex grenade.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, regular units produced devastating enough effects by themselves. Orc pulsar rockets could cause entire sections of the opposing army to be completely paralysed. Meanwhile, the only thing ever fixed via balance patch was the removal of the virus outbreak strategy card that could be randomly dealt to play.
The dormant virus becomes active. You may play this card at any time. Play the virus counter end on the table. Any monsters 2 inches of it are affected by it, as if a virus grenade had detonated at that spot.
Players at the start of the game. If you want to know what the most powerful army was, I would make a decent case for the Elder Army in White Dwarf
Of course.
196.
Of course.
This battle report pitted the winner of that year's Warhammer 40,000 Players Tournament against the winner of that year's Warhammer
The dead eyes. Blank eyes.
40,000 Staff Tournament, and the army that would emerge
Like a
as
doll.
victorious actually looked quite plain by today's standards, except it wasn't at all. A load of small, cheap, minimally armed Guardian units functioned as a screen for 3 Elder support weapon platforms.
I've
2
lit-
of which had scatter lasers, which were incredibly reliable multi-shot infantry killers. But the critical
It's a
part
weapon
was
of
the
terror.
single distort cannon.
It's
Its
Yeah.
easy
made
trick of
to
instantly killing anything in
intimidate
Yeah.
the enemy.
plate was positioned.
This is a weapon of war.
You
Made
just
to kill.
instantly destroyed them, man.
66% of the time, and usually crippling anything else by
I
distorting it
remember.
somewhere else on the battlefield, was
D-weapons,
typically
man.
balanced by it being inaccurate.
D-weapons.
Unless a Farseer cast a psychic power guide.
Yeah.
You see, this
Elder
wasn't
have
the
always
modern-day
been
version of
broken.
Guide, which just provided rerolls.
They've
This
always
was
been
the
broken.
Original recipe, full fat artificial colours that will mess with your kids' lives guide. This weapon could fire again a second time this turn, except this time it doubled its range and also hit automatically.
Oh
Effectively,
my
this meant
God.
it hard countered any armoured vehicles on the
No!
other side of the board.
My poor
Meanwhile,
boy!
the combat in this army was handled by the Elder Phoenix Lord Janzar, who in this edition was the single most powerful unit for their points in the entire game.
Nice.
Able to simply paralyze and kill almost anything that wandered into her 18-inch charge range. Even the winner's opponent, another tournament winner, couldn't overcome this onslaught.
Team thought Farseer Widdicombe attempts to locate the threads of fate that will ensure him victory and one of the greatest second half comebacks in history.
With an Elder army, with first turn advantage, and a strategy card that allowed them to literally bring a unit back from the dead.
This
So
Elder
it's
on
score
Elder,
one for
yeah.
the Elder, and bring on the next edition. Also, score 1 for my Ko-fi subscribers. The gold tier members get their name and
I have no idea what Kofi is.
person could actually play. The rulebook contained all the points and rules for every unit in the game at that
What a starter set. Dark Elder versus Space Marines, man. Crazy.
point.
Who
because
remembers
all
these fucking
previous
bits of
codexes
terrain, man?
had
These
been
terrain
invalidated.
pieces, man.
And
The
as
jungle
will become
trees.
a theme in this video, this would make it incredibly popular with its players. Unfortunately, as will also become a theme, it was just a little bit broken.
Yeah.
The new all-plastic multi-part Space Marine kit had just been released. And
Still, I'm just going to say it. One of the all-time greatest boxes of models ever made to this day. To this day, I'm just going to say it. No Intercessor, no Grey Hunter, no Emperor's Children, no Death Guard. This is what a Space Marine should look like.
the designers had tweaked them to be pretty points efficient, especially paired with a popular strategy
Why?
at the time known
Victor
as
Fox, if you have to
Rhino
ask,
Rush. Essentially, take a
then
bunch of Marines,
you'll never know.
stick them in rhinos,
I can't be
and
bothered
just
explaining.
throw them forward. Very few extremely strong close combat units existed, so those Marines could be relied on to pull their weight even against units like Orc mobs and small Tyrannid
Ah.
swarms. Meanwhile,
Space Orc Ard Boys. So these were, I believe, were they just regular Orc boys? I felt like they came with metal upgrades. I feel like it was the metal jaw upgrades, and maybe I think you didn't. I think it's I think it was the metal shoulder pads and the metal jaws that they came with. Yeah.
the rhinos could move and still allow the Marines inside to disembark and charge.
Yes.
This gave them a huge threat range of 20 inches.
Yes.
To make matters worse, if you wiped out a unit in combat, you could then perform a sweeping advance,
Oh,
moving
yes.
an additional 2d6 inches and into combat with enemy units
Yes.
who would be unable to move or shoot in response.
Yeah.
And to make things even worse, in the case of designers clearly pushing the envelope too far, Blood Angel's rhinos had overcharged engines where they
Back in my day, you would lose an entire flank to a single 5-man squad of Khorne berserkers. You greenhorns with your Cadian shock troops, your plastic deathcore of Krieg, you don't know how good you've got it. Can only blood surge once. Can't consolidate into a fresh unit and fight that turn. Ha! Ha! They used to charge, hit your lines, kill the unit, consolidate 2d6 into another unit and fight that one. And it would keep going. And it would keep going until either they were dead, everything of yours was dead, or they just didn't make it into combat with another unit. This is why things like close order drill were so mandatory in the Guard. Because it meant you got +1 initiative, which meant you got to fight at the same time as Marines. Which meant that you actually got a chance. You actually got a chance to strike before you died. Spacing was important. Very, very important.
Would move an extra 6 inches on a roll of 2 or more.
Nice.
And Blood Angels got an extra point of initiative on the charge, meaning that they were mostly striking first, and Blood Angels also got an extra point of strength on the charge, meaning that they could easily take out a tank.
Yes, but it is important to note that in the Blood Angel Codex, there was a random rule. There was a rule called Death Company where you had to roll a dice for each like model in your army, and if it rolled badly, it was then removed from the squad and added to a Death Company squad. And the Death Company squad basically had frenzy and had to run at the enemy without hesitating. And so you could be like, okay, I built this tactical squad with like a heavy bolter and like a plasma gun. This is gonna be a really good fire base. And then your heavy bolter guy succumbs to the Black Rage, and he gets taken out of that squad and put into the Death Company squad. And so now your heavy bolter guy, who's really not designed for close combat, is like, "Rah! Horus! Horus!" And he's just like running at the enemy. So well done. You paid like 20 points for heavy bolter. Wasn't going to do anything. It was great.
In combat by attacking with rear armor, and Blood Angel Death Company had an additional 4+ feel no pain save.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The Death Company unit.
But Death Company, but feel no pain could be negated. So if your strength was double their toughness, they didn't get a feel no pain. So if you hit them with a strength 8 battle cannon, they couldn't take their feel no pain saves. So feel no pain couldn't be used against instant death.
Got larger before the game as some of the Blood Angels' army succumbed to the Black Rage and got added into it, potentially allowing the whole army to start the game in one massive unit. The winner of...
Fair and balanced. A sensible policy for a stronger wargaming community.
1999's Grand Tournament looked like this. A fully stocked Rhino to tie units up on turn 1, and a bunch of jump pack troops ready to jump in on turn 2. Luckily, the following
looks
year
cool as fuck.
came Codex Craftworld Elder, which gave the already strong Elder army access to Seer Councils, units of
I
Farseers
remember.
and Warlocks who had re-rollable invulnerable saves and could be supplied with literally infinite warlocks. This, backed up with Wraith Lords, a cheap monstrous creature immune
4+
to
rerollable invulnerable saves.
Plus
Or
cheap
3+ even.
five-man Black Guardian units with star cannons and units of War Walkers to eliminate enemies from range would reign supreme for a small while. In 2002, Chaos got a second Codex edition, which allowed...
This
It's a weapon of terror. It's
is
made
the
to
greatest...
intimidate
The
enemy.
greatest Space Marine, Chaos Space Marine
This
Codex ever
It's a
written
weapon
of
war.
all
It's
time.
made to kill your enemy.
It has never, ever been beaten to this day.
a Chaos player to take an Iron Warriors army, which traded 2 fast attack slots for a heavy support slot.
Yes.
You then filled these 4 slots with multiple units of Obliterators, a unit that could pick one of many weapons to manifest each turn.
Yep,
as well
that's
as
right.
Vindicators or Basilisks or Defilers.
So the way that Obliterators used to work is they didn't have like flesh metal weapons that were like a generic profile. Each Obliterators could manifest assault cannons, las cannons, plasma cannons, or heavy bolters. And each turn you just said what each Obliterator was going to have. So it's like, oh, there's an enemy tank over there. Yeah, my Obliterators all manifest las cannons. By the way, they picked this each turn, and they didn't need to all pick the same weapon. So it's like, you know what? I'll go for 2 las cannons and a heavy bolter. Yeah. Yeah. And then they also got access to basilisks.
That could shoot indirectly. I'm going to call this edition a tie between Elder and Chaos, but just you wait, because along came 4th edition.
Yeah,
In the
baby.
case of the designers
This was my edition, boy! I'm not really making the wrist flicky noise, but this is my edition, boy! There we go.
being 2
Third,
to the party,
going into
4th edition
fourth.
officially
4th was my
fixed the
main
rules
one.
on combats and transport vehicles.
4th was my
Only
main
land
one.
raiders and open top
I played
vehicles let their
3rd,
squads
but
disembark
4th
in
was my
combat,
fave.
and you could no longer just sweeping advance an opposing army away.
Boo!
So the idea became
Boo! I mean, it was better for me as a guard player. It was better for me as a guard player, but also it was way less. You know, it wasn't the same. You know. Yeah. It wasn't the same.
Move forward, get out, and shoot. Eldar were particularly good at this, having falcons and waves.
Have you noticed how Eldar were broken in second, broken in third, and are getting a mention in fourth? Eldar have always been broken.
Serpents. Tau were inadvertently the masters of this strategy. The tactic known as Fish of Fury meant that due to the size of Tau vehicles, units could disembark from their devilfishes, fire, and then be out of range of the opposing unit charging them in combat the following turn.
Indeed.
Necrons were...
I was never against that, though.
Destroyers, although they suffered...
Fish of Fury is one of those things that people complain about like it was a really, really, really big deal, but most of the time, it wasn't. It was just more of a... It's more the meme of the outrage at this point than the actual outrage.
Against armies that could bring units with a 2+ armor save to the table. Space Marine Terminators were briefly able to take 2 assault cannons per unit. The assault cannons had the rending ability to ignore toughness and armor saves. But this didn't bother the Eldar and Chaos players.
Can you imagine how tame does that sound now? Oh my god, they can get double assault cannon. Frankly, you could give every Terminator an assault cannon in 10th edition and people still wouldn't take them.
Who were still shooting things dead from range. This was the first edition where codexes weren't invalidated.
Yes!
The new Eldar Codex in 2006 took away a lot of their toys like Black Guardians. Iron Warriors players braced themselves for their turn to be nerfed, and instead they ended up getting new toys. When Codex Chaos Space Marines was released in 2007,
I feel like this was
they lost the extra heavy support slot, but gained the ability to take a pair of Slaanesh Demon Princes with the power Lash of Submission.
So 3.5 was the better codex, but 4th edition had the Lash Princes, but the 4th edition codex was not as good as the 5th edition, as the 3rd edition one, 3.5 one.
This incredible power could be used to move enemy units 2d6 inches each in the psychic phase, either off of objectives before they were scored, or into the range of the flying demon princes themselves, who weren't slouches in combat.
So you could.
But the pain.
So how it worked is you hit the enemy with the whip, and then you could pull them towards you, and then you could charge them. You're like, come here, boy. Yeah.
Stop there.
Like, really be like,
in 2008 came 5th edition.
Yeah.
As was becoming clear, Games Workshop's strategy of changing the core rules of the game but keeping the codexes the same was causing problems. Because at the same time as the rules were being tightened
5th edition
up,
was good.
people were finding loopholes and exploiting
5th edition
them
was
en masse thanks to a vast amount of activity on web forums.
Yeah,
And
baby.
without balanced
We'll see it,
patches or
baby.
regular FAQs, things as inconsequential as how you allocated wounds in a unit caused massive issues. Basically, the wound allocation system of this time take units that contained models with unique wargear combinations and separate the damage over the entire unit rather than kill off the models in order. So if you had
basically, if you had a squad of 5 guys with 2 wounds each, you could put 1 wound on each model. And so you could take 5 wounds without losing a casualty, whereas by today you'd lose 2.5 models.
10 uniquely armed models and they each had 2 wounds, you could split the incoming fire so that each model took 1 wound and therefore no one would die until the unit took its 11th wound. Once again, trying to find a competitively balanced scenario in the rulebook was impossible, either having an instant win objective game or the hated kill points, where each unit, no matter how large or small, counted for 1 point. So ideally...
this is why 5th edition fucking sucked, and that's a controversial statement. But this is why 5th edition fucking sucked, because it moved away from... So what used to happen is, if you killed an enemy unit, you got its points value as victory points. So that way, if you're playing a 1,500 point game, both sides had 1,500 points for grabs. In 5th edition, it was like, if you kill a unit, you get 1 point. So if you kill a 10-man guardsman squad for like 50 points, that's 1 victory point. But if you've got like a 400-point mega death Terminator unit and I kill it, I get 1 point. Yeah, it's bollocks. So 5th edition had some good stuff going on it, but kill points were literally the worst bit.
Wanted an army with a large, fast, multi-wound, multi-loadout unit. Luckily, Orcs had one already.
Orcs were really good
who were
in 5th.
Very fast.
Very good.
Absolutely abused these rules to the maximum.
They weren't impossible to beat, though.
Like in 2nd and 3rd edition. However, very quickly the 5th edition Imperial Guard
suddenly
message boards were flooded with an unexpected
Codex
event.
Vendetta.
People started talking about garden maintenance equipment. A good old leaf blower army.
Leaf blower wouldn't be a problem today.
And also they have a hedge trimmer army as well.
Good for the tax return.
Good old Warhammer teaching me how to exploit loopholes. The leaf blower was a specific build of mechanized Imperial Guard. You took 5 chimeras, then filled them with Imperial Guard squads and had their heavy
Specifically
weapons firing
veterans.
out the roof. You then put them in a line and used them to block line of sight to 5 assorted indirectly firing artillery pieces directly behind them. Then take a couple of flying Valkyries that could drop off veteran teams with special weapons.
You took Vendettas.
Add in some specialists.
You took Vendettas.
Disrupt enemy reserves and auto fire at any deep striking units, and literally blow most armies off the board. At least in 2011, players could use the Grey Knight.
So, the Imperial Guard Codex was strong, but it wasn't the problem. The problem was the fact that nobody played with any terrain and every board was basically Planet Bowling Ball. That's what the problem was. In today, if you took Leaf Blower and played it on a modern map, it wouldn't be a problem.
Codex, which introduced Drago and his multi-wound Grey Knight Paladins, backed up with dreadnoughts with dual twin autocannons and Cybol ammo to hopefully chew through some of this stuff. At this time, an
Grey Knights were way worse.
Conga line photo taken
Grey Knights are way worse.
2009 European Team Championship.
Who remembers Plasma Siphon?
Germany. The story behind it is that the Tau player
Plasma Siphon Paladins,
and
man.
his Kroot squad was infiltrating. At this time, a player could put their entire army in reserve, so the White Scars player took this option to allow him to essentially redeploy on turn 1.
So, people always go on about how the White Scar guy was a dickhead because he put his entire army in reserve, but there was actually nothing wrong with that in any way, shape, or form. A great myth of this is that the White Scar player was a dickhead and the Tau player was some kind of like hero for working this out. The reality of the situation is that every game was Planet Bowling Ball, and so the White Scar player did absolutely the right thing, where he full reserved his entire army to avoid the Tau gun line. To avoid the Tau gun line. So it was actually a totally valid and sound tactic, taking into account the terrain of the day. And it's been twisted. It's been twisted over the years.
When he moved in from his board edge. However, he never got the chance, as the rules on Infiltrate meant the Kroot could be placed anywhere on the battlefield as long as there was no enemy within 12 inches. They formed a single line on the opponent's table edge.
The Tau player wasn't a dickhead either. There was no dickheads in any situation. The White Scar player did something, and he didn't take into account infiltrators.
It sounds evil, and yet I'd still prefer to play this game than any we are about to come across, because 6th edition got even worse.
Okay. Strap in, kids. Because this shit almost caused GW to go out of business, and that is not an exaggeration.
Now the problems really started. Up to now, none of the additions had been perfect at any point. You could sum them up by saying each of them was 2 steps forward and 1 step back. But in their defense, at least the most broken army in the previous editions looked like an army a normal person would
This is a very good point.
Naturally have in their collection. 6th edition introduced allies via the dreaded and derided allies matrix.
Yeah.
Tau was a thing. You take the best shooting units, Pathfinders and Riptides, and combine them with the best Elder Psykers and fast and powerful and
because Eldar could do guide,
to score
and they could guide their
fact,
Tau allies. So the Tau could get affected by Eldar psychic powers.
A decade-long series of players cherry-picking the best part of 2 or more separate codexes to build a list.
Allies
Aircraft,
never work.
Rare,
Always
Forge
broken.
World only unit were now made in plastic and given powerful rules out of the bat. If you had one of the new codexes like Necrons, you got both powerful flyers and powerful anti-flyer weaponry. And if you didn't, you were pretty much
You were shut out of luck. Yeah, because not everyone got a new codex. Yeah.
You take some Immortals, you put them in a Night Scythe as a dedicated transport,
Yeah.
and then you do that 6 more times. They were cheap, efficient, and you could also use their huge
I remember
base
this.
size to simply
Yeah.
block out areas of the battle.
Yeah, I remember this,
And
man.
even if your opponent downed one of these night sides, the squad inside would be safe and placed in reserve,
Yeah.
ready to re-enter the battle.
So everyone else who had transport flyers, the transport was physically transporting the squad, right? But with Necrons, the reason theirs was broken is because they weren't actually transporting the squad. They were teleporting the squad in from reserve. So if the flyers, or if all the flyers died, it didn't matter because the reserves could still just walk on the board. Yeah.
Battlefield when.
And Mind Shackle
In
Scarabs
interviews since,
Warforged.
Rick Priestley mentioned that this is the time that the sales team started to influence the game's design. Which
Yeah.
is where we suddenly had competitive lists with sometimes 6 or more of the same
Yeah.
models appearing in them, which was fine as long
This is when the sales team. This is when GW went from being led by game designers and hobbyists to being led by the sales team. And this is where it started, and this is where this was the first point, and obviously where we are today is getting towards the late stage of that journey that Games Workshop's been on.
as you bought and painted 4, 5, or 6 of the exact same units. Also, remember that weird point in time when even terrain was powerful? The Aegis defense line, the original one at least, became
Aegis defense line used to be great.
Take for Imperial armies, as it allowed you to give your entire army cover at the start of the game.
So the Aegis defense line used to be great. It was basically pay 50 points, get the wall, and get a cover save. Now, it used to give you a 4+ cover save, but if you went to ground, which is like going down in bolt action, which you could do in 40k, not a stratagem. You know, it was just the thing every unit could do. You got a 2+ cover save. But remember, Ignored's cover would just completely wipe that out.
The original model,
And if you went down in your turn, you could. If you went down in the opponent's turn, you couldn't do anything in your turn.
gave you a free quad autocannon that
Lies! It was not free. It was 50 points to the wall, 25 points for the autocannon.
could be crewed by someone in your army. The rules totally broke down as the rulebook's random mission structure had been supplanted by the fan-built Nova open tournament structure, which turned competitive 40k into a much more formalized experience, but it also meant that Games Workshop were balancing their armies on the rulebook missions, while the tournament community was playing a completely different game. To make it even worse, the core rules were pretty poor.
Games Workshop was not balancing... 1 minute.
Games Workshop were balancing their armies.
They weren't balancing dick. They didn't balance diddly fucking dick. All right? I don't want... You wash your mouth out, because there ain't no fucking balance going on in this edition.
Missions, while the tournament community was playing a completely different game. To make it even worse, the core rules were pretty poorly written. The rules on terrain were 20 pages long, which, after only a couple of years, led to 7th edition. 7th was rushed out very quickly, so it looked very similar to the previous edition.
6.5.
Unfortunately, it managed to make things...
It was beautiful, though.
similar to the previous edition, and unfortunately...
I will say this. The 7th edition books were amazing, man. Look at that. Look at that. You got this hard... You got this box. Where's the picture of it?
After only a couple of years, led to 7th.
So you got this. This wasn't a rule book. This was a box. I've actually still got it downstairs, and it actually contained 3 different books.
Very quickly, so it
and the lore and stuff was separate.
And unfortunately, it managed.
So
to
you
make
had the
things
rules, and then you
even
had the
worse.
2 books of fluff, which is really cool.
The rules more solid, but it led to
I actually really liked it. It was
codex
beautiful books.
refreshes,
Beautiful book.
Out like there was no tomorrow. If you remember that problem of
these were
codexes lasting a huge length of time before being replaced, well, grabbing a hold on this new-fangled internet thing, Games Workshop quickly leaned into the idea that they could
Codex.
on this new-fangled internet thing.
So GW caught a lot of flack because with Codex Supplement Traitor Legions, it was one of the last supplements to come out at the end of Warhammer 40k 7th edition. And they specifically said that they had made it with, future-proof and compatible. And then 8th edition came out, and it was a hard reset. And I personally know Games Workshop managers that, if they probably would have got in trouble for it if anyone had found out. Who basically on the down low said to all of their regular customers, yeah, if you bring it back, I'll give you a full refund. Because it literally came out like 2-3 months before the new edition. GW lied about it, and the GW managers, you know, they were fucking sound blokes. So they were like, yeah, if you just bring it back and get a refund, mate. It's not your fault. Bring it back. Yeah.
Quickly leaned into the idea that they could
really
publish
sound.
ebooks and skip the normal publishing costs of physical codexes.
Yeah.
This, mixed in with specialist formations in certain box sets, led to a massive issue with rules bloat. Death Stars were a thing. You basically took a bunch of characters and then added them all into one unit so they could all hide behind.
So you could add, so there was no limit on how many characters could join a unit. So you would take basically one unit as the glue, and then you would add all the characters onto the unit, and then you could cast a spell called Invisibility, so that, and the spell was very easy to cast, and you could cast a spell called Invisibility, and that would mean that your unit could only ever be hit on 6s in melee and in shooting. And then you were immune to blast weapons, so no blast weapons could hit you. Don't know why being invisible made you unable to get blasted. You'd think that that's how you do it. You just saturate the whole area with blast weapons, but nope. Anyway, and then you could give the unit a 2+ rerollable invulnerable save. So it's a 2+ rerollable invulnerable save, only being able to be hit on 6s in shooting and in melee. It was pretty powerful.
Behind the ablative wounds of that unit. This was made even worse by the fact that allies existed. You could cherry pick the best characters from every single Space Marine codex and stick them all together, usually in a Ravenwind bike unit for added mobility, and
or Wolfstar
special abilities.
Thunderwolf Cavalry were a big one.
7th edition 40k also added super heavy vehicles into the main rules as their curiously named D weapons that would bypass most armor saves and caused instant death to anything with temper.
Yeah, so you could have a 500-point Baneblade, and it could get hit by a single Wraith Guard, and the Baneblade would automatically die.
Plate landed on. Knights came out, and as you would expect from being a large, high-ticket army, were extremely tough to bring down. But worse were the rules for formations. Basically,
because remember, you couldn't. Not everything could wound everything. So vehicles were immune to lasgun fire. So you were, and bolter fire and stuff like that, a bit like it is in bolt action now. So it was a real problem when Imperial Knights came out, because they would just be physically immune to nearly all forms of shooting. So that's the difference between, like, you might say, well, what's the difference with that, and bolt action? Well, in bolt action, like, you don't just have vehicles. Knights, the entire army was basically immune to 90% of the damage output that existed.
If you built a list to a specific theme, you got an inbuilt bonus. If you took the Space Marine Gladius Strike Force formation, you could take 5 or 10 units of Marines, and as a bonus, you got free transports for all of them. That took your 2,000-point tournament army and added 700 points worth of extra equipment in it in the form of 10 free Razorbacks.
And imagine just getting 10 free Razorbacks now. This was not even overpowered by the standards of the day.
Most likely all armed with dual assault cannons.
Wasn't even that bad.
You could do that.
I mean, it was bad.
You were nuts enough to risk buying all of these extra models in the face of a sea of changing rules. By the time it was over, 7th edition had around 50 supplements. They were in
that was a lot. I didn't remember.
Carry them all around.
I didn't remember how many there was.
50 supplements was 49 supplements too many. Luckily, around the corner was 8th edition, as well as a brand new CEO. The massive impact of 8th edition was like a...
So 7th edition was so bad that Games Workshop nearly went under. They basically had a year where they made no profit, and they changed CEO. And that's how you know when you fucked up. That's how you know when that's how you know Games Workshop knew they'd fucked up, because you don't change CEO if everything's going really well.
Wave of clean water washing away the stale bed sheets of the previous mess.
This was great, man. 8th edition was great. 8th edition was great, and it had so many problems, but it was still great. I would still take 8th edition now. No questions asked. I'd still take 8th edition right now. 8th edition, just before Vigilus Defiant, is the best Warhammer 40k has ever been. It was the perfect confluence, the perfect meeting of Games Workshop being humble, digital updates to keep things balanced, and being fresh and interesting. You had all of the old units, so you had unbelievable unit variety, but you had new units coming out. Games Workshop didn't invalidate old shit, they just brought new shit. And then Vigilus came out, and things like the Lost and the Damned went away, Allegiance went away. It was, yeah, that's there. Yeah.
Bed sheets of the previous mess.
Such a good launch box as well.
New, tighter and simplified rules offered up with new army lists for every army on day one. The experience was so full on, most players were unable to really confirm how powerful everything was because the game was just so different to anything
it was great
before. Stratagems added an interesting twist as they added an element of player skill that meant players couldn't easily copy an army from the internet and expect to use it to simply wipe the floor with their opponents quite as easily as they could before. Naturally, there was a bedding in period where armies going first had a 60% win rate in tournaments until those players learnt the value of reserves and skirmishing screens to prevent the now much faster gameplay from leading to a turn 1 alpha strike by the
and we were still on a 6x4 board, remember?
By a few players to
and morale was impactful. Remember, morale was impactful, and we were on a 6x4 board. We were eating good, boys. We were eating good in this edition. My God. There were problems. Don't get me wrong. There were problems. But overall, we were eating good.
Rounds in one list quickly led to Games Workshop countering with a core rules change that is in place to this day that limited each unit to only
and that was good.
3 times.
This is what I mean.
In fact,
there were problems, but Games Workshop fixed them.
Otherwise oppressive units that were overpowered.
Games Workshop fixed them.
Like the Primaris Executioner and Knight Castellan fixed with free rules updates.
Yeah,
you would expect
it was great.
New units to be overpowered, but this wasn't always the case. The first round of Primaris Marines were extremely weak, and players had to wait years before
very
the
reasonable
Iron Hands and Raven Guard Codex supplements pushed them into the top tier before being quickly nerfed. Tournament support was taken seriously, with factions balanced to within around 20% win rates. But inevitably,
look at that, man.
Factions balanced to within around.
Look at that, man. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but look at how different. The Guard is still on a 42% win rate. We never change. Look, let me move my face, man. Let me move my face. 1 minute. Oh, shit. 1 minute. Right, look at that. Ashman-Atom, 42% win rate. You know what? Some things never change. Some things never change, boys. Some things never change. Yeah. Just still doing our bit every day. 42% every day. Never too much, never too little. Always just pootling along in the 40s. Yeah. That's it. The sacred number, 42. The sacred number
started to appear. The Resin Forge World units had their own rules and weren't balanced at all like the regular game was. Some of which went on reigns of terror over the edition. And
oh yeah, I remember these guys
in their armies lists. The biggest issue was with the Allies system. Allies were still a thing, but
Loyal
the designers
32
tried to make them harder to abuse. Eventually, Imperial players found the most efficient way to take them, which was the Loyal 32, i.e. a battalion of 2 company commanders.
Imagine it, boys. Where the Emperor's true finest was the most powerful allied force you could bring. Where every single Imperial player was taking a platoon of guardsmen. You know what? It's actually beautiful because, of course, there'd always be a platoon of guardsmen hanging around, man. There'd always be a platoon of guard hanging around. I was never mad at the Loyal 32. I was never mad. It was totally fine. Totally fine. Yeah.
And 3 10-man Imperial Guardsman units. This was the cheapest way to generate 5 command points.
The Loyal
and only
32.
cost 186 points. Its very existence meant that all Imperial armies were balanced around people taking them to boost their command points. In fact,
Exactly.
why not take
Have the
Loyal
guard hold some
32,
objectives.
a Castellan Knight, and 3 Blood Angels commanders with jump packs, thunder hammers, and storm shields. Even after a series of nerfs, it was still an overbearing force on the tabletop, or at least it was, until a couple of years later. 9th edition was another attempt to fix issues in the...
So I quite like 9th edition. The thing is, 9th edition had huge... Everything in 9th edition was released broken and then utterly nerfed into the ground. That's the entire edition.
Game by changing the main rules, but leaving the codexes intact.
Yeah.
It was mainly a series of tweaks to the 8th edition rule set, with allies no longer providing the benefits.
Look at these
to
fucking
command
launch
points
boxes,
and a
man.
few
Loads of stuff in
other
them.
things.
GW doesn't
I'm
skimp
not
on
sure
launch boxes.
if
I'll
you've
give them
heard or
that.
not, but there was a big pandemic during its release that prevented people actually playing it in person.
The event!
However, by the time
The event!
people did, it became clear that it was a mixed bag. On one hand, armies started to look like single armies again rather than patchwork quilts. On the other hand, it was clear that
I do
the
prefer that.
stratagem system had got out of hand. More specifically, each
Yeah.
army having access to 5 pages of strategies
Yeah,
that
there's
they could
so
gotcha
many
each other
of
with
them.
during casual game. And with
There was
around
so
20
many
armies
of
in the
them.
game, that's 100 total pages of rules to remember.
Yeah.
The stratagem system started off as a kind of quaint bonus that allowed you to do small effects like turn a heavy bolter into a weapon that did D3 more
Yeah.
wounds on a 2 or more, which was nice but hardly broken. Unfortunately,
It wasn't that there were too many stratagems. It's that the stratagem creep got out of hand. That's the issue. Stratagems, there was never an issue with how many stratagems there were. People say there was. The issue is how powerful they were.
as the game progressed, newer codexes got better and better stratagems that allowed units to duplicate their actions, like firing or attacking in combat twice.
Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't the armies that actually broke the game, it was new players being gotcha'd mid-game by a surprise stratagem, allowing a unit to attack after death or move to a completely different
Yeah, the gotcha
location.
thing was
At
bad.
least the armies themselves were almost balanced. Almost. Due to the quantity of releases and the newer armies being playtested against each other, it led to Elder and Tyranid codexes being playtested against the newer Leagues of Votann codex.
Oh
and
my
the totally
God.
new Votann army being moved up in power to counter them. This led to the
Votann. So you, for those of you that didn't play 9th, you cannot understand how bad Votann were when they first dropped. There was a very famous incident when someone took 1,000 points of Votann and played it against 2,000 points of Custodes, and they tabled the Custodes player very quickly. It was insane. They basically had army-wide lethal hits 4+. And everything ignored cover. And they had army-wide inbuilt -1 AP, like against them. Army-wide, they had army-wide Armor of Contempt, army-wide ignores cover, army-wide lethal hits 4 up. Yeah, it was
An
very
army being
bad.
so powerful on release that Games Workshop made a video about it and promised a balance patch before the rules were fully released. The combo was nerfed with a balanced data slate, and the addition just kind of settled in. Armies that could field large amounts of powerful indirect fire
6 months
units
later,
like
they were
Space
dead,
Marines,
because
Elder, and
6 months
Death
later,
Guard
10th edition
moved
came
to
out.
the top of the rankings by just shooting units that were trying to capture objectives to death. Websites like StatCheck and Goonhammer broke down
1 minute, where's the guard? Ah, they've ruined it. God damn it. The immortal. The sacred number has been. The sacred number has been
tournament scores in a publicly
exceeded.
available space, and we appeared to hit a post-balanced state. 1 or 2 armies poking over the 60% win threshold was just news that they were going to get nerfs focusing on key units in the winning lists in a few months' time. But the 3-year release cycle demanded another edition.
Yeah.
It was time for a change. 10th edition came out in the same...
See, we really could have done with one more year of 9th. We really could have done with one more year of 9th. If just... I'm not that I didn't like 10th edition. Maybe even not even a full year. 6 more months would have been enough. 9th edition had problems. But I think if you'd had 6 to 9 months more and 2 or 3 more balance patches, it could have been peak. But it just as it was... Because you had all the factions out there. Because the thing is, you had all the factions out there. World Eater was like the last codex to come out. And then Games Workshop just didn't balance the game after that point. Because they knew 10th edition was coming out. So they were like, there's no point in trying to balance the game that's going to be dead.
Installers 8th with an entire rule set, simplified rules, and easier to read datasheets that reduced the amount of complexity around weapons and added unique abilities to each unit.
Every unit
Each
getting a
army
unique
had
ability.
free PDF rules available on
Who remembers
day one.
that?
Sadly, even by giving away free rules to everyone, Games Workshop could not catch a break. Issues with fixed squad sizes and all units costing the same regardless.
But that's... No, I disagree. I really, really, really strongly disagree. It's not GW couldn't catch a break. If they hadn't done fixed squad sizes, I will say this right here, right now. If they hadn't done fixed squad sizes and they hadn't done fixed points for each unit, there is a really strong, and I'm not gonna lie to you, there's a really, really strong chance that 10th edition would be the best edition they'd ever make. And I'm gonna say something right now. If 11th edition comes out and they bring back granular points and variable squad sizes, it will be the best edition. Even if they don't change anything else, if they just basically adapt the existing codexes for that system, if they don't do anything else, that would be the best edition we'd ever had. And then all they would need to do at that point would be to start the addition of gain. Start bringing back. Start bringing back units. That's all they need to do. And what they need to do is they need to do an old world. Okay, they need to do. Look at Renegade Crowns. No official models exist for Renegade Crowns, but Old World has this policy where in each codex it says, "Hey, you can represent this unit using like Empire State Troops or Bretonnian Men at Arms or whatever it may be." They could bring back conscripts and then say, "You could represent this unit by using Caden Shock Troops with the upgrade kit." That's all they need to do. Take 10th edition. Granular points, variable squad sizes, and start bringing in designer note units. Basically, saying, hey, look, nod, wink, buy these models to get them. Do that. And I think you have the perfect edition from... not the perfect edition. You have the best edition we've got yet. And then... Well, then we need to just start... thinking about bringing some poverty boxes in there, because Games Workshop needs to start bringing in some budget boxes. They really do. They're losing so much money. They need to be bringing things back like Snapfit Conscript, stuff like that. They need to be bringing back those poverty boxes 100%. Yeah.
Of different war gear loadouts chafed some people. However,
a lot
the
of
big issue was that
a lot of
players
people
had got a lot more active when they're gaming. The miniature wargaming community had rapidly adjusted to use Tabletop Simulator on Steam over the course of the pandemic, and were now able to put their collective hive mind brain into working out what the top armies were within around 48 hours of the rules dropping. Death Guard and... But
that is only possible because of the fixed squad sizes and granular points, making it too simple.
Adeptus Mechanicus
Lack of granular
were
points.
on the bottom end, and you'll never guess who was right at the top. The Elder once again.
Yeah.
Specifically, the Elder Wraith Knight combined with their special Fate Dice ability. Essentially, an Elder player got a special store of dice that they could roll in advance of the game and then spend other dice they rolled.
I cannot say this enough. I would forgive Games Workshop so much if they just brought granular points and variable squad sizes back. I'd forgive so much.
to trigger its
And
devastating
conscripts.
wound ability, and therefore dish
Conscripts,
out 2d6
variable points.
unsavable mortal wounds.
I'm ready to go.
From then, it got even worse, because on your opponent's movement phase, you could declare Overwatch using its towering ability.
And then
to
you
see
could
over most
use
cover,
the
and a
6.
fate dice to
Yeah.
substitute a 6 to automatically hit, starting the entire cycle again and ruining most enemy armies before turn 2. People
Yeah.
threw tantrums online for the 3 months
That was
this
me.
combo existed, and all I could
That was
do
me.
was sit back and laugh.
That was also
because
me.
I knew of everything that had come before. The cold hard fact is that once you build a set of miniature wargaming rules and expose it to thousands and thousands
Yeah.
of players, many of whom play it multiple times a week and many of whom play it professionally on YouTube,
Hey.
the dominant strategy will get worked out very quickly. The moment the book is sent out to influencers, someone somewhere is now financially obligated to find the most powerful stuff. This
That's true.
manifested the same way it always does, with a small amount of people making a huge amount of noise about the rules being broken and the whole edition being junk, and a much larger amount of people buying loads more models and just waiting 3 months for the inevitable round of nerfs.
Also
In
me. I did
conclusion,
both.
everything
I
will
played both
eventually
sides,
change.
so I always
buy
come out
what
on
you
top.
Like, paint what you like. Please subscribe. Click this video for more, and I'll see.
Nice. All right. Nice. Well, I'm going to put a link to that video down in chat. That was a really good video. And by and large, it did absolutely hit the nail on the head. It really, I mean, I have so many stories about different, I could add a lot to that. I could absolutely add a lot to that. That was a really, 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 really good video. Massive, massive shout out to Olden Demon. And he was pretty much spot on in his assessment. But clearly the guy knows what he's talking about. Clearly the guy's done his research. Excellent work. There were a few bits that he did miss, but yeah, he did a very, very good job. Yeah. Crack Duck, great time to stream, mate. I have got your message. I haven't had time to get back to you, but I will get back to you. It might not be this week, but I will get back to you. All right. Now, I'm very far behind on Super Chats now, so I need to catch up on them. Like, when I say far behind, I'm talking like an hour behind. Roving Rebel, thank you for coming to the member, mate. Appreciate the support, bud. Nostalgia Vivek, thank you for the Super Chat. Tournament AAR and Drop Fleet stuff in stream discussion. Let's have a look, man. Start with the after action report. Overall thoughts, the tournament was good. Not as good as the last couple, but I still had fun. I took Chaos Space Marines and my brother took Space Marines. Game 1 was the shit Siphon Power mission, and me and my brother were paired into the two best players. One with the Penitent Host melee army, 60 attacks like 10 Arcos is mental, and one with an all Dread Space Wolf army. They're decent lads to play against, but by the nature of them being the top meta players, me and my brother going for shits and giggles, though he is the third ranked player, but it's a near 1,000 point difference between him and number 1. We didn't do as poorly as we expected, but still lost pretty poorly. It's always going to happen at this stage in addition, because most people who are still going to tournaments at this stage in addition are the ones that are pretty hardcore. Yeah. Game 2 was against two kids who I don't think knew each other. It was their first... Okay, the complete opposite. Game 2 was against two kids who I don't think knew each other. It was their first tournament and first few games. Again, they were decent lads to play against, but they clearly hadn't got their reps in. As my brother teach one of them to play whilst we were fighting, and he was already well worn down from planning a work event. I helped where I could, but he's miles better player than me. We won this game. I think it was 81-52. One I was playing Necrons, one was playing Nids. Doomsday Arc fucking shredded my damage dealers. Hope these lads stick it out and learn their armies more. I can see some potential in their playing. Nice. Always good to try, and it's always good to try and encourage and coach the new blood. Always good. I always take my time with new players because you want them to pass that on themselves. I had a lot of people that took a lot of time with me when I was a kid doing Warhammer, and I've always passed that forward in the hope that they'll do the same thing. Yeah. Game 3 was against Chaos Knights and Death Guard. I don't like playing Death Guard. They just don't die and it gets a bit dull. They like playing Fallout on very hard. It's pointless because all it does is mean you have to shoot them more. I get it's their gimmick, but so many armies denied their gimmick because of game balance. War Dog's also kind of mental with their melee profile, but we lost this game. Can't remember the score. It was tough and a little bit of slog. My opponents were good lads though. We didn't come last, thankfully, but not far off. Yeah, Death Guard are a fucking slog to play against. I haven't unleashed the new Death Guard on Simon yet, but I'm pretty certain. Simon keeps saying he wants to play 40k. I need to just unleash Death Guard on him, and then we'll cut that nonsense out. Oh man. Oh man. In other news, it just sounds very much like a late stage tournament. You had people who were just no life in the game, people who are only just getting into it, and then people with just really strong factions. It's a classic late stage RTT. Is what it is. Is what it is. It'll be in 8 months' time when the new edition comes out. It'll be completely different. Yeah. In other news, my drop fleet collection is going nice. I have another core box and battleship on order and have been coming up with some structure for my fleet. I've decided on the name Grand Fleet Heritage, as the fleet gets a lot of its ships named from things from Christian culture and Eurasian history. For example, the battleship in the picture is the Byzantium-class super battleship that I have called the UCMS Theotokos, Greek for the Mother of God. It's a title the Orthodox Christians have given the Virgin Mary. My corvettes and frigates are mostly named after medieval and early modern weapons. My battleship that is on the way is the Hanoi battleship, which is going to be called the USCM Diem, after the Catholic South Vietnamese leader who was killed in a CIA-backed coup. My London-class class dreadnought will be called the UCMS Empire, keeping a strong theme for my fleet. Already coming up with the concept for my resistance fleet that I don't own yet. I'm thinking of something liberation-focused like US Founding Fathers, the British statesmen, and such involved with the campaign against slavery, anti-communist and other anti-authoritarian freedom fighters, like things from post-war Eastern Europe. Dude, sounds fucking cool, man. They do look great. Absolute beast. Yeah, man. It sounds cool. And I love the amount of like lore and narrative and vibes that you put into the army. Dude, it's cool as fuck, man. Yeah. Very, very cool. The sounds of it, love to see it. And I'm looking forward to seeing that big fucking dreadnought painted up, man. Holy shit. Roving Rebel, thank you for the super chat, man. Send you an email with a Konflikt 47 theme song I made. Think you get a kick out of it. Full disclosure, though, use an AI tool to do it. I don't care about AI. Some people get the knickers in a twist about it. For me, that's not my fight. Yeah. Let me have a look. Okay, I'm going to get to it in a little moment, Roving Rebel, because I've got to play Cosmic's new song and then your new song, but it shouldn't be too long, and then I'll get to it. Margaret Talibalan, Deus Tal! Deus Tal! Thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for the extra detachment of state troops. Thank you for doing your part. James Paints Plastic, thank you for the super chat, bro. Cathay Infantry Corps in stream discussion. Old world hype, honestly. Oh my god, look at this, man. Finished day, PS tanks were epic scale, in case you hadn't noticed. Love these Cathay models, so much character. Dude, I hadn't noticed. These were epic scale? Holy shit, man. Okay, well then that's even more impressive that you painted epic scale models. It actually looked like they were full scale, the amount of detail you picked out on them. Holy shit, man. Oh my god, Cathay! Shit, man, these guys look great. The banners. Holy shit, the banners, man. Oh my god. Old world hype train. Old world hype fucking train, baby. I think Cathay's a really, really cool army. I think basically just ban the balloons, and they're pretty solid. 1 balloon per army, and I'd ban them because I think they look stupid. But that's a good job I'm not in charge. But yeah, I would say max 1 balloon per army. That's it. Or non-balloons. Give them something else. Yeah. What they need is mini sentinels, like mini terracotta troops that act as the equivalent of like trolls and croxigors and stuff. They need that equivalent. Yeah. Oh my god. I love the effect, the brass effect you've got on the cannon man. Very, very cool. Yeah. Nice. Big boy. Big boy. Love that. Very, very cool. Yeah. Very, very cool. James, absolutely bloody smashed it, mate. They look phenomenal. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. New song ready whenever you are. Dude, don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I just ended up doing a big long reaction to that Orlan Demon thing, but I haven't forgotten, mate. Don't you worry. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the support. Dying for the Emperor in stream discussions, sir. Empire, let's have a look. Banzai, me and the boys dying for the Emperor, waiting for the armies of Japan version 3 book. What is this? What is this? Oh my god, what the Right. Empire of the Sun, but you're surrounded at the Awature Pocket on Okinawa. Alright, let's have a look. Let me have a look. I think I am going to Chicken Death Stage. I'm going to come back to this. I'm going to do it at the same time that I do the songs and stuff. And then I'm just going to come back through and do all this. All right. It looks cool as fuck, but don't worry. I've not missed it. It's in the queue. It's in the queue. So John Davies, thank you for the super chat, man. Hearthguard lore, next request options, 1 of 4 warriors, 1 of 4 Sagittarius, or 1 of 2 Mole Mortar crews. Dude, obviously the warriors. Obviously the warriors. Warriors are the best bit. So John, Hanzir Sanna of the Arkworld Hearthguard. Arkworld Hearthguard band earned their commission through repeated hold and exhaust actions aboard deposited ships scheduled for salvage. Now Sanna and her unit has taken the contract as the salvage force's defense guard and hostile access actions. Sanna earned her position from the twin guard shift to salvage action 338-CC, where due to a plasma surge knocking out power and comms, she was forced to hold an archery way with only her and Vrina for 6 hours against the alerted Lost Orc population. That's cool, man. Yeah, I always am going to pick the infantry corps. Zadron, always the infantry corps. More, please. I love it, man. More, please. Matthew Sinclair, thank you for the super chat. Plea for the old world hero in stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. If anyone will be up for a really fun 2-day Old World Teams tournament this weekend, some very good players, a really nice crowd, and Ed from Close Order is expecting to be there streaming games. We've got a spare place for the team and could load an army if you're Old World curious. Fee is paid, so we just got to get to Saffron Walden in Essex. Okay, I'm going to do this, all right? I'm going to ping everyone on the Discord. Everyone, light the beacons. Light the beacons. The old world calls for aid. Free ticket available. See message that I have replied to. There you go. Hopefully that'll get someone. Hopefully that'll get someone. There you are. There you are, mate. We need a hero. Hold out a hero for the night. There you are. All right. De Krampus got some Krieg related. Thank you for super chat, man. Got some Krieg related fun in stream discussion. Brand new coat and a brand new shanty. I'm going to put the shanty in the queue, mate, along with the others, being fair. And then I'm going to look at the coat. Here we go. Next year's Halloween is going to be a fun one. I've obtained a Krieger coat by a really nice tailor on Etsy who's willing to modify one of their standard greatcoats with a custom collar and pin backs for the coat flaps. I've also picked up a pattern for a very Krieg-like backpack and will be dusting off my leatherworking skills. Praise be to ADHD hobby hopping. There we go. Nice, dude. That looks sick, man. Holy shit, man. Yes, 1,000 times yes. Mate, now you need one of those 3D printed like Krieg helmet and gas mask combos, and you're gonna be quids in, man. Yeah. Holy moly. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, bro. New project in chat. I've tried my hand at a Krieg paint scheme for this Chimera, primed it at Bad and Black, stippled with Nagaroth Knight and the Fang, then dry brushed with some Void Shield Blue and a bit of Lead Belcher and Ironbreaker. I'm about to get some Achelian Green to wash it. Decided to set my whole stripe apart from my Cadians by using Corn Red instead of Mephiston Red. Let's have a look. Mate, it looks good. Bro, you can barely fucking tell you primed this thing in a Bad and Black. Holy shit, man. The fucking, that line is so crisp, man. Oh, it's so crisp. Mate, dude, it's looking good already, and it's not even fucking finished, man. Holy shit. All right. Yeah, I agree on the side of it. That looks banging. JP Taylor, JV Taylor, thank you for the super chat, man. What can I expect with the US Winter Starter for bolt action? Good. Oh, yeah. If the US Winter Starter set for bolt action is one of the best kits they do right now. Shitloads of infantry. You get 2 good vehicles and a solid artillery piece. Literally can't go wrong. Literally can't go wrong. And you get the medium more. You get 2 sources of indirect fire, which is what you always want. 2 medium machine guns. Can't go wrong with that. Shitloads of infantry and 2 good armored vehicles. Literally, it's an all-killer, no-filler box set. Highly recommend it. 10 out of 10. In fact, you're probably going to get more than 1250 points in it. You're probably going to end up with like 1500 points. And you're going to have to like pick what you're going to take. Yeah. I would say, you know, if you end up going for like max out on the infantry, max out, you know, take all the infantry you can, take the 2 armored vehicles, and then the artillery team and the medium mortar. Anything you can include after that as a fucking bonus, man, because you're getting your indirect fire, you're getting your tanks, and you're getting your infantry. Yeah. Really, really solid. All right, we are fully caught up on super chats. We're fucking fully caught up. Thank you guys. Thank you for your patience, and thank you for your support. And I wanted to catch up on those quickly, but I wanted to also make sure I was replying properly. Now, I am going to be listening. We've got some songs coming in here. That people want me to listen to. So we've got the remastered version of the intro song. So Mordian. So Cosmic Drew is the guy that actually made the intro song for the channel, and he very generously gave it to the channel as well. And he's been remastering some of his old songs from a few years ago. And so this is March of the Mordian 50th Rifles version 2. So we're going to listen to this, then we're going to listen to a Konflikt 47 song, A Weird War, and then we're going to look at the video from Chicken Detonator, and then we're going to listen to the sea shanty from the Krampus. Now, I'm going to put Cosmic song on, and I'm going to put my headphones on and take it with me whilst I go downstairs and grab a drink. So Cosmic, don't worry, I'll be listening along, and I'm going to be up and down before the end of the song anyway, mate, so don't worry. And yeah, dude, I listened to like a tiny bit of this, but I haven't heard the whole thing before, so this is going to be me actually hearing it for the first time. So I'm going to be back in a moment. Here we go. Mordian, March of the Mordian 50th Rifles version 2. I need to turn the background track song off.
Technology may be advanced.
This is fucking sick, this song, man. This is fucking sick, man. I am loving it. This is making me want to play 40k again. Yeah. I think this is the new stream intro. Yeah, I think this is the new stream intro, man. It's like the artwork that Cosmic's done for it is simple but very effective.
Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the toss fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall.
Sick as fuck, man.
Answering the Emperor's call.
Yeah, man.
So let their story be told. Through the
This is what it should be about.
to come.
This is what it should be about, boys.
50 rifles and of the wars that they have won.
This is what it's all about, boys. That was very, 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 very cool, Cosmic. Yeah, that was really, I really, really, really like that. Chills, bro. Like, actual fucking chills, man. Right, liking that. I'm going to link that down in chat, of course, mate. And, yeah, liking that and going to make sure I bookmark it. That is going to be new. Yeah, that's the new, in the new colors. Dude, in the color scheme. Yeah, don't worry, I noticed, man. I noticed, son. I noticed. Yeah, man. Odin, why did you end up liking the Mordians more than the Kree, Catachan, and all the other ones? Was it Yarrick? Well, Yarrick's for Armageddon Steel Legion. So I ended up liking the Mordians very simply because I like ranked up models. It's that simple. I do not like skirmish formation. I like rank. I mean, I grew up playing. I grew up playing Warhammer Fantasy. So for me, and whenever I played Warhammer 4th edition, I always used to take close order drill on my infantry. Like I like first rank. I like my favorite order is first rank fire, second rank fire. A take aim, I think, is the better order, but yeah. Why not Praetorians then? Because Praetorians were not available to buy at the time, and Mordians were. And I actually preferred the peaked caps. Yeah, I preferred the peaked caps vibe. But yeah, I love the Mordians. Love them. I think they're great. Love the I feel like the more it's for me. It's the rank. It's the volley fire aesthetic. It's the drip. But it's also the iron discipline. What I love about the Mordian lore, I'm going to listen to some more stuff. What I love about the Mordian lore is that it's quite grimdark. You know, they're portrayed as being incredibly competent, incredibly capable soldiers who are often underestimated, but they have who will always obey orders to the letter, but they have flaws. And one of their flaws being that if all of their officers die, then the soldiers will just carry out the last order they received, because that's the last order they received, and they always do as they're told. So there's been loads of examples, loads of examples of like Mordian units that, you know, have been like that have been like, you know, that are on, let's say that the Imperial Guard is doing like a defense at, oh, 1 minute, I'm gonna sneeze. Hey, pardon me. Let's say, you know, here's an example. Let's say the Imperium wants the Mordians to retreat, to preserve that manpower, but the officers are dead and they can't get through to them on the Vox. So everyone else around the Mordians will retreat, but the Mordians won't use their initiative. They won't go and look around and be like, everyone else is retreating. They'll go, we were told to hold here, so we are holding here. And they'll get surrounded, cut off, and annihilated, but they never disobeyed their orders. They fight the last man every single time. They never break, they never bend, they never waver, but they're really, really susceptible to disruptions in the chain of command. which leads to, and there's a really good example in the Last Chances, the first Last Chances book, when the Last Chances are marching alongside a column of Mordians. They're all marching down the road, and the Mordians are marching in perfect lockstep as they march, and then it's like a company of Mordians, and they're like the company command squad's at the front of the column, and without warning, an enemy plane comes in, a rebel plane comes in and strafes the column. And just by like fluke, the officers in charge are killed on the first pass. It might be a platoon, but like the officer in charge is killed on the first pass. So all the Last Chances are like diving for cover. All those chances of diving for cover, like making sure they're avoiding the plane, and the Mordians just keep marching, and they're like, get down, and they just ignore, and the Mordians just ignore them, and the plane just keeps strafing until eventually it runs out of ammo and flies off, and that's because the Mordians were never given the last order they received was, we're going to march from here until we get to the front lines, and the officer died, and the officer didn't tell them to take cover, so they didn't take cover. Yeah, so. That's a little bit of an extreme example, but that's how disciplined they are, but also how flawed that discipline and rigid adherence to command can be. So yeah, they're that's why I like them. They're very, very disciplined. They fire in ranks. They've got very pretty uniforms, but they're a regiment which has flaws, and that's cool. Yeah, that's very, very cool. All right, what have we got next? So next one, we've got a Konflikt 47 song. This is called A Weird War.
Something's not right.
Who sent this in, by the way? Roving Rebel.
Something went wrong. How did we get here? The power of the rift will save us. The power of the rift will destroy us. Science meets alchemy and creates blasphemy.
This is cool.
Meets Trick Wolf and tearing limb from limb. Totem core, the dead give a frightening roar. What a weird war. Did the Nazis really go?
It's kind of interesting.
Away? Will FDR save the day?
Praise FDR. Praise FDR.
It's time to despair. Tesla coils, gravity guns, and rail cannon, and mass conscription, mandatory enlistment. All will fight, all will die, no matter what side. Have all the English gone? What is this life?
That's the robots, yeah.
Of the rift. Blood red skies,
that means green bolt. Interesting.
I return to Imperial Japan. Is this truly the making of man? Ghost technology manifest destiny, spreading democracy. Wait, is that Mussolini?
the green vault.
This is the end.
That's quite good, actually. Yeah. I quite like it. It feels very Konflikt 47. Okay. 10 out of 10. Yeah, I liked that. That was cool. I liked that. Yeah. Nice. Okay, so then we've got, this is something from Chicken Detonator, Empire of the Sun, but you're surrounded at the Awacha Pocket on Okinawa. So I think this is his reenactment group. Banzai! 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 Absolute mad lads out on patrol. Do you speak Japanese? Men only want one thing. And it's not money. It's not power. It's the opportunity to take place in a Banzai charge. It's so cool, man. It's so cool. I can't wait to play more bot action in K47, man. Oh, man, that's sick, bro. I love how you've got the Arasaka with the monopod. Banzai! That's the only word I know. This is cool, man. The Hoi 4 Japan theme. Yeah, man. I knew I recognized it. Someone get on the LMG, man. Someone get on the LMG. Oh, no, he's down. He's down. It's to reload. That's cool, man. Oh, he's got the like proper boots and everything, man. He's got the proper feet, you know. Banzai! Oh, mate, sick. Actually sick as fuck, man. Actually sick as fuck. You guys better do a Banzai charge at some point. I want to play some Hoi 4 now. Yes, the cannon! Yes, the cannon! Yes, the chicken cannon! The LMG's down, man. The LMG's out. If that's I think that's the American firepower coming in on the. I think these Japanese are cooked, boys. I think these Japanese are cooked. All that firepower you hear, I think that's coming from the American team. I think these Japanese are cooked, man. He's going for it. He's going for a charge. Got a little glimpse of the enemy there, just at the end. A little glimpse. Yeah, when you think about it, there was so much more firepower from the Americans because they've got semi-auto rifles. Fucking OP as fuck, man. Please nerf.
Hey, is the fish I put on burnt, like dead, or like can I still eat it? You can probably still eat it, man.
Eat the fish. Yeah. So cool. See, the Americans don't get to do that kind of stuff. You guys just get to be boring and win. Boo. Boo. Who gives a fuck about winning when you can banzai? Yeah, who gives a fuck about winning when you can banzai? That's what it's all about, baby. Do you get to speak in an offensively stereotypical Japanese accent today? I fucking hope so. That's called immersion. That's why I'm signing up. That's why I'm signing the fuck up. Hey, if I can go around and doing an offensive German accent, an offensive French accent, I better be able to go around and do an offensive Japanese accent when I'm doing a reenactment as a Japanese soldier. I'm gonna be like a Krieger. They're gonna have to hold me back from banzai charging. The commissar's going to hold me back. I'm going in every time. Not even hesitating. There you are. Yeah. Yeah, that's so cool, man. Yeah. Yeah. So good at the end, just getting through the full banzai. That's so cool. Yeah. If you want to be a lone Krieger amongst Japanese, I have a line of quotes. Chicken Detonate. That was really cool, man. That was really cool. We've actually got one more song here, and this is Shake the Earth, an Earth Shaker Shanty. This is 40k. This is by De Krampus, is it? Yes, De Krampus. Oh, I need to put a link to those videos, by the way, in stream, so people can watch them.
Oh, the guns are cold and the dawn's still gray. Haul that shell, boys, haul. We'll wake the world in the Emperor's way. Haul that shell, boys, haul. Prime the charge and seal her tight. Brace your soul for the holy light. Fire once more for the Emperor's might. Shake the earth into the night. Raising shell to smite the foe. Strike them down with a mighty blow. Lift and load and lock her tight. Shake the earth into the night.
So here's the Japanese video, if you want to watch that one.
Smoke rolls thick.
And I can't share the K-47 song because it's on Suno.
That shell, boys, ram. Shrapnel falls and the ground runs red. Ram that shell, boys, ram. The Foxmen call, the range is right.
And then this is the shanty we're listening to right now. Make sure you go and check them out. Give them some likes, boys. Give them a view, give them a like. You know they're worth it.
Into the night. Raising shell to smite the foe. Strike them down with a mighty blow. Lift and load and lock her tight. Shake the earth into the night. Shells are spent and the barrel's hot. Swab her clean, boys, swab. One more round for the Emperor's lot. Swab her clean, boys, swab. Mark
The Krampus, you're getting a few subscribers, man. You're getting a few subscribers. You're up to 400 subscribers already, mate. It's fucking sick, bro. I think, keep going. I think it's gonna be big. Keep going. Yeah. Whatever AI program you're using, make sure you've got there's like different tiers. I would honestly recommend you make sure you get the paid version or whatever it might be, so that the songs are actually yours and not the AI companies. Because that way you can actually monetize them and they can't try and take your videos off you. Yeah. Good. Good.
Shake the earth into the night.
You know, it starts off with, every full-time content creator right now started off making videos for fun because they had a passion for it. And they decided to do that passion and they decided to take the plunge and just upload something. And who knows? Maybe it just ends up being a bit of fun. But keep going. You never know. Might end up leading somewhere one day. And even if it just ends up being a little bit of side money, still good. Still very good. Yeah. That was cool, man. That Krieg song. Your first song got 21k views, mate. That's amazing. Bro, that's better than the videos I do, man. Yeah, that's really good, mate. Fantastic. Yeah. Let me give you some advice. If you want to be a successful Warhammer content creator, yeah, don't as crazy as it sounds, don't make competitive tactics videos. Yeah, no one watches those. Do painting and music. yeah. Do painting and music. That's how you become big. Yeah, paint and lore. It's painting, music, and lore is how you become big on YouTube quickly. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we're all caught up there, which is cool as fuck. We've got some more super chats and shit coming in here. And shit. We've got some more super chat stuff coming in here. So let me just make sure that I'm not missing anything out. And then I think we're good to go. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Fun Jacob. Fun Jacob, thank you for the super chat, bro. Praise be the chair. Message and picture in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. I'm Mordian Glory. Did you ever look into Wicked City Gaming on Twitch? I consider collaborating with them. They are cool guys. They ran the tournament I went to where the epic Stomper combat occurred. The guy in the photo attached was the TO and the main guy on the channel. He's kind of lame but cool. He's kind of lame but a cool Joe. As you can see, he is into 3D printing and was judging the tournament in this outfit. That's amazing, man. So I haven't had, honestly, haven't really given it much thought. Like, it's only something I'm open to, but it's one of those things where time is somewhat at a premium these days. So I don't really have as much time as I would normally do. But as I always say, if someone wants to reach out on email or on Discord DMs, that's the best way to do it. Honestly, that is the best way to do it, because if you're waiting, I am very disorganized and very busy, and that's a bad combination. So if you wait for me to reach out, frankly, you'll be waiting a long time. And that's not me being arrogant. It sounds like I'm being a cunt. I don't mean it in that way. What I mean is I'm very disorganized. I'm open to collabing with anyone, but I never have the time to make the first move. Yeah. This looks fucking amazing though, man. That's cool as fuck. Yeah. Now that's 40k, right? That's how you do it. That's how you fucking do it, man. Nice. That's cool. Yeah. That's how you do it. Oh my god, I've just seen these from I can't show these off on camera probably. I might be able to though. I've just seen Wartford share some Imperial Guard models, and I really want them. 1 minute. I want to show you guys these. Where's the 1 minute? These looks amazing. Oh man, I feel like holy shit, man. I mean, I should be able to show them off actually, but I want to find them on his website. Weird, I can't find them. That's not it. Right. It's harder than it should be. Cool. I want to show you guys these models. I think they look great. But I found the picture, but I need to find the actual. I need to find it a little bit better. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Okay, yeah, I might be signing up to this guy. It's interesting. I can't find those models, Warpforge. They'll get released next. Ah, okay. So this is the models that this is the model that kind of got me hard though. Look at this, man. Whoa. And then these are the models that really got me going. I'm feeling aroused. Yeah, they're pretty fucking cool. That's the guy right there. I just have an entire army of those guys. What we need though is a dude kneeling. I mean, look how simple they are to build. It's fucking crazy, man. They need a kneeling. Oh, they've got a kneeling guy here. Because I was going to say, you need to be able to form 2 ranks. I will never build this running one, personally. I will build this kneeling guy. My entire army will consist of this kneeling man and this man. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's my entire. That's my. I only need. How much for just those 2? How much was those 2? That's all I need. Yeah. They look good. Yeah, they look very good. Warforge, I hadn't actually seen you done that as a super chat, so thank you for the super chat, baby. I literally just spotted them and then saw them, dude. Amazing, man. Amazing. Thank you for the support, bro. Definitely gonna be checking those out. Yeah. Commander HHL, song request, Cosmic's new song. I mean, I'll play it as the outro song, probably, man. And we could play it again. If you guys really want, I can play it again. That's fine. But I was gonna have it as the outro song, so up to you guys. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Fresh Soviets in stream discussion. Oh yeah, here we go. These are really good for Konflikt 47 as well, with them being Cold War Soviets. Tonight's painting project: 2 Soviet assault engineer flamethrower teams with body armor and the camo amoeba suits. Also, did the desert basing for the 1941 Soviets in Iran vibe. Nice. I wasn't sure if you were going to go for more of those like Cold War guys, the AKs. I think you definitely should. Yeah, for sure, man. Like, you got to Chicken Death Head. We've got to get you into K-47 Soviets, right? It's got to be done. Oswald immediately spamming the Soviet symbol. Love it. Mate, they look great. I really like those. Where are those? Where are these models from? Are they like Victrix or something? They look solid, mate. Very solid. Very, very cool. Yeah. Nice. All right. And then we've got Watermelon. Watermelon, thank you for the super chat, man. All judges should play as Inquisitors, yay or nay? The thing is, I'm going to say yay, because you could turn up wearing normal clothes and claim to be an Inquisitor undercover. Yeah, I'm role-playing as an Inquisitor right now. Oh man, I'm role-playing an Inquisitor right now. I'm undercover as a juvie in a gang. There you are. There you go. I'm undercover. Can't see me. My face is hidden. So I'm very mysterious. There you are. Oh man. Atomic Murph. Hey, Mordian, I have a GT this weekend. What's the best loadout for a quick artillery team? Heavy mortar. Best take all comers, mate. As long as you've got an order for it for take aim, heavy mortar. Yeah. All right, you guys want the Cosmic song to be played again? All right, happy to accommodate. Very happy to accommodate. Easy enough. There we go. It was pretty good, wasn't it? There you are. It's so good, man. Commander Editel, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I actually have an idea. Whilst listening to the music, I'm going to get something ready for the stream. It goes fucking hard, man. It goes hard, Cosmic. It goes hard.
Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery
cool.
shining brighter than the sun.
I do like it, Cosmic. I do like it. Gaming Stuka, yeah. It's good. It's your recruit's good.
Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Taos fury. They'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall.
I'm feeling it, man. I'm feeling it.
Answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told through the ages to come of the Mordian 50th Rifles and of the wars that they have won.
Nice. Nice. Now, what's interesting is this song has not only got me hyped for the guard, but it also reminded me of one thing that I've wanted to do for a little while. I've wanted this for a little while, and I think it would be cool to do it on stream with you guys. No, to do it on to do it on stream with you guys. I want to go through and fix every single Imperial Guard unit in the Codex. Let me explain. So, I would say that the Imperial Guard 10th edition codex was pretty good. However, it does lack internal balance. There are units that you see all the time, and there are units that you rarely see. And so what I want to do is go through and essentially give my hot take on what I would do to fix the internal balance of the Imperial Guard 10th edition codex. And we're going to do this with the units, and hopefully we'll have time to do it with the detachments as well. And this is just like my opinion. This is what I would do. And some units won't need any changes whatsoever. I think some units are fine. But some units, they do need bringing up, and maybe one or two need bringing down slightly. And so I'm going to be, some of these I've thought about, some of them I'll be doing off the cuff, and some of them will be getting some advice from you guys and from chat. So this is how I would fix every single unit in the Guard Codex. Starting off, and we're going to be doing these rapid fire. Rapid fire. Okay. So starting off, we've got Lord Solar Leontus. Truth be told, I actually have no issue with this guy right now. I think that he does exactly what you need him to do. He's a good force multiplier. He can order super heavy units, and he gives you extra command points. The redeploying 3 units, it's not an overly useful ability. I rarely see it being used, but it's fine. It's fine. Not every ability needs to be absolutely S tier. The only thing this guy really needs to stay relevant is the points being correct. And right now, I think that his points, I'd probably bring him back down to his original 125, give him that extra 5 points cut, but that's it. I'm actually kind of happy with it. So Lord Sol Leontus, now some of you might be saying he should be able to order Ogryns and Bulgrins. I'm going to get to that. I'm not actually going to give this guy the ability to order Ogryn and Bulgrins. I'm going to leave him with ordering everything, Regiment, Squadron, and Titanic. All right? All right. So, then we get to our next unit, Ursula Creed. So, Ursula Creed is another one who I'm okay with. I think that her Lord Castellan ability is okay. Not, sometimes it's good, sometimes you don't really use it. Depends on if she's in a Supreme Command blob or just joining a big blob. But generally, I'm totally okay. I'm okay with Lord Castellan. And Tactical Genius is great. No issues with that whatsoever. Considering she costs 85 points, that is quite expensive. I would maybe change it so that Tactical Genius can help affect both Regiment and Squadron. But there could be some pretty big implications for doing that. So I'm kind of okay with Tactical Genius staying the way it is if I think she needs about a 10 points decrease. But other than that, I think Creed's data sheet on the whole is okay. Then we get to Caden and Castellan. Again, another unit who I think, this is a unit you see all the time. You see Lord Soul all the time. You see Creed all the time, and you see the Caden and Castellan all the time. I don't think that a huge amount needs to be done to this character. He can join Caden Shock Troops, he can join Kazakin. It's not that the Caden Castellan needs to change, it's that there needs to be a officer who can order. There needs to be someone like this for the Kriegers and the Katachans. That's the biggie. Okay, so I have no issue with that. Then we get to the Cadian Command Squad. So my issue with the Cadian Command Squad is the fact that you have to take the Master Vox. I think taking a Master Vox should be an option, but I don't think it should be something you have to do. What I would much rather, this is a very simple change. What I would do is say you have to take the flag, but the Master Vox is one that it's not even that. Very simply, I would give it the Katachan treatment. I'd give it the Katachan treatment. You can choose to take all the extra equipment, or you can load up on some extra special weapons. It's that simple. I think having it where you have to take the Master Vox and you have to take the medic, I don't like that. I would just go, look, you can choose if you want to have 4 special weapons in here, or if you want to have the other options. Yeah, that's fine. Some people might say that pairs really well with the Cadian Castellan, because obviously he can do sustained hits. And yeah, you're probably right. It does. But I think you'll still find that for a lot of if you're going to make something mandatory, if that's an issue, if you're going to make something mandatory, I'd say you make the flag mandatory, and then you can swap the Master Vox out for another special weapon. But still, I think that it would be better if you could have it where you could take extra weapons. And being honest here, it's not actually OP, because, oh no, you can take an extra grenade launcher, an extra flamer. Well, the flamer's not going to be affected by the Cadian Castellan because it auto hits. And the grenade launcher, you might get 1 extra crack grenade. Neither is particularly powerful. Do you know what I mean? So so immediately you're going to have people coming out the woodwork being like, you can't take 4 special weapons. But if you're still limiting it to the fact that you can't take duplicates, then it's literally not a problem whatsoever. It's like, just look at the big picture. So yeah, if you go minimum case, I'd say the Master Vox should be able to be swapped out. But I would personally say that you can have 4 special weapons in this squad if you need to. Krieg Command Squad. I think I'd give it the same treatment as I would the Cadian Castellans. I think, frankly, the alchemic counter... firstly, the alchemic counter agent should just be a 6-up feel no pain, full stop. It just should be 6-up pain, full stop. And there's 2 ways I would fix the Krieg Command Squad. I'd either limit them on their special weapons like they are, or I would make the alchemic counter agents... No, actually, I'm going to do both. I am going to say that you can take more special weapons in the Krieg squad, and alchemic counter agents gives you a 5-up feel no pain. Now, here's the thing. You have to choose between taking an extra special weapon and the alchemic counter agents. Now, most people are going to pick the alchemic counter agents, but it means that you don't get firepower and the feel no pain. In fact, what I'd probably, thinking about this a bit further, I would have it where the Kriegers can get 1 extra special weapon, but they have to choose between the guy who's got the alchemic counter agents and the servo scribes, and then the extra special weapon. So it's like, okay, do you go for 2 extra special weapons? Because I'd have one guy have the scribes, one guy have the alchemic counter agents, and it'd be like, so you can either go for 2 extra special weapons, or you can go for the extra order and the extra and the feel no pain. Yeah. Squidfist, you reckon 5-up feel no pain is an auto take? I'd be open to it being a 6-up. Here's the thing. I would make it a 5-up feel no pain, but I'd then change the 40k rules where feel no pains can't be taken against weapons that have strength, double your toughness. And that way being a 5-up feel no pain isn't a problem. But if that's not possible, I would simply change the counter agents to being a 6-up feel no pain. 6-up feel no pain, and you can take some extra special weapons. Yeah, the Krieg Command Squad needs more than what it's got right now. That's the thing. The Cadian one is just very, very good. What would you need to change to make the Krieg Command Squad be more viable than the Cadian Command Squad? That's what you've got to think. It's not just in isolation. you've got to think, how do you change this so that it's not just that the Krieg Command Squad is better, that it's equal to the Cadrian one? Because right now the Cadrian one is very good because it can get more special weapons and it can pair with sustained hits with the Castellum. So how do we make this one able to match that? And how I would say you make it match it is you get the 6-up Feel No Pain and you get the extra order on one guy, or, you know, that's it. That's it right there. You choose between taking extra special weapons. Like, let's say you can get like all 4 of these special weapons in there again, right? But then you have to choose between that and someone getting a Master Vox, someone getting a Regimental Standard, someone getting the Feel No Pain. And I would say Servo Scribes should not be once per battle. That's how you make people take the Krieg one. Because the Krieg one becomes a command squad that can do 2 orders, and that's what makes it unique. And then the Krieg don't suffer from the bottleneck, because what you can do is you can take 6 squads of 20 Kriegers and take 3 command squads and have all the orders you need for that infantry wave. That's really the key here. That's really the key. So if there was any one change that I would make, it would be Servo Scribes just gives you an extra order. But there's a choice between Servo Scribes and a special weapon, the Counter Agents and a special weapon, a Regimental Standard and a special weapon, and a Master Vox and a special weapon. That's how I would do it. So Lord Marshal Dreer. Now, this guy is phenomenally disappointing. He is phenomenally disappointing, and there's many things that I would do to fix him. Firstly, he needs a better ranged weapon. He needs some kind of like plasma trench shotgun. Shout out to Looted09 for that idea. But yeah, he needs something better than that. Now, how I would also change Lord Marshal Dreer is I would allow him to join Death Corps. I'd give him the ability to join Death Corps Krieg squads and Engineer squads. He's never going to want to join an Engineer squad, but I would say he can join both of those. He should be able to join any Krieg unit. Not like artillery teams, do you know what I mean? Now, the reason why you wanted to be able to join Kriegers is he should be able to be the supreme command blob for the Kriegers. Krieg players who want to take pure Krieg armies should be able to take this guy as like their Lord Marshal. As their Lord Solar. So firstly, I'd let him just join a Krieg command squad. Now, the next thing I would do is so you know how Lord Soleontus can order Regiment, Squadron, and Titanic? I would say Lord Marshal Dreer can order Regiment, Squadron, and Auxilia. That's what differentiates him. So you take Lord Marshal Dreer because he's meant to be like the assault commander. He's meant to be the guy that like leads the close combat shit going on. And so that's how I would make him I'd make him equal points to the Lord Solar. So he can do orders to Auxilia units. He is tough to kill. He has his own inbuilt Feel No Pain. And I would give him the ability to join. And I wouldn't change leading the charge. I would just make it so that he's doing 2 damage on his Saber of Sacrifice. And he can join imagine this, Lord Marshal Dreer, a Krieg command squad, and then also you've got a giant blob of Kriegers all charging forward, all benefiting from leading the charge. That would be really cool. That would be really, really cool. And I think that fixes him. I don't know if it makes him an auto-include, but I think that fixes him. And that's how you differentiate him from the Lord Solar as well. Catachan Command Squad. So the thing is, there's nothing fundamentally wrong with the Catachan Command Squad. The problem is the unit that they can join. Catachans are innately a cheap screening sacrificial unit. And so you're very unlikely to want to take a big squad of 20 and then attach a Catachan command squad to it. So for me, I don't really see anything particularly wrong with the Catachan command squad. I see a problem with with what they can join. And the other thing that I see a problem with is the fact that they don't have their own independent officer. So what I would probably do to fix... I think the Catachan Command Squad's got a decent ability, giving everyone Assault. I think the Catachan Command Squad has got a really good mixture of options that it can take. I have no issue with any of that whatsoever. What I think you need to fix the Catachan Command Squad is the equivalent of a Cajun Castellan for the Catachans. You need the Catachan Colonel. You need the Catachan Colonel to be released as a plastic model. And you need to improve the Catachan base squads. What I would be seriously tempted to do, and we'll get to the Catachans when we get to them, but what I would be seriously tempted to do is to give the Catachan command squad the ability for everybody to take a power weapon. And the officer can obviously take a power fist. And I would probably, I would give them the Gung-Ho command. I'd keep Gung-Ho command as it is. But what I would probably do is have a Catachan Colonel, a plastic Catachan Colonel, that allows them to advance and charge. So if you stack the Catachan Colonel with the Catachan command squad, you have a unit which can advance and shoot and charge, but at the end of the day, it's just a guardsman squad. That's what I would probably do, because really advancing and charging with guardsmen isn't such a big deal. Maybe that's a little crazy, but I wouldn't really change the Catachan command squad all that much. It's more about it's not able to act as the force multiplier it needs to act because there's missing units. That's the problem. There's missing units. It needs more things that it can join. It needs a Catachan Colonel. Yeah. But the Catachan command squad isn't the problem. It's the things around it which are the problem. Right, Sly Marbo. This guy needs a complete fucking rewrite from top to bottom. Frankly, he should be. Firstly, I would make it so I would make it so Sly Marbo has uppy downy. That, like fighting a shadow, should be uppy downy. First one. Second thing is one man army should be. I think should be when he gets, it should be like Lord Marshal Dreer. It should be when he gets knocked down, he gets back up but on 4 wounds. I'd then give Sly Marbo an inbuilt, I'd make him toughness, I'd make him have an assassin stat line. And I would basically make him like an Eversaw assassin. That's what it should be. I'd basically make this guy a guard Eversaw assassin, but with uppy downy. And he can get back up the first time he dies. And if you want to charge me well over 100 points for him, that's fine. Here's the thing. Marbo should be badass. I am very, very willing to spend the points on Marbo being badass. Very, very, very willing to spend those points. But I am not willing to spend the points on Marbo being a fucking pussyo, which is what he is now. Leman Commander. I have absolutely no changes I would make to this unit. I think it is great. The only change it used to need was it needed 2 orders. It can now do 2 orders. So, yeah, awesome. Rogel Dawn Commander. The only thing... So, I'm totally okay with the Rogel Dawn Commander. The only thing that I think it needs is Nipple Plasma and Sponson Plasma. And that's fine. It's not the Rogel Dawn Commander which has any issues. It's the weapon. It's the fact that its sponsons are so weird and its nipple weapons are so weird. Primaris Psyker. This one's really easy. You just change Psychic Barrier to be a 4 from vulnerable save in shooting and melee. You do it in the command phase. So what you do is you do it in the command phase. It lasts until the start of your next command phase. And you get to re-roll the psychic barrier dice if there's a commissar also in the unit. But if you fail it the second time, the commissar executes the Primaris Psyker, and you don't suffer any mortal wounds. So you're very likely to get it off on a 2+ rerollable. Maybe you make it a 3+ rerollable. I don't know. But that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Do I have Gaunt's Ghosts here? Oh, yeah. Nork Dead Dog. So. He's just too expensive. He is too expensive, and I think there's two ways you go with Nork. You either make him really good at twatting stuff, which is kind of what he is like right now, but he needs like a 10 to 20 point cut. Or Nork gives any unit that he joins +1 toughness. Or any unit he joins gets the benefit of cover. Because even if it's a big unit, because basically he's at the front of the unit tanking all the shots. That's how I would fix him. I think you make Nork... you need to represent the fact that he is a bodyguard better and that he is tanking stuff better. That's what you need to do. Gaunt's Ghosts, I have no real problem with Gaunt's Ghosts. I think they are fine. They do uppy downy. Yeah, I don't think there's any need to change anything about Gaunt's Ghosts. They're a bit. I'd maybe streamline some of the equipment because it's a bit annoying how they've all got their own individual weapon, but it's not so annoying that I really care about it. Militarm Tempestus Command Squad. So these guys are obviously too expensive. The way I fix all Scions is I give them a separate points cost for being in Bridgehead to the other detachments because they're great in Bridgehead, but they're not worth it outside of Bridgehead. I have no real issues with the Militarm Tempestus Command Squad other than their points value. If I was to change one thing, I think that the Command Rod should allow him to order 2 units. And the officer should get a power weapon. Yes, you're right, Steve. Yeah. He should get a power weapon, and he should be able to do 2 orders with the command rod, and he should have to pick between doing, between his he should have to pick between his plasma pistol and his command rod. Yeah. Ministorm Priest, man. So he's just like a melee buff character, which unfortunately I think it's quite simple, and I don't like rerolls, but I think that Holy Piety should apply to the whole unit. So yeah, he gives sustained hits 1 and 4 rerolls in the first round of combat. Or maybe if the unit charges. If the unit charges, then everyone gets to reroll to hit. Yeah. But I think right now, yeah, that's all you do. Holy Piety just affects the whole unit, and it's when they charge. Tech redundancy, absolutely 0 changes. Goated unit, literally doesn't need anything. Commissar! Easy fix. You change 2 things. 2 things and 2 things only. Firstly, you give him access to the full suite of orders. Secondly, you allow him to order Ogrins and Bulgrins. And actually, you change 3 things. You allow him to join. You give him the full suite of orders. You allow him to join Ogrins and Bulgrins. I think that's probably it, actually. Oh, and he can join them and he can order them. That's it. So we can join auxiliary stuff. I think the way, yeah, the way you do it is how I change it. So he can join. So he gets the full suite of orders. Number 1. So the reason why that's really important is because it means that he can act as that extra independent character, which the Kriegers are missing and the Catachans are missing. So he basically becomes the Catachan Colonel, the Krieg Marshal. He becomes that. And I think that's a great stopgap until those regiments get their own thing. So he can still only do 1 order, but you could have him join, you could have it so, he can start taking advantage of things like the Master Vox. He just becomes a 1 order, regiment agnostic, standalone officer. So that's the first thing you do. Second thing you do is you allow him to join Ogrins and Bulgrin units. And when he joins Ogrins and Bulgrin units, he's allowed to order them. Okay? So he can't order them normally. He can't order them via the Master Vox because they don't understand. They don't understand what it's just the Master Vox is just like beeping on the wrist and they're like, duh. So he has to be able to join the unit. If he's leading a unit, he then gets to, of abhumans, he then gets to join. He then gets to order them. If he's not leading the Ogrins and Bulgrins, he doesn't get to order them. That's it. So he can either act as a... actually, I'm going to take it a step further. He can do 2 orders if he's joining non-auxiliar, he does 2 orders. He's just like he's just like Acadian Castellan, okay? He does 2 orders, full suite of orders, 55 points, make a regiment agnostic, great. If he joins the Ogrins or Bulgrins, he can only do 1 order because he has to tell them how to do things twice because they're quite stupid. It takes them a couple of times to pick it up. That's how it is. So he can do 1 order whilst leading Ogrin and Bulgrin squads, and he can only order them whilst he's leading them, or he can do 2 orders if he is leading a non-Ogrin and Bulgrin unit. Yeah. That's how you do it. But I think that, and you can make him 60 points if you want. You can make it, but I don't want my Commissar to be a 30-point stick him in reserve, do secondary objectives unit. I want my Commissar to be, I want him to be proper. I don't mind paying points for good abilities. Yeah. Caden Shock Troops. I do not really have any changes that I would make for these guys. It is a shame that they can't take like plasma pistols and power swords anymore. Yeah, I would like it if one change I will make. I tell you what, Caden Shock Troops, Death Corps of Krieg, Catachan Jungle Fighters, all core infantry should all get access to the full suite of special weapons. All of them. I think the only reason they don't is because of the stupid model box bollocks policy. And I think we need to give them all access. Yes, I think that makes Catachan Jungle Fighters being able to scout with like melter guns. Yeah, that's fine. That's great. I have no issue with that. It's not that broken. It's not that broken at all. They're still guardsmen. They're still going to get swept away very, very quickly. Yeah. Kazakin, absolutely amazing. No changes whatsoever. Love them. Krieg Combat Engineers. Oh, this is a biggie. So, fundamental rewrite of their entire datasheet. Firstly, I would make them be able to get access to the full suite of special weapons. No, just taking one flame is bollocks. I'm happy if you... secondly, I would make it where they can get more special weapons the larger the squad. Thirdly, I would give them ballistic skill 3+ as standard. So how many special weapons would I give them? I'm as crazy as it sounds, I'm okay with 2 per... with 1 per 5. I'd give them... What I would do is I would give them 1 per 5, but then give them the full suite. But then if you take a 10-man squad, you also get to take a heavy flamer team in there as well. So you actually end up with 3 special weapons and the sergeant with the plasma pistol and power sword. Now, what I would do is I would change their special. So I don't like the remote mine. But what I would do is Scion's Deep Strike, Kazakin Scout, Combat Engineers should infiltrate. And what I would do is I would change it so that if they are... I would change it so that if they are equipped with the remote mine, once per turn, so it's not a once per battle ability, it's a once per turn ability, they can select an enemy unit within 12 inches and that unit no longer benefits from cover. So the idea is they're sending a remote mine out and it basically makes the enemy, it basically takes the cover up. It blows the cover up that the enemy's in for that turn. That's what I would do. So they're infiltrating with the ability to remove cover, but less special weapons than Kriegers and Scions. Then Kazakin and Scions. Scions are totally fine. They just need to come down in points. That's it. If I was to make a controversial decision, I would actually take Deep Strike away from Scions and give that to the Aquilans. I keep it so Aquilans are the only ones with it. But what I would do is I'd make them much cheaper. And I would make Scions much cheaper. And I would make Torx Primes cheaper and Valkyries cheaper. That's what I would do. So your Scions can basically get their Deep Strike back via the Valkyries if they want it. Yeah. Tempestus Aquilans, they're the ones that get Deep Strike. Tempestus Aquilans, they get Deep Strike. I mean, honestly, I would basically make Tempestus Aquilans get all... They should have all the war gear up. They should be able to take all the special weapons that Scions can get, but they have Deep Strike, and that's why they're more expensive. So Scions can be cheaper and foot slogging or riding around in transports. Aquilans can Deep Strike, but are much more expensive. So what I would probably do, and also I'd make it so Aquilans come in 5 to 10-man squads. And what I would do is I say in a 5-man squad, your sergeant gets plasma pistol and power sword, and you get 1 of the melter or plasma carbine units. And then in a 10-man squad, you can take up to 3 special weapons, and you get the sentry gun, and you get your sergeant with plasma pistol and power sword, and that's how you do it. And then what I'd probably do is I'm not even bothered about. I mean, if you want Deep Strike within 6 inches, fine. I wouldn't really be bothered about that. But what I'd probably do is they've already got assault on all of their weapons. I'd be really tempted to give them a 9-inch base movement. Maybe a 12-inch base movement. So they Deep Strike 9 inches away, but then they've got jetpacks, so they fly around the board really quickly. That's what I would do. It's obviously a jetpack, you know? Yeah. So you end up with basically a 10-man squad with 3 special weapons, a sentry gun, and a plasma pistol. that can deep strike and have a 12-inch move as standard. Yeah. Either that, or you give them like they can move after shooting, jump, shoot, jump, just to really fucking piss people off. I'd absolutely if they're jump, shoot, jump, yeah, I'd take that. Yeah. So yeah, either make these guys basically deep striking scions with loads of special weapons at in a big squad, and make these guys like foot slogging scions, as it were. Or keep these guys with deep strike and give these guys some more special weapons and either give them a better base move. So more special weapons, but not as many as scions, and give them a better base move, or let them jump, shoot, jump. Yeah. Ogre Bodyguard, man. See, the thing is, you want to make them basically be able to do the same thing as Nork, but for cheaper, but not quite as good. But then yeah. So Nork should give the whole unit +1 toughness and the benefit of cover. Ogre Bodyguards should do just the benefit of cover as people hide behind them. Ogre Squad, fine, no changes. Borgin Squad, fine, no changes. Cade Heavy Weapon Squad. So the problem for me here is covering fire. Just a bit of a shit ability, frankly. The issue with all the heavy weapon squads is that they're just a bit expensive. I would probably, I don't really have any major thoughts around the Cade Heavy Weapons Squad, other than I don't really like the covering fire ability. If I was to change anything about the covering fire ability, I would say that you can use the Overwatch stratagem for free on this unit, and it doesn't count towards your limit on Overwatch. If you want to stick with that. I quite like Justin Polo's thing. Give them entrench, 18-inch loan up if they remain stationary. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. You know what I'd do? Okay, this is what I'd do. Rev got it right. I'd make them attach. So what I would say, if they have mortars, they can't attach. If they have any other weapon, they can attach to a Cadian squad, but they count as a leader. So that way you can't like, they count as a leader, and you can only attach one per Cadian blob. Yeah. So the idea is the end result is you can't take like 3 of these things and attach them to one blob. You could take 3 of them and attach them to like, a 10 or 20 man blob, but then you've only got one other leader slot available. That's what I would do. Yeah. Katachan heavy weapon. So, okay. No. Here we go. So, I would leave in that case, I would leave covering fire exactly as it is. And then covering fire, when they attach to the Cadian blob, the whole blob can benefit from covering fire. Oh, that's it. That's how you fix these guys. So covering fire isn't that great on one of these things. But if you can attach them to a Cadian blob, then covering fire becomes absolutely legit. Absolutely legit, really, really good. And then you do the same thing with the Katachan heavy weapon squad. They can do the same thing. If they've got mortars, they can't join. If they've got missile launchers, lascans, autocans, heavy bolters, they can join. And And if they do, then bring it down affects the unit they join. Oh, that's so good. Yeah. That's so fucking legit, man. That's so fucking legit. And then, okay, now Krieg Heavy Weapons Squads, I would say they're the ones that can't join. That's the difference. I think Krieg Heavy Weapons Squad shouldn't be able to join because Final Duty would be too powerful on an entire blob of Kriegers, for sure, man. For sure. So either we change Final Duty and they can join, or we don't change Final Duty and they can't join. I think most people are pretty happy with Krieg Heavy Weapons Squads where they are right now. I don't think they really need the chance to join. I think they're fine. Yeah. Artillery teams. So the only thing I would change about them is the fucking abilities. Shit, man. It's just battle shock. Do you know what I mean? In your shooting phase, after this model is shot, if one or more of those attacks made with an indirect fire weapon scored a hit against an enemy unit, that unit must take a battle shock. And if unit is being hit by one or more attacks made by a multiple rocket launcher, they must subtract 1 from the battle shock. I'm doing so. Yeah, it's just a bit shit, isn't it? Do we just give them the basilisk effect? But I don't. We could do, but then it kind of de-incentivizes you to take the basilisk, right? Maybe you give these guys the ability to slow down. Okay, this is what I do. These guys can slow down infantry only. Basilisk can slow down everyone. Or these guys. Okay. You could have it where you could have it. That's a simple change. I do quite like the idea of if they fail a battle shock test, then they suffer the -2 to hit, and then infantry get. So yeah, there's maybe the basilisk always slows things down. Maybe the basilisk always slows things down, and this thing can slow things down on a failed battle shock test. But if it's infantry, it's -1, and that way that's the difference. Yeah. That's the difference. I'm generally fine with the artillery team, but the Remorseless Barrage is a bit weak. If it's only a battle shock, I think this is a change that needs to happen across the board. Inflicting a battle shock means fucking nothing, but having them take a battle shock test, and if they fail it, suffering an effect because of that is much, much more impactful. Because this is happening in your turn. They just also pass the battle shock in their turn. Yeah. Field Orb Battery, I'm fine with it. I just think that the managed rocket launcher should have indirect fire. And I think the Bombast field gun should either be AP -2 base or should be like D6 +1. Yeah. I think the Bombast guns are too swingy. They're just way, way, way too swingy. And the managed rocket launcher is really reliable, but it can't indirect fire, which is a pisser. So I'd probably have it where the Bombast field... I'd make them the same cost as an artillery team. D3 +3. Maybe D3 +2. I'd either have D6 +1 or D3 +3. Or D3 +2. Something like that. But yeah, I think this is fine. This is absolutely fine. But the managed rocket launcher, I think, needs indirect fire. And the Bombast field gun, I think, needs a slightly more reliability. It never rolls a 7. It always rolls way below. Rough Riders are fine. No need to make any changes. Death Riders. Okay, honestly. Okay, so Rough Riders, you never get to use the Horse Master ability because they always die. So it's a bit of a shit ability. I'd probably have it where they lose. They're never affected by movement modifiers, probably. But yeah. Death Riders, on the other hand, I'd give them Melter Lances, and then that probably solves most of it. Are they basically the same stat line? Yeah, okay, super simple. Death Riders should have a 6-up Feel No Pain inbuilt because they're slower. And they should get Melter Lances. And that's the very least that I would do to change them. But I'd also probably I don't like Screening Line. I'm going to be honest, I don't like Screening Line. You know, cavalry should be something that charges gloriously. No matter what it is, it should be doing a glorious charge. So I quite like the idea from Steve. Give them the jump pack intercessor ability. Yeah. So these guys are tough and hit hard. These guys should be fast and ignore movement penalties. Something like that. Yeah, that should be the general vibe. Rattlings are fine. Most people just use them as a cheap screening unit. I don't see any major outcry for any change to them. I'm okay with Rattlings. So the problem with Armor Sentinels is that they are competing with Leman Russes. And they're very expensive. And I think the reality of the situation is that they probably... You either need to make them much, much cheaper, or you need to make them much more better in melee. They should become the equivalent of a... I think the way you make Armor Sentinels work is you basically make them guard killer cans. I think you make them guard killer cans. They're never ever going to compete with Leman Russes on firepower. And yet that's what they're always going to be competing against. So what you do is you make it so only the armored sentinels get the sentinel chainsaw. And then you make the sentinel chainsaw and you make it like a killer can. And the idea is that these guys are your melee walkers for the faction. Scout sentinels are fine. They do not need any changes. They're totally okay. Torques are fine. They do not need any changes. They're totally okay. Torques primes are fine. The problem is that scions are too expensive. So all they need is a points adjustment. Chimeras are fine. They don't need any changes. Lemur's battle tank is totally okay and does not need any changes. Lemur's Demolisher very simply needs to have the proper Demolisher cannon back, and then it'll be okay. Lemur's Vanquisher is fine and does not need any changes. Lemur's Executioner needs a new ability. Gung Ho Executioners. Each time one makes attack with execution cannon that targets you that is below half strength, add 1 to the hit roll. If you want to stick with that, I'd say below starting strength.
This
but I
is a
still don't
weapon
like
of
it.
war. It's made to kill your enemy.
I think you simply change it to below starting strength. Yeah. Below starting strength. That's it. Welly Wellington. The Leman Russ Punisher. I mean, you could just make it 125 points. But I still don't know if people would take it. It's too... Yeah. It's a toughie. At 125, I'd rather have a Hellhound. Well, that's it, isn't it? You've got a few options. One of the options is... Okay, you've got a few options that you need to throw out there. One of the options is you change mow down the enemy so that it does death wounds to everyone. Not just infantry, not just things that aren't monsters and vehicles. The other option is you just double the number of shots the Punisher Gatling Cannon gets. Just give it 40 shots, something mental. Or you give it something like Sustained 2. Or maybe you just give it... Okay. Maybe you give it... Maybe you don't change anything about it except one very, very simple thing. You give it anti-infantry 5+. Because that... You give it anti-infantry 5+, and you have that effect like all its weapons. Hence why you would actually have the incentive to take like heavy bolters and stuff. But yeah, if you give it anti-infantry 5+, then it means that it does mow down the enemy affects everyone, but the Punisher Gatling Cannon has anti-infantry 5+, means that it means that it's gonna do twice as many death wounds. So if you have a Punisher Gatling Cannon, it's going to fire 20 shots. If you give it take aim, it's going to hit with like 12-ish, 13, 14-ish shots. So that means it goes from doing like 2 dev wounds to like 4 dev wounds. Yeah. Which is a bit better. So it can dev wound I think it's simple. Mow down the enemy. Each time this model makes an attack, makes a ranged attack, that attack has a devastating wounds ability, so it affects infantry monsters, and then you give the Punisher Gatling Cannon anti-infantry 5+. So that way, it can do dev wounds to everyone. Or if that seems really, 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 really OP, like really OP, what you do is you change it so it says mow down the enemy each time this model makes an attack with its Punisher Gatling Cannon, heavy stubber, or storm bolter, or heavy bolters. So it only affects the bullet chucking. That's what you do. So you have mow down the enemy affect a lot more than just the Punisher Gatling Cannon. It doesn't affect all weapons, but it affects a list of weapons. So it affects the heavy bolters, anything that's chucking bullets. Anything that's chucking bullets, it gets death wounds. And you do that, I think you fix it. Because then you don't need to increase the amount of shots of the Punisher Gatling Cannon. Then you don't need to start messing about with making the you could maybe give the Punisher Gatling Cannon anti-infantry 5+ as well if you wanted to, but that way taking a Punisher Gatling Cannon with all of the DACA on it would be really cool, because that way that's how you get more shots, because then you're gonna get 9 heavy bolter shots plus then the 6 heavy stubber shots, so that's additional 15 shots. So that's 35 shots coming from this thing, or the potential to do dev wounds, and the heavy bolters can do like 2 dev wounds. There you go. And the heavy bolters are going to get sustained hits. That's how you do it. You just make it so that mow down the enemy affects a specific list of weapons, and it's the bullet chucking weapons. Yeah. Exterminator is fine. No changes required. Eradicator. Right. So the Eradicator should be good, but the problem is that I think it's very simple. It just always has -1 damage. That simple. Not if it has the benefit of cover, not range attacks. The Eradicator always has -1 damage. You do that, makes a much... this thing does fuck all damage. It should at the very least be able to take some. Rogal Dawn is fine. No changes. Just needs a nipple plasma and sponson plasma. Give all of the Lehman Russ sponson options to the Rogal Dawn and allow it to take nipple stubbers, nipple melter guns, or nipple plasma guns. That's it. Or nipple flamers. Yeah. So basically, the nipples are the smaller versions of the sponsons. And then obviously granular points and make the twin battle cannon much cheaper. Basilisk. I'm just going to say it. I think we need to give heavy back to the vehicle artillery. I think we do. Vehicle orders are so much more expensive. I think vehicle orders are so much more expensive. I don't even mind if there's a little points increase, but I think they need to have heavy back because at the moment no one's taking vehicle artillery because no one's really. The other option is you give them the regiment keyword so that they still have to have orders, but they can at least get those orders from infantry officers, so it's not as expensive. But that's it. Either they get the regiment keyword or they get heavy. But they need. Right now, they need something. Regiment keyword in the artillery detachment? Great idea, Emperor Zainam. Yeah. Regiment mean they can be reinforcements? Just change the reinforcement stratagem. Just change that. Yeah. I think give them heavy is fine. I think either give them heavy or give them the regiment keyword in the artillery detachment. I think both of those work. One or the other. Hydra. Okay, so the problem with the Hydra is it just doesn't have enough shots. It's never worth it because it doesn't have enough shots. The Hydra should be getting... it should be getting 8 shots, frankly. Yeah. Or it should be getting rapid fire. One of the two. I'm happy for it to just get rapid fire 4. So when it's in 36 inch range, it gets 4 extra shots. But it's just not... Yeah, it's just not got enough shots. Manticore just needs to go back to its old stat line. This is just, frankly, just upsetting. Yeah, this stat line is frankly upsetting. Yeah. Anti-infantry, either that or it just needs a really, really big points cut. Wyvern should get in the bin, and then we should get the Griffin out. But if you want a more constructive answer, the Wyvern should be 2 Malleus rocket launchers. So it should be 2d6. Maybe not plus 12, maybe that's too much. But 2d6 plus 6. Yeah. I don't want to, I mean, you could... Yeah, it just needs more shots. I don't care how you do it. It just needs more shots. And have its ability affect more than just vehicles and monsters. More than just non-vehicular monsters. Death Strike. Bring back the God Spear Warhead. Bring it back. Bring back, basically take the 9th edition Codex Death Strike and bring it in here, and we're fine. Hellhound is fine. I don't think there's any complaints about the Hellhound. Give it a stubber because I want it to have one, but that's it. Baneblade is fine. It just needs, I think it needs a slightly punchier main weapon. The fact that this is just an oppressor cannon is kind of bleh. I give it strength 13 and a more reliable number of shots. Bane hammer. It's pretty shit, the Bane hammer. I'd change its ability. So I'd change its ability so that the enemy unit is auto battle shocked until the start of your next command phase. The enemy unit hit by the tremor quake is battle shocked automatically. So they don't get to undo it in their turn. Bane sword is fine. Hellhammer. It's just the main gun is just frankly piss. This is a fucking car crash of a main gun. Make it powerful. Stormlord. You know what? All I do is give the Vulcan Mega Ball to an extra AP. That's it. Storm Sword is fine. Doomhammer. You know what? I'm going to make no changes to the Doomhammer because the people, they love the Doomhammer. They don't want it to change. They want it the way it is. The only thing I would maybe do, I can make it D6 plus 6 shots. Shadow Sword is great. Wouldn't change anything. Valkyrie, it just needs to be like 120 points. Do you know what I mean? It just needs to be way cheaper. Like 100 points. As in, give it a 3-up save. I don't care. Make it less durable. I'm fine with that, okay? I'm actually fine with it. Just make it way cheaper. Okay? Make it way cheaper. And at the end of your opponent's movement phase, one or more units embark on the transport. I mean, airborne insertion shit, man. Make it free. I think you make it much cheaper. An airborne insertion. Okay. This is why you pay me the big bucks. Whilst this unit is in reserve, any unit which is embarked within it may deep strike onto the board. Any unit which already has deep strike may deep strike within 6 inches and can charge. That's how you do it. So it gives deep strike out, and then if you already have deep strike, you get super deep strike. That's what you do. That's what you fucking do. There you go. And what you do is it doesn't need to come onto the board straight away.
Sir.
So it could do 2 drops. So what you do is it stays in reserve, right? Think about this. It stays in reserve. A unit that's embarked in it can deep strike onto the board, and then another unit which is in reserve can then embark in it, and it can deep deep strike that unit on the board. Then it can come on itself. So it's going in, dropping people off, and going out again. Going in, dropping people off, and going out again. Even if it has to, like, you know what I'm trying to say. And then obviously turn 3 it has to come in. So maybe the way you do it is turn 2 it does the deep strike. Turn 3 it comes in with a new unit. So essentially it deep strikes one unit and then it brings another one in, and then turn 3 it's committed to the battlefield. Yeah. And then fix the flower rules. Aegis defense line. So this one's I can actually fix this one super easy. So don't look. Firstly, you know what? You just fucking steal the old 6th edition rules for it. So it costs 50 points. It acts as a terrain piece. So your opponent, so you basically it costs 50 points. You deploy it in your deployment zone. Anyone behind it, just give them super cover. It's that simple. Just give them +2 to their save. That's it. That's it. Yeah. That's how you change it, man. So you just basically, it's just like, because anyone who's hiding behind, because here's the thing, right? You might think that's super powerful, but you got to think, man, anyone who's just hiding behind the defense line isn't advancing into the middle of the board to get primary. So it's so that, so they're like, oh yeah, I'm safe behind my defense line, and you're like, great, you're just missing out on all the primary points. So it's just something to help you with a bit of, it's just something to make you a bit more durable on deployment. And the reason why I quite like that is because then you compare that with things like heavy las cannon teams on FOBs. And you can be like, hey, look, I'm going to put my heavy las cannon teams with all my field orders batteries behind my defense line. I'm going to get +2 to my save because of cover. And then it's not actually suicide that I just like start like out there. Yeah. That's how I would do it. So it's just a deployable bit of cover that actually that actually just gives you super cover, which is +2 to your save. Yeah. Because then you've got FOBs on like a 2-up save, which is actually pretty legit. Where I don't know where the field orders batteries are, but yeah, I mean, put it this way, man. I'd absolutely legit have field orders batteries behind an Aegis defense line with heavy las cannons if they had a 2-up fucking save, man. Yeah. That's how I'd do it. And because if the enemy ignores cover, then they're going to die. But if the enemy doesn't ignore cover, yeah, and maybe you have a whole thing where like they have to be within they have to be like in range, so they can't just be behind it at the very back of the board. They have to be like within 3 inches of it. Do you know what I mean? Something like that, in order to benefit from it. But yeah, that's how you make it so basically people on the defense line get +2 to their cover save. That's it. And that is how I would fix all the units in the Imperial Guard Codex. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. I would then add... So, I would add conscript. If I was to add a unit to the Codex, I would add conscripts. I think I want them, okay? I want them, all right? And I've been a really good boy, and I've been very, very sensible up until this point. And now I just want conscripts. Okay? That's it. I want these things. And I don't want to ask again. People are saying like tanks behind the defense line would be too broken. Maybe you just have it affect infantry, man. Yeah, maybe. I'm happy, but just something, make it cheaper and simpler. Okay, detachments. So fuck it, let's do the detachments, man. We're here. And then we'll catch up on the super chats, right? So I don't think combined arms really needs any changes apart from reactive command can go in the bin. I think you just have reactive command be you can just do an order in your opponent's turn. So you can have a unit and just be like, hey, look, guess what? Go for a bit of take cover. Yeah, just have reactive command just be a bonus order that you can only do in your opponent's turn. Really simple. Make like 10 points. I don't think anything else here is bad. It's fine. I just have Stalwart Protector be... they get cover. If they already have cover, they get +1 to their save. So you can stack things up quite nicely that way. Siege Regiment's super simple. You just get rid of the 12-inch qualifier. It's that simple. So you can creeping barrage someone. You just pick 3 units. There's no 12-inch qualifier, and you just have Incendiary Bombardment B, remove cover from them, and creeping barrage. If you think -2 move, -2 advance from 3 units is too OP, then make it -1 move, -1. But you -1 move, -1 advance, -1 charge. Yeah. I don't really care, but make it so there's no 12-inch qualifier and it's not random. That's it. Other than that, Siege is fine. Don't need to change anything about it. Mech Assault. So the issue with Mech Assault is you have to get your dudes out the transports. And I think I would probably go for a more I think I'd go for a different approach with the detachment entirely. I think I'd embrace a more trad mech style where you want to be encouraging people to be staying like in the transports. It's too similar to Bridgehead as well, frankly. I'd probably do you know what I'd probably do? I'd probably give all of your transports extra movement. So like supercharged engines. Maybe like +1 or +2 movement would be kind of cool. And I'd have it where there's an enhancement to make... well, you've already got that with Vox Relay, so that's fine. Yeah, I think just Armored... I think Armored Fist... It needs to be... I mean, look at this. It needs to be infantry and chimeras, right? That's what it needs to be. Auto advance 6. Okay, I've got it. All your transports get assault. So they can move and advance and shoot. And I think you have it so they also all get +1 to their move, advance, and charge range. So they're fast. Yeah. That's what I'd do. I just don't like... it needs to be about speed. This needs to be the speedy detachment. All right. Hammer of the Emperor is fine. The only thing I would change is that you can move through enemy units as long as you don't end on them. So basically you just like drive through enemy units. Yeah. In fact, you know what I'd probably do? So I would have it... I would have it where this one gets like maybe auto advance 6 and assault on all your transports. And this one can move over enemy units. And each unit that you move, each squadron unit that moves over an enemy unit can do like mortal wounds. So basically you're just plowing through the lines. And that can affect your transports as well. So these ones are like fast, but have to go around the enemy. These ones are slow, but are going to crush the enemy. Yeah. So recon is like good. I don't really have any issues with recon, truth be told. What I think we need is an extra infantry. Honestly, I don't have any issues with recon. I'm happy with recon. Yeah. I don't think it needs any changes. It's not the things that... recon isn't the problem. It's the lack of heavy weapons inside infantry blobs, which is the problem. But that would get fixed by our changes to Catachan and Cadian heavy weapon squads. So there we go. That is how I would fix the Guard Codex as it stands right now. And I'd add loads of units in as well. I'd be adding units in. I've mentioned that a few times, but without going, that's probably going to become a separate video. Like, what units would I add to the Guard? We'll do that in a separate video sometime, but that is how I would fix the existing Codex. There you go. What do you guys think? What do you think of Mordian's changes? I don't think anything I've suggested there is particularly broken or OP. The idea is trying to improve the internal balance. Rather, and there's been if something's fine, I've left it. If something is just never seen because it's been trash since day one, I've tried to boost it. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I've tried to do. Yeah. What do you guys give it out of 10? What do you give Mordian's changes out of 10? Yeah. All right. Got a few super chats coming in here. 9 out of 10? Nice. Steve, I'll take it. GW, you can have all those changes, by the way, for free. You don't even need to credit me. I'll know. But you can have all those changes. Yeah. 9.5. Very, very, very nice. Well, keys. Brother Titan solid. Nice. Make Valkyrie a dedicated transport? Okay, yeah, make Valkyrie a dedicated transport. I'll add that in as well. Bigger the bunch. K47 out of 10. I love it. Dave Downs, you hit it on the head with everything. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think look, you can tweak some things, but it's more about like, that's the direction I'd like to go in with a lot of units. All right. That let's catch up. I haven't missed you, Super Chat Commander HL. I've just kind of not got to it yet, but I'm going to get to them all now. Cosmic Drew, thank you so much for Super Chat, man. I say the equivalent should just have flight. The equivalent should just have flight. Yeah. I think I think you make it so there's a few ways you can go with like Aquilans and Scions, but the Aquilans need more special weapons, and until they get that, they're irrelevant, and they need to be faster. And I would have it, how I would seriously consider having it is they either have a 12-inch move base or they have a 6-inch move, and they can move again up to they can move 6 inches after shooting. Either way, they're moving 12 inches in a turn. Yeah, with assault. Yeah, 100%. Ishmael Thompson, thank you for the super chat, man. I don't hate GW, I just don't trust them. Warlord is my main, and yes, Imperial's Militia was everything. 50-man meat shields, it was too good to last. Yeah, the new thing is with Horus Heresy, the new Imperial's Militia are probably way better. But I don't like the direction the core rules have gone in, because I played Heresy for Old Hammer and the new rules are New Hammer. And the old rules were, I liked the old militia because they were shit. It's like when Games Workshop changed it so it wasn't Alonia's Pious that went up to the Horus's ship with the Emperor. They changed it to like a Custodes, and that completely defeated the point, because the whole point is it was like a normal guardsman stood against the darkness. And if you've made militia actually good, then it kind of defeats the entire fucking point. I'm not collecting militia because I want to be good. I'm collecting militia because I want to feel like a normal human in a world of superhumans. And I want to be terrified and shitting my pants. Yeah. Commander HHL, Commander HHL, you bothered me over the... Look, I'm grateful for the super chat, man, but can it fit through a hole in a piece of paper? If I say yes, will you stop asking? Commander. Wouldn't it be the same if you didn't ask? It wouldn't be the same. So John Davies, thank you for super chat. 1 unit down. 1 for tomorrow. Let's have a look. 1 warrior unit. Thane Durney has been working salvage operations for nearly 145 years now. His clone kin allowing him to survive without air. Sorry, his clone skin allowing him to survive without air and resist depression for a record of 8 minutes before starting to suffer effects, allowing him to survive many instances of fresh kin training incidents, which has unfortunately meant this contribution has led to him becoming the pseudo training shift lead. Hey, that's all right though. He's just good at his job. He's just good at his job. He's suffering from success a little bit, which is always cool. Yeah. There we are. Nice. Tight. All righty ho. Let's have a look, boys. So, this Imperium bears the name of the boss. Yeah. This is Stalingrad. Yeah. I feel like I need a wee. I'm gonna have a wee. And when I come back, I've got a couple of things. I want to talk about. A couple of things. Be back in a moment.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
This is a weapon of terror. It's made to intimidate the enemy. This is a weapon of war. It's made to kill your enemy. This is a weapon of terror. It's made to intimidate the enemy. This is a weapon of war. It's made to kill your enemy.
chair is chair. Oh man, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Got some super chats coming in here. Lewis, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Can you fix the Mordian Glorious Codex and make it a free PDF? Yeah, that is also something I would do. I would make all the rules free, and I would. Here's the thing: I'd make. No one buys the codexes anyway anymore. So what you do is you make all of the rules free PDFs, and then you make the codexes the updated lore and new artwork for you make them like collector's things, like updated lore and stuff. And you know what? You probably end up selling more that way. Yeah. Cosmic Drew, with your thank you for super chat, man. With your hand, what is the best height of a shelf? Yeah, so it's about that high. But mounted. Thank you for the super chat, bro. 2v2 Konflikt 47/bolt action. Best way to sort out the dice bag and turn structure: 4 different colored order dice or 2 activations per dice pull. Hope I'm making sense. So you do what you do is whoever's got the most. So each player should have a. Let me explain it, because I've actually been in the situation. Each player has a personal dice pool, a personal order dice pool, and then each player who has the highest number of order dice on their team, puts that number into the dice bag. So let's say you've got 12 dice and your teammate's got 14 dice. And on the other side, your opponent have got a guy with 13 order dice and 15 order dice. You would put 15 of their order dice in and like 14 of your order dice in. And then when you pull a dice out, that team gets to do 2 activations. Basically, kind of like 2 activations per dice pull, 1 for each player on that team. And then you have the dice that go into the bag are the highest. The number of dice that go in the bag are the highest of from each player in each team, if that makes sense. So that's how we've done it when we've done like 8v8s. Yeah. 2 bags, pull from both bags at the same time. Maybe, Suriade. Maybe. It's an idea. You could definitely try it. Yeah. I just think the way I think it's... Yeah, it could work. Yeah. But the way I've done it in the past is with 1 dice bag with the highest... With a number of dice from each team. And when you pull a dice out, both players get to activate. Yeah. De Krampus, thank you for the super chat, man. Wish list: bring back the Earthshaker and give it concussive wave. Also, bring back the Malkador at 200 points and give it feel no pain or something. Yeah, man. I mean, oh boy, we could, yeah. Gotta get some of those OG factions back in. OG units back in. For sure. Yeah, no doubt. I think all the Legends units should come back, and then some. I think every unit that has been lost between 8th and 10th should return. And I think what Games Workshop should do is they should take a note from the old world where they say, designer's note, this unit could be represented using this kit. Yeah. In fact, this actually reminds me of one of the things that I wanted to talk about. So it's a little beefy, but I kind of want to talk about it because I do think it's important. But I'm going to try and talk about it in a way which isn't me just bitching and moaning and whining. All right? I want to talk about it in a productive and objective kind of way. so that we can so it's not just me fucking flailing around, screaming into the void, but actually there's something. It's a less emotive conversation than what we've had in the past and more recently. All right.
Reporting for duty, sir.
So, something came across my desk earlier this week that I've been meaning to talk about, but I wanted to wait until I was in the right frame of mind to talk about it. Because I don't, like I said, I don't want this to just be me moaning. I want this to be, I think kind of we just have to look at this objectively. So, it's going to sound a bit weird. It's not a game that I normally really talk about, but it's Blood Bowl. So Blood Bowl has had a new season, basically a new edition, and they've suffered from the dreaded policy. The dreaded policy is well known amongst Warhammer players at this point. It's the policy of if Games Workshop doesn't make models for it, you don't get rules for it, and your units are limited by what they sell in their boxes. And essentially, the new season has been announced, and my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, is that there's going to be quite a few teams which are going to be affected because there's going to be a number of additional positions and specialists who are now no longer going to be available. I think a good comment that I saw that summed this up under a video that was covering it was Blood Bowl community. Hey Games Workshop, this box doesn't contain the models for several of the specialists in our teams. Can you fix that? Games Workshop. Sure thing. New season of Blood Bowl. Now you can only take the models that come in the box. No, wait, Games community. No, wait, Games Workshop. We want you to add more things into the box. Games Workshop, ... So, it's not a... So, to make something clear, it's no surprise that this has happened in some ways. Because we know that this is a policy that Games Workshop has been pursuing with some of their main game systems. They've been actively pursuing it for quite a while. What I think is interesting is this policy has been something which has existed, I think, basically throughout 9th and then especially in 10th edition. And in the past, it's a policy, the dreaded policy. It's what we saw affect Games Workshop's main studio games. So it affected Age of Sigmar, and it affected Warhammer 40k. But by and large, it did not affect the specialist games. There was always, and this created, I think, a bit of an illusion of SDS, the people that do the side games, as being a more separate entity. But I think the reality of the situation is it's an uncomfortable reality that we have to accept, which is that this is not a policy which only applies to main studio. And as much as some of us like to think of SDS, Special Design Studios, aka Old School Forge World, aka Horus Heresy, Old World Team, and so on and so forth, as some of us like to believe, we like to hope, we like to think that these are a separate team and they do things their own way and they stick it to the man. The reality of the situation is that they are under the same corporate thumb. They're under the same corporate thumb that main studio is under. And whilst it might have taken a little longer for them to succumb, they are still going to succumb. And this is evident by the amount of specialist games which have been really affected by this policy. I mean, we have seen big changes in Kill Team, for example, where they've tried to make Kill Team a game which stands on its own 2 feet, but the reality of the situation is Kill Team was always the casual, chill, entry-level game for those people that wanted to play a game of 40k but not have the stress of a big game of 40k and of collecting a big game of 40k. So they've changed. They've made a lot of changes to Kill Team, including the dreaded policy, and then you've had it applied to really quite niche games like Lord of the Rings strategy battle game, which was a very close knit community, and it's caused all sorts of upheaval there. And the most high profile case that I think we've seen is it applied to Horus Heresy 3.0. Of course, we're not going to go into that again. That was extremely high profile, and it doesn't require me going over it for the 1000th time. Games Workshop applied the policy, and they received such phenomenal backlash that they actually reversed it, which is kind of interesting, which we need to which we might come back to at some point. But they've applied this to all sorts. I think they even applied it to Warhammer Underworlds, which is kind of crazy. But the reason I want to talk about this is simple. I think it is evident now that this policy is going to apply to every single one of their game systems. Those of you who are playing Necromunda, you need to start preparing for this. You need to. Those of you who are playing Warhammer the Old World, I think you need to prepare for this. Strongly, strenuously. Because I think when a new edition of Necromunda comes around the corner, if it's an option that doesn't come in the box, it's going to be an option which you can no longer take on your gangers. And I think you also, I think what's going to be quite difficult for Necromunda is there is going to be set loadouts. I mean, look at a lot of the way like 40k characters and 40k characters and Age of Sigmar characters have gone. They now that is the loadout they get. Look at things like Space Wolves, for example. That there's no weapon options. That's just what you get. And and this even applies to Lord of the Rings because you now have to take named characters with specific loadouts. So I think this is going to apply to Necromunda. And if your Necromunda boss in the Necromunda box that you buy, the instructions say it's going to come with, let's take that the Escher one, for example. It's going to come with, like, I think it's like a bolter and a whip. Like, that's what its fixed loadout's going to be. And you might be like, but wait, Mordian, they get upgrade kits. Think of the Necromunda upgrade kits. Yeah, well, you know what? Horus Heresy had upgrade kits, and it didn't make a blind bit of difference. They sent all that shit to Legends. So I think if you're lucky, it'll continue as a Legends option. And considering that Necromunda has, as far as I'm aware, a relatively small, if non-existent tournament scene. I've never seen a Necromunda tournament in my life. They may exist, but I've never seen a Necromunda tournament in my life. Then I think, fortunately, you'll probably be able to survive. But I think it's something you're still going to have to be prepared for. And the big one for me personally is you're going to have to prepare for Old World. Because I don't think this is a case of if. Simon and I were chatting about this earlier. I don't think this is a case of if. I think this is a case of when. Is it going to be? And I think it's going to be next edition. Yeah. And Simon and I were thinking about some units that could be affected by this. Now, what's interesting is I'm not so sure if any of the like infantry units are going to be affected by it massively. Because when you think about it, most old world infantry units are the older kits. And also most old world infantry units are actually monoculture anyway. So you know that if you build all your orcs with double chopper, then they're going to have double chopper. Where I think this could be a big problem, and where this is where things get interesting, is in two places. The first one is characters. So characters in Warhammer the Old World are incredibly Build-A-Bear, incredibly customizable, with all the magical items and mundane equipment that they can take. No two Empire generals are the same. No two Orc bosses are the same. So between all the different magical equipment they can take, and all the mundane equipment they can take, there's an infinite number of possibilities. But that does not line up with this dreaded policy. Doesn't line up at all. Now, there's two ways that this could go. Games Workshop acknowledges that the dreaded policy does not work within this game system. I mean, they haven't acknowledged that with any of the other game systems. And I'm sure if you went to a Warhammer 40k player only 5 years ago and started pointing out to him all the models that in his collection would no longer be relevant and no longer exist, he probably wouldn't believe you. So it's one of those things where it's easy to say that'll never happen here, but if the grim reality and the lessons that have been learned, and, we're being objective, I'm not trying to be salty, but the grim reality and the lessons that have been learned over the last few years of playing Games Workshop games is it will happen to you. Now, Old World is going to change in a very, very fundamental way if suddenly characters get quite fixed loadouts. If Empire Generals, if suddenly Empire Generals go from having a smorgasbord of equipment, Empire Orc bosses, Chaos Lords go from a smorgasbord of equipment to, well, let's have a look, for example. Let's have a look how it could affect you. Maybe it won't be so bad. Maybe it won't be so bad. But I'm looking through the Empire roster here, for example. And I can see we've got an engineer, we've got a captain of the Empire. You got some commanders of the Empire, general of the Empire. Some named characters. This looks a little bit better.
It's made to intimidate the enemy.
Looking through this, 1 minute. Let's just make sure we're not
It's
fucking
a weapon
ourselves.
of war. It's made to kill your enemy.
Looking through this, for example, I do not see the ability to give an Empire General a handgun, for example. I do not see the ability to give an Empire General a bow so he can have the dragon bow. I do not see, there are Empire Generals with great weapons, but there's no Empire character with shields. And if we look at the Empire Engineer, for example, well, the only weapon that he has is the Hochland long rifle. So that would mean no more repeater handguns or repeater pistols, no more pigeon bombs, because as far as I can tell, there's no pigeon bombs on this guy. Yeah. This guy's loadout, if we were to apply 40k logic to him, then he would come equipped with a Hochland long rifle and maybe a brace of pistols and a handgun. They'd give him all these weapons, these different weapons. So you can have a Hochland long rifle, and a handgun and a brace of pistols, which would be kind of interesting. But no more repeater handguns and stuff like that. That would be quite a big change. And maybe the thing is, if you apply, and here's the big thing, if you apply 40k logic to that situation, you can't just take him bare bones because he doesn't come bare bones. Think about it. So the ability to take a bare bones engineer to support your artillery goes away, which is a big change. Looking at commanders of the Empire, and my understanding of these kits is that you would only be able to equip this commander of the Empire with a great weapon, because that's what he's armed with. Do you see what I mean? There's some quite big changes that this could affect. And you've also got the fact that you would have, again, if you apply 40k dreaded policy logic, the Grand Master of the Knights Panther would then come with this set loadout, which would be shield and some kind of magical sword. Do you know what I mean? Some kind of magical sword. Survey, you're being a bit pedantic in this case. I actually don't think I am. I think I'm just being unemotional about it. But I actually don't think I am being pedantic. Because look at what's happened with Warhammer 40k. Look at what's happened with all the different specialist games. I'm not saying that all of this stuff wouldn't maybe exist in some kind of like Legends format. I'm not saying it wouldn't exist in some sort of Legends format. But what I'm saying is, you know, your Grandmaster of the White Wolf would only be able to take his hammer. The Grandmaster of the Blazing Sun would only be able to take an axe and a shield. The Warrior Priest of Ulrich would only be able to take the weapons that we see. These are cool models, by the way. Look at that giant fucking wolf guy. Yeah, I love that. Anyway, point is, it's really easy to think that it's not going to happen, but why would Old World be any different? Why is Old World special? Why is Old World any different? And I think the problem, the issue that I'm trying to point out here is more than any other game, Old World is, I mean, look at what happened with Horus Heresy, but I would say even more so than Horus Heresy due to fucking magical items. Even more so than Horus Heresy, Old World does not fit into the dreaded policy. They do not sell a character on a Pegasus. So as per the dreaded policy, every single person who has an Empire Mage on a Pegasus is going to lose that. Every single one. And you can go, and this is just one faction, and that's quite a common thing. Looking at Dwarven map, people are saying look at Dwarves. Yeah, this would absolutely wreck Dwarves. Dwarves are... this would absolutely wreck Dwarves. Dwarves are all about being able to customize your weapons with runes. Well, how is that going to fit in the dreaded policy? It can't. How it would happen is Dwarf Thanes. Think of what would happen if you translated a Dwarf Thane into Warhammer 40k. He would come with a fixed ability. A fixed rune ability. So the point I'm trying to make here, and there are a few examples of, if you look at Grand Cathay, for example, a lot of their stuff is a little bit more limited. But I think Grand Cathay is just missing half their units, frankly. So the point I'm trying to make with this is Old World just doesn't work with this policy. Match Kaisers are no different to enhancements, surely. there are a lot of magical items. Dozens and dozens and dozens. If it ends up being that you... I mean, what did they do with Horus Heresy Warlord traits? They got rid of them all. What did they do with Horus Heresy relics? They got rid of them all. It's unthinkable. If you had said to someone who played Horus Heresy 2.0 that they were going to get rid of all your Warlord traits and all your relics, you wouldn't believe it. And then Horus Heresy 3.0 happened. That's exactly what happened. There's Serie A, take the Brett Lord. You could always give him a lance even though the model doesn't have one. No, that's exactly what I'm saying though, isn't it? The old world was designed with the old mentality, but what's going to happen to that guy if you can't give him a lance anymore because the model doesn't come with one? He's going to lose the lance. So my big question is, how is the dreaded policy going to affect Warhammer the Old World? And if Warhammer the Old World gets an exception, then that's going to be very, that's going to be very, very interesting. Now, so the first thing is, how does the dreaded policy work with magical items? It's a very difficult circle. On the surface, it looks like a really difficult square to circle. But the reality is that we've seen Games Workshop approach to this, and it's very brutal. They just remove things. They absolutely remove things. The other thing that's really interesting, though, but there's something which, in a funny sort of way, gives me hope. Because there is a massive grey area. There's a massive grey area with the old world. And I want to find it for you guys now. I may need to... it might take me a second to find it. Okay, yeah, give me one moment. 1 minute. Is it here? No. All right, give me 1 second. I know where to find it. I want to find you a good example. Oh, no shit, that's the wrong one. Sorry. All right. So, the example I want to give you guys is there's a whole thing in Warhammer the Old World basically around designer's notes. So if you look here, representing this character in your games, Renegade Lords offer the ideal opportunity to be creative, allowing players to combine parts from multiple kits in order to represent heroes and villains from all corners of the world. And then if we scroll down here, representing this unit in your games. Painted in the heraldic colors of their employer or featuring components from other kits, Empire State Troops, State Missile Troops, and Militia are all ideal for representing units of sellswords. And then you come down here, and it's on every unit. Representing this unit in your game, you can use Knights from Empire of Man and Kingdom of Bretonnia. Even Hireling Outriders, you can represent this with Empire Pistoliers, Bretonnian Mounted Yeomen, or even High Elf Illyrian Reavers. And so, representing this unit in your game, Dwarf Organ Guns, Empire Mortars, and so that's it. So the thing is, Old World's in a really interesting place, and it's in a very interesting grey area because there are lots of this. There's lots of this stuff within the game. Lots and lots of this stuff in the game. And I wonder if Old World, I wonder if this is, and this is something that, bear in mind, this is something which has been released very recently. well into Old World, well after Old World launched, right? So I do this gives me a huge degree of hope. It gives me a huge degree of hope. And I do choose to be hopeful. Despite what I said earlier about Warhammer the Old World, it's going to suffer from the dreaded policy. When I look at how this game has been designed and how this game has continued to evolve over time, it really does seem like it will be the exception to the rule. It really does seem like it. And I wonder if these notes about representing the units on the battlefield, I really wonder if these notes are the Old World team's get out of jail free card. Where they're like, well, you know, the GW executive comes in and says, okay, well, you can't sell Renegade crowns anymore because we don't have like models for them. And they're like, but we do. Because look, we've told them how to represent this unit on the battlefield, and it's buying our models. And he's actually like, But it's not an official Renegade Crown box. No, it's not an official one. But officially, they buy our models for it. See what I mean? There's a really big grey area with Warhammer the Old World. Really big grey area. It's around magical items, because the game basically collapses if you get rid of magical items and just go bleh, you know, just go, no, this guy only gets this sword. The game just that's it, it's done. Do you know what I mean? So the game basically just collapses because none of the characters are designed to be built that way. And not only that, but a lot of the time, units have been introduced into the game with this covering your ass statement. And I do wonder if this covering your ass statement is being put in by the designers of the Old World because they know it's something that they can refer to when the executive comes a knocking and the policy comes a rocking. I do wonder, because I think there's a big difference between... I think there's a big difference, but I think there's a big separation between the people that design a lot of the stuff at Games Workshop and the frontline staff and the corpo executives that make a lot of strange decisions. And I do wonder that I have a ray of hope. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. But I think there's enough of it will be one way or another. It will be interesting to see how Games Workshop tackles this. Will they make an exception? Or will they bulldoze it? The tricky one is, if I was to make a guess, my cynicism is saying they'll bulldoze. Obviously, I've been burned too many times. But if I do not let the hate cloud my judgment for a moment, I wonder if a lot of the time Games Workshop, when they're applying this policy, it's because they're trying to, and it backfires, but they're trying to do something to make a game that's not that popular suddenly do better. So, hey, let's apply this to the new edition of Lord of the Rings because it'll make it easier for people to get into. Oh, shit, that didn't work. Let's apply it to Horus Heresy because you know, a lot of people talk about how Horus Heresy was doing fine, but the reality of the situation is that Horus Heresy was definitely... at best, it was treading water. But if you look at a game like Warhammer the Old World, it is going from strength to strength. More and more people are jumping onto it. And so, from a Games Workshop point of view, applying this policy, they normally apply this policy in an effort to make more money. That's it. They normally do this because they're trying to make more money. They're trying to make a game more accessible. They're trying, they're thinking long term. They're like, yeah, this might fuck with it for a little bit, but this will, in the long term, will make the game more accessible, so we can make more money off it in the long run. And I'm wondering if they look at the old world and they go, it's already making a lot of money. What are you guys doing over there? Whatever it is, just keep doing it. Because if a game is already growing, then if I was Games Workshop and I saw a game was all, and perish the thought, but if I was Games Workshop and I already saw that a game was growing, I wouldn't feel the need to like massively intervene in it. I'd be like, keep doing whatever you're doing to make this game successful, because that's clearly working. But if you've got a game like Lord of the Rings, which isn't booming, you'll try something to make it boom, even if that's in the long run. Same with something like Blood Bowl. Same with something like Horus Heresy. So perhaps the reason Old World will be an exception is because it's already successful and it's already making money. Maybe. Maybe. We will see. But of course, all of this is just like my opinion, man. Let me know what you guys think down in the comment section below. One thing I will say, re Old World and things like Renegade Crowns. If you're planning on making a Renegade Crowns army, you definitely need to have a backup, because at the end of the day, I've been playing Warhammer for a long time, and there's been loads of armies like Renegade Crowns that have come and gone over the course of history, and they do only tend to be something that survives for an edition. So you just kind of enjoy them while you can, but when the new edition comes along, you sort of accept that they're going to go away, which is why, like, I'm just using Empire models to represent the Renegade Crowns, but knowing that the Renegade Crowns at some point are probably going to go away, and then I could just go back to using them as Empire. I hope that doesn't happen, but this is something that's been the case forever with Games Workshop. I mean, look at like Lost and the Damned in like 3rd edition. Yeah, they look at Lost Damned in 3rd edition, or look at how you used to be able to take standalone Cajun armies in 9th edition with the Octarius book. That Games Workshop has no issue with basically releasing a niche army that's only designed to burn bright, burn fast, and then, basically die when the new edition comes along, which is a shame. But yeah, it's designed as more of a flavor injection than anything else, and I suspect that'll probably happen with Renegade Crowns. But I'm going to enjoy my time with it, and I'm going to enjoy it while it lasts, knowing that at some point, knowing that Empire will still, be here in the long run. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah. All right. Let's have a look here. So, Welky Shitbros, keep doing what you're doing, followed by Jack the Price up by 4%. That's true enough. De Krampus, you're not thinking like an executive. It's not enough something to be successful. It needs to be successful because of your changes to make you look good. That's a good point, De Krampus. Yeah. You got to get those MBA. You got to think like an MBA holder, right? Yeah. But mounted long ago, in another age, Mordian made a promise to build a 40k 4th edition list on stream instead of BMW. I'll do that right now, man. I will do that right now. Yeah. Biscuits Camp, Middle-earth strategy battle game more popular than AOS, always on shelves in Scotland. Always on shelves, I love that. Yeah. A lot of games like that are popular in areas, but not widespread. 40k is very unique where it's popular everywhere. Most games are popular in different areas. Steve Reisman, Mordian, great stream tonight, sir. Bears specific recognition. Thank you, man. I tried to... So today's stream was really 40k focused. And which was really 40k focused. And I really, really tried really hard not to be salty. Even when I was talking about negative stuff, it was like, hey, we're not being negative with this. We're talking, let's put the emotion to one side. I've got all that salt out my system. Now let's talk about things objectively. So yeah. Today was super productive for thing. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to I'm trying to get. I got really, really fucking salty, but in previous streams, but I had to get that out of my system. I had to get it out of my system so that we can now get back to the more productive streams. Look, at the end of the day, guys, I think a lot of this stuff had been bothering me for a really, really long time, but I kind of just been pushing it down. Like, just don't think about it. And then it just got like, and it basically all came down. Yeah. There you go. All right. Oh, thank you, Thermo Warrior. That's very kind of you to say, man. Thank you, bud. Right, let's do a couple of super chats here, and then should we build a 4th edition army? I won't have long to do it. I'll have to in and out, 20-minute adventure kind of thing, but we can do it. I want to say a big thank you to, by the way, big shout out to Krampus, because it was his super chat from before, which reminded me to think and say that, because it's something I've been saying from the beginning of the stream. So big shout out to Krampus. Israel Thompson, thank you for super chat, bro. Want to show the size of my army and some models for discussion. Policy, smaller sheet. I'm thinking of joining a system with customization to port my models over. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, man. So we've got a shitload of tanks. Oh my god. See, this is what Games Workshop doesn't realize. This is the level of no-lifer which you are pushing out of your game system. I do think that is an important point. We'll come back to that in a moment. Actually, let's talk about it now. People say that Games Workshop is trying to push away the old community, but the old community is the one that's full of fucking no-lifers. Yeah. New people into the game only spend a little bit, and then they typically burn out, I find. Yeah. I don't know. You want to be catering to the no-lifers. That's what you want to be doing. The people that are going to go all in every day. Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, look at this, man. Multiple Voidsman at Arms squads. Yeah. This is crazy, man. This is a lot of Warhammer. Even by my standards, this is a lot of fucking Warhammer, bro. Holy shit, man. It just keeps going. More and more and more. Yeah. Yeah, holy shit. I think there's more. Yeah, I thought so. There's even more. Fucking hell. Shit. Oh, it's still going. What the fuck are these things, man? It's still going. Fuck me. It's still going. It's still fucking going, man. My god. Oh, oh my days. Oh my god. More. More. My fucking god. Yeah. Nope, just a casual 10 baby knights in the corner. And then all of this stuff, man. Yeah. Is there any more? I think there is more, actually. There is more. Oh, my fucking God, there's more. It never... That's cool as fuck. That's a cool banner. These are cool, man. I love that Blackstone Fortress model. That's a Krieg Psycho. I like that. That's a cool Commissar. Special edition Vindicare. Nice. Oh, my boy. Jaron Kell's my boy. Yeah, big fan of old Jaron Kell, man. Big fan. Oh, wait, there's more. There's more. It never ends. Oh my God. More. More. Ishmael, very, very cool. And yeah, that's the here's the thing, right? That is it's all of that hobby money is now gonna go to not Games Workshop. Yeah. Ishmael, people are asking where you got the cases from in this one. It says like JUCOCI. I think that's what it says. I wonder if I can get a close up. Yeah, there you go. That looks to be the brand. JUC Jucocky. Wait, that sounds really inappropriate. Oh man. There you are. Oh man. All right. Amazon, $100. All right. There you are. 100% recommended. I need to look into those. They look great. Yeah. They look really good. Actually, I really do some of those. Yeah. Cosmic, my boy! Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. Hobby update, industry discussion. Dude, I saw this, mate. It looks sick. I've got an itchy nose right now. Sorry, man. Well, I've assembled the first of my power armor troopers. I'm going to make sure they get some disposable rockets. I was able to salvage from my buddy a couple of Panzerfaust. I guess one rocket's as good as another, and I got my light tank built. Nice! Cosmic power armor dudes! Salvaged from your last game. Salvage from the last game. Yeah. Dude, that looks so good, man. I can't wait to get on. I've been painting a lot of big fucking mechs. I've been painting a lot of mechs for Konflikt recently, but I really want to get back on painting some infantry. Yeah. Sick, mate. Cosmic. I want to get on my heavy infantry soon. Yeah. In fact, it reminds me, I actually want to see. I feel like I've been in like it's like a black hole of painting, but I'm trying to work out exactly how much I actually have been painting over the last few months. I got a picture here. It doesn't seem like that much. When did I make this vow? This is at the beginning of October. Okay, so like, this will have taken me 1 month to paint. By the end of the month, I will have painted all this. Truth be told, I don't know why it's taken me so long to paint it all. It really doesn't seem like it's that big a deal. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't seem like that. How much is it? 30 infantry, 35, 42, 46, 47, 48, 55, 61 infantry, and 5 vehicles. It really doesn't feel like it should have taken me a month to paint all that. Considering I painted all of these in like 3 days. It's the mechs, man. I've been doing a lot of extra detail on the mechs, and it's been taking me a lot longer. Yeah. But yeah, I've only got to shade this guy and finish painting this guy. So I'm almost done. Almost done. And then let me fucking tell you, I'm gonna be doing a lot of infantry. I'm gonna be paying like a motherfucker. Oh my days. Yeah. Konflikt, I'm really seeing your models is really, I'm jonesing to get on some of my own. You know what I mean? I'm absolutely jonesing for it. Do you know what I think it is, man? Do you know why I think it's taken me a lot longer than expected? Because these mechs are actually really big. Like, look at this thing and then compare it to the Lee, which is actually quite a sizable tank. And you'll see the Mud Skipper is like way larger. Like the Lee is actually, it's not that big. Suddenly the Lee is looking bigger than the Mud Skipper. But the Lee isn't that big. The Lee is a big tank by bolt action standards. And it's not as big as the Mud Skipper. And the Mud Skipper is considered to be a small-ish mech. So it's one of the, and the Lee is just like, it's all the extra colors because of like the rift energy and stuff. So it's one of those where it's like, I feel I've been wondering why it's been taking me so long to paint stuff. And it's because the mechs have been taking me a while. But I'm very, very happy with how my mechs have turned out. So no regrets. But I definitely need some models which are a little easier, a little quicker to paint. You know me, I'm a yield guy. I'm used to like knocking things out left, right, and center. Yeah. God damn it, I've been putting the effort in. And it turns out that I'm not an effort guy. I'm a yield guy. Yeah. There you are. All righty ho. Where are we up to? So, it's one of those things where I probably do need to go to bed soon. Because I'm filming a battle report with Simon tomorrow. But I can probably go a little bit longer. I will go a little bit longer. You guys have got a choice. Well, I was going to say you got a choice between like having a look at a 4th edition Imperial Guard army list and, well, did you do the home detachment though? No, but it's the next thing I'm recording on a recording day. I have done my after action report for the last bot action event I was at, and I might actually. So yeah, it's one of the next videos on the list. I had to get that tournament report done first. So we could talk about Battlefleet Gothic, or we could do a 4th edition list. I don't know if there's anything. There's not much to say except for Games Workshop dropped a hint that Battlefleet Gothic's coming back, which will be very, 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 very interesting if they do. I will forgive a lot if Battlefleet Gothic comes back, just so I can buy the models. You know? Just so I can buy the models. There's not much information out there. To be clear, there's very little information out there about it. If you want to know the exact extent of the information, I'm pretty certain it's... it's this, right? So... Rumor engine, 28th of October, and there's one bit down here where it's like, wait, maybe it's Battlefleet connection lost, loading call to action. So that's it. I mean, it's obviously not Battlefleet Gothic. It's some kind of, it's a weapon. But that's the whole... That's the whole evidence. So the GW shell. I think if they do bring Battlefleet Gothic back, though, it's probably going to be 30k. And I can explain why. So a lot of people wonder why Games Workshop made Legions Imperialis Horus Heresy only. And it's actually very... And I actually never knew this answer until I spoke to Warlord Games. So Warlord Games does a lot of epic scale games. And one of the things that, if you look at how they do them, they're quite clever about it. So let's look at like Epic Revolution, for example. So if you look at this is Epic American Civil War, and you'll see you've got the Continental Army bundle, and you can see the American sort of state troops, not state troops, the American troops there. They've got the tricorn hats, and they've got the uniforms, and then you've got the militia, right? If you then go over to the Loyalist Army bundle, you'll notice that a lot of the troops, the vast majority of the troops, are actually the same as the American ones, but they're just painted in a different color scheme. Look, they're just tricorn hats with muskets. And the militia are also the same sprue, but just painted differently. The only thing that's different in here is these grenadier guys. So what Warlord Games basically does is, and what was explained to me when I was at Warlord Games, is they basically produce the same sprue for two different factions. We just for the bulk of the models for two different factions. And so it's the same thing with Legions Imperialis, which, you know, makes total sense, right? You know, if you look at it, they don't have to produce two different, they don't have to produce too many factions when the vast majority of the factions, Loyalist and Heretic, can both use the same kits. So that's, and if you look at something like Battlefleet Gothic, it's even more like that, because it's just going to be all sides are going to use the same ships in Battlefleet Gothic if they stick with that. So it'll be interesting to see how Games Workshop does it. But I think it would be a big mistake. Look. It's really simple. Right. It's really, 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 really fucking simple, okay? I don't want to have to spell it out for your Games Workshop. I don't want to have to tell you how to do your fucking job. But, quite simply, if this isn't the box art, you fucked it up. That's all they need to do. They don't need to redo the box art. That's still great. That still absolutely works. It's still awesome. It's still epic. You don't need to fuck with it, GW. Okay? You don't need to fuck with it. Yeah. And let's be real, man. If this ship isn't available to buy, I mean, no one. Look, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be honest. No one really gives a fuck about no one gives a fuck about how the Chaos ships look in Battlefleet Gothic. They don't, man. They don't. Everyone wants to play the Imperium. The Imperium has the coolest ship in Battlefleet. The coolest ships in Battlefleet Gothic. No questions asked. No questions asked. Yeah. Yeah. All you need to do, Games Workshop, is make the models. Okay? All you need to do is make the models and produce a not totally dogshit set of rules. Okay? Truth be told, I'd be happier if you produced a good set of rules, okay? But I'll settle for not shit. Right? I'll settle for not terrible. You know, a usable set of flavorful rules Okay? And then all you do is produce the models after that. And frankly, the community will run with it.
When it comes to fighting crime,
That's it.
there's only one
Frankly, the
man
community will
keeping
run
the
with it.
streets safe while keeping it
Yeah.
Indeed.
I will honestly play so much Battlefleet Gothic. I'll wear a uniform. I will buy an Admiral. Can you imagine Simon and I playing this? I mean, the thing is, we both want to be... Actually, no, Simon does like elves. I mean, I would have to have an Imperium fleet. But I'd also probably end up with an Orc fleet. Orcs and Imperium would be my go-to. I wonder what Simon would go for. He'd probably go for Imperium, but I could see him going for Eldar. The one that I'd really want to do, though, would be Imperium versus Tau. Get amongst them! Get amongst them! I would go to tournaments. I mean, it could become my main game. That's how fucking hard on I am for fucking Battlefleet Gothic. At least for a time, it could be my main game. My main GW game, to be clear. It could be... Look, I've said this before. If Games Workshop released Warhammer Classic Edition, that would become my main game. If Games Workshop released Battlefleet Gothic, that would become my main game. I've already got Warhammer the Old One. The thing is, I've said this so many times, man. I've said so. I don't change.
One man keeping the streets safe.
I know what I like, and I like what I know. Not to wipe myself off, but I feel like I have been remarkably consistent on this policy. All right. Games Workshop is changing the games around me, and all they're doing is changing it away from something that I want to buy. But if they released, if tomorrow Games Workshop released Warhammer 40k Classic Edition, basically zero Primaris, it's Midhammer, it's 3rd edition to 7th edition remastered, right? And they started bringing back all the old kits and everything. That would become my main game. Overnight, that would be it. That would be what this channel covered. Because I wouldn't be collecting Astra Militarum, I'd be collecting Imperial Guard. Can you imagine Codex Imperial Guard in your hands once again, boys? Can you imagine it? With the old art on it. The old 3rd edition art on it. That would become my main game. And I'd be like, yeah, this is here on the Mordian Glory channel. What we play is Old World and Midhammer. That's what we play. That's what we play. We just play Old Hammer here. That's what we do, baby. Battlefleet Gothic. Old Warhammer. It's going back to the glory days, boys. Battlefleet Gothic, Warhammer 40k Classic, and Warhammer Fantasy. It's the golden era. It was the golden era, man. It's the golden era. Yeah, that's what I'd want to see. I honestly, I would lose my shit, man. I would lose my shit, bro. Oh. I would lose my shit, man. How fucking... Oh my god. Yeah. Games Workshop, you could sell me. You could make new money off old rope with myself and so many others, man. Just get that new factory up and running, baby. Come on. I'm gonna say something insane here, right? This is the level of... This is how serious I am about this. I want Games Workshop to bring back the old orc war tracks, war buggies, war trucks, and scorchers. That's what I want them to bring back. I don't want Rucker trucks, squig buggies, mega tracks, squig bastards. I don't want any of that. Yeah, lower decks. We're gonna bring back the Gorka Morka models. You guys are gonna tell me I'm wrong. You're gonna tell me I'm wrong, but this is what I want. This, in my opinion, is where a lot of you go, maybe Mordian wasn't the person we should have been listening to all this time. This, in my opinion, is the pinnacle. I'm going to find some more. 1 minute. I'm really going to fuck with you guys on this one. I don't want to give it away. I can see it coming up in the background. Right. This was the pinnacle of orc technology. No, not orthology. The pinnacle of GW design, right? They never improved on this, and you cannot change my mind. They never improved on this. This was the best bit. Okay? Right. I am about to lose all credibility in your eyes, and I am ready for it. Okay, I'm ready for it. I'm about to lose all. This is when chat goes, maybe we should stop listening to Mordian. But this, in my opinion, is peak orc model design, and it has never been beaten. I don't want the new orc trucks. I want this thing. I will buy fucking 3 of these things, 10 of these things. This is the you cannot change my mind. This is the war track. No, or just a bonus. Don't worry, we're getting to the war truck. Don't you worry. This is the war track. It came with twin linked big shooter. This is, yeah, I would love to have these things, man. That the one that updates that and the other car are actually good orc models. No. They're too big and they're too difficult to build and paint. But you're asking orc players to build and paint complicated orc models. You've already failed. Orc mind is simple and it needs simple models. And I have an orc mind. All right. Now, it gets better. Okay. Because I want this thing back. You cannot tell me that this thing isn't the sexiest, most badass orc vehicle you've ever seen. I won't believe you if you say otherwise. I won't believe you. Look at that goblin mech on the back. The barrel of fuel is a dustbin. You can see the ridges on it. It's an old dustbin. The turret is a dustbin, a trash can if you're American. It's literally made out of trash cans and metal. But wait, we're going deeper. We're going deeper. The Orc War Buggy. Look at that. Look at that guy's face. Look at his face. He's a happy orc. The pinnacle of orc fast-moving buggy technology. It's is it the same gunner model each time? No, it's a different gunner model. It's a very serious gunner model. Now, there is one more. We haven't reached the peak yet, but we're about to. So you're all familiar. You're all familiar with the orc truck. It's probably sold out, isn't it? Look, too big, too much detail. Too much detail. Can't be bothered. I get bored painting it halfway through. No, thank you. Don't want it. Okay? Too much. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. There's far too much going on with this. There's a spikes everywhere. There's like wrecking balls swinging off it. There's 6 whole tires. I mean, how are you meant to maintain your concentration and paint 6 tires? Okay, no, it's too much. The orc mind cannot comprehend this and does not want to. What you want is the pickup truck. Ugh. The pickup truck with a Bren. Efficient, sleek, painted red, so it goes faster. This is peak orc vehicle design. 4 wheels, so you don't lose concentration. A easy access flatbed truck with multiple entry points. 3 entry points. This is the truck that I want. This is the truck that I want. All killer, no filler. No erroneous details. An orc truck for the modern economy. Where's the engine? It's so efficient, it doesn't need one. I would presume that the engine is somewhere underneath, but it very well may be powered sheerly by force of will. It's under the truck. It's closer to the landmines. There you go. There you go. Now that's a proper truck. That's the kind of truck that that's what I want to see come back for Classic Hammer. And I would personally buy. I mean, you're all laughing, right? You're all laughing. But let me tell you something. This truck costs £36. Do you want to know how much this truck cost back in the day? 5. Do you want to know how much this truck cost back in the day? 5. This buggy was 10. Scorcher, I'm pretty certain was 15 because of the metal parts. Now, let me ask you this. What would you rather have? 1 orc truck for £36? Or 7 and you still get a pound change? I know what I'd rather have. I know what I'd rather have. I'd rather have this. I'm going to find... I'm pretty certain they were 5. But to be fair, each Eldar bike... Each bike was a $5. For Orc bikes, Eldar bikes, Dark Eldar bikes, Space Marine bikes, £5. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the
There you
streets
go.
safe while keeping it real.
So, you all laugh. You all laugh. But peak Orc trucks. That's what I want. That's the kind of technology I want for Warhammer Classic Edition. Yeah. 28 tires is cheaper than 6. It's science. It's science. Exactly. Orky science. Commander AJL, thank you for the gift of membership, man. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. Val said Steel Legion Yarrick coming back to Armageddon. Yeah, I heard that. If Val's saying it, it's probably true, which is very interesting. Are we going to get... Is 11th edition going to the edition of Gain? Are we going to get multiple guard regiments back in plastic cover? I hope so. But I hope so, but I hope they don't make them really difficult to build and shit. But yeah, I hope so. As a John Davies, how do Votan battle fleet? Apparently, in the Votan Codex, there's a whole bunch of pictures of Votan ships. So apparently, Votan battle fleet very easily. Apparently so. Jimmy Squid, does MG remember the Orc truck I showed on stream? I think so. Was that the one with the was that the Forge World truck, or am I getting mixed up, Jimmy Squid? I can't remember. I'm sure there was a Forge World variant, but I'm not sure if that was yourself, Jimmy, or somebody else. Yeah. I'm not sure. Yeah, I just put it in stream discussion. I'll take a look. Oh, no, I remember this one. Yeah. That was peak Orc truck design. It looks like something... You see, you guys will laugh, but this is an incredibly modern design. I swear I've seen something like this rolling around the fields of Ukraine. I swear I have. Yeah. This is the height of modern warfare technology. You may not like it, but it's true. There you are. There you are, man. The OG truck is under there. Oh, I believe you. I believe you. I can see its little wheels poking out and the little ram on the front. For fuck's sake, man. Brilliant.
Reporting for duty,
All
sir.
right. All righty ho ho. Gentlemen. I don't mean to alarm you. I don't mean to chop your bollocks off. But we are past 3 o'clock. We're coming up to 6 hours of streaming. And I have a battle report that I have to film with Dearest Simon tomorrow. And I need to make sure that I am bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. So unfortunately, our revelry will have to come to an end. However, I have to come to an end. But, gentlemen, I have to say, I've really enjoyed today's stream. And it's been a productive stream. And it's been I think the stream has been an example of constructive criticism. As well as generally just rather than bitching, moaning, or whining, actually trying to analyze and understand situations. So yeah, there we go. But I want to say a big thank you to everyone who joined today's stream. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who liked and subscribed during today's stream. We had loads of people subscribing during today's stream, which is crazy. Big thank you to all of you guys who did that. And of course, a big old thank you to all of you who went above and beyond the Call of Duty, coming in with all the super chats, the member flexes, the gifted memberships, and all of that good stuff. Thank you guys for all of your support. But tomorrow's stream, probably a hobbying one. I'm feeling double hobby stream this week, so we'll see. All right. But with all that said, let me get the outro song ready. With all that said, Thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
Shadows of the void where darkness reigns stands the Mordian 50th where courage remains with last guns gleaming and hearts of steel they march into battle with grim resolve to deal for Mordian's honor they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die with discipline and valor. They'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing that Xenos horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination an unbreakable sign. For Mordian's honor they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never die with discipline and valor. They'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th answering the Emperor's call. Though the enemy's technology may be advanced, the Mordian spirit will never be chanced. With faith in the Emperor, they fight as one. Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. For Mordian's honor, they raise their cry against the Tau's fury. They'll never